Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became Ingenium's biggest fan? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Hey, this is Quirky Analyst. A small, clumsy, modified voice squeaked out and cleared his throat. Sorry. This is my first video. He laughed nervously. So I'm making this for to analyze quirks? The black screen turned gray and various hand-drawn cartoons appeared. One was a silhouette with his hands sparking, another had water flying around them. Of the last two, on the sides, one had wings and the other had flowers popping up on their hands. In the middle, of course, was a silhouette of All Might. Quirky Analyst's voice came back on. I'm a bit nervous, so I decided to not show my FA face. So, he coughed. Quirks. I guess people might be wondering why I'm doing this. As long as I remember, I've loved quirks. I mean, he gushed excitedly. They're amazing. You can do anything with them. The screen shifted to a clearly amateurish video edit that compiled 20 or so videos of people using quirks in various ways, not just for hero work. I know a lot of quirk analysis has already been done, but I really only found 4 or 5 series in video form and most of them were either incomplete or discontinued. Plus, they were mostly really general or just about heroes. I love heroes, but I thought of not doing heroes because, well, there was a shuffling sound in the background. Analyzing heroes may put them at a disadvantage if any villains see these videos. Not that heroes can't surpass them anyway, but anyway I still wanted to do quirk analysis, so I decided to do analyses of villains. And if someone has any requests, please message me. I'd love to analyze other quirks as well if you're willing to have them shown on this site. The black screen returned and letters began appearing on it with a slam sound effect. It read, Analysis number 1, Lizard Kong. So, Quirky Analyst continued, his voice gaining a professional ramble. Lizard Kong is currently in prison, but I decided to start with him because he has a lot of information on him, and that gives me more to work with. First of all, let's begin with a basic background. The video continued on, detailing the backstory, the villain origins, the way Lizard Kong became number 10 on the villain list once, and how he was captured after nearly a decade of freedom. All throughout, short clips of Lizard Kong's fights would play, and at other points, detailed sketches of him and his quirk were shown. The video continued for nearly half an hour, was amateurish and not amazingly articulated, and the narrator also stuttered a lot. Tensei stared at it and grinned. It was amazing. He'd been searching up quirk analysis websites to try to see if there could be anything he could do to become better at his job. Heroics was a never-ending battle for the top, and he had stumbled upon this childish video that was much more comprehensive at its information than any other he'd come across. Quirky Analyst seemed like he had amazing potential. It felt like he was a young child from the way he spoke to the way he replied to the few comments under his post, but the depth in his arguments and his out-of-the-box approach enthralled him. He looked at the view count. Only a few hundred? That wouldn't do. He scrolled to the top of the page and clicked on Quirky Analyst's profile. The HeroTube account popped up with little resistance. Quirky had posted a few more sporadic videos, all of them about villains Tensei could recognize, 2 of whom had yet to be caught. Tensei narrowed his eyes. If this information was useful, he quickly forwarded the relevant videos to Edgeshot, who he was currently working with a message stating, just ignore the immaturity and focus on the content. Tell me what you think. He also saved them to his account to watch later. Then he shot off a personal message to the creator using his official Hero Mail account. Hello. I am the recently debuted hero Ingenium. I saw your video and was very impressed. I know you already stated you would not do any segments on heroes, but would you be willing to do a quirk analysis for me? Privately? In exchange, I'm willing to pay a commission as well as share your account to my followers. The message instantly turned green. He had read it. Ajksno. Tensei frowned. Excuse me? Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Quirky Analyst typed out. I accidentally slammed the keyboard. Tensei snorted. Well, the boy had said he was a hero fan. No worries, kid. Take your time. No. I mean, I'd love the chance to analyze your quirk. And you don't need to pay me. Talking to you is more than enough. This time, he burst out laughing, but sobered enough to type a reply. The commission part is non-negotiable. I can't take advantage of a fan just because they allow me to. If I did, I wouldn't be a hero. Oh. Tensei waited. How will you pay me though? I don't have a bank account. Tensei hummed. How about I help you set up an untraceable bank account, then? It won't give away your identity, since you seem worried about that, and if some other people end up asking you for private analyses, they can pay you through that. Really, the kid burst. That is so amazing. Sounds asterisk, he corrected. Amazing asterisk. Tensei grinned. Great. How about I get back to you soon? Okay. Thank you. Tensei closed HeroTube and grinned. Sweet kid. His phone buzzed. Shut. He picked up. Where did you find these? The other hero asked without delay. This thing just gave me a pretty good counter idea for tow track. How the heck did you find this guy? Tensei laughed. I have my secrets. He answered. So we're going after him tomorrow? Yeah. Better earlier. He might run from his current hideout if we don't act soon. Got it. See you. Ingenium. The phone dial rang. The call cut off. Tensei sighed. Time to see how accurate Quirky's analysis was. The bound and gagged figure of the villain sat unconscious in the police car, Quirk suppressants on his wrists. The door shut, and he was driven away. Edge shot whistled. Well, that was surprisingly easy. Your source was dead on, Ingenium. Tensei stared at the retreating car with something akin to incredulity. I was sure Quirky had some points correct, but to this extent? Edge sobered and shot a look at his partner. You don't think he's a villain? Tensei flinched, but composed himself, racing through his interactions with the analyst. No, he murmured. Quirky is a kid and he didn't know enough to be considered an accomplice. Plus, all he does know, it clearly shows he's only seen the quirks he's analyzing on television or in some of the hero fights on the streets. He laughed and his rapidly beating heart slowed. He's also too much of a hero fan. Edge rubbed the back of his head. If you say so. He held out a hand towards Tensei. Pleasure working with you, Ingenium. Tell me if the kid posts something relevant again, will you? Tensei nodded. Great working with you too. There was a relief Tensei felt when he reached his agency that night. Although out of his 3 sidekicks, 2 had already cleared out, Nom Nom was there to manage the place alongside the 2 work experience high schoolers who always stayed till the end. Hey, Tensei greeted, stepping inside. Nom Nom grinned. Low engine. How did it go? Tensei smiled. It was all right. We got tow track. Nom Nom took out a bite of a steel can. I told you so. Tensei laughed. Where are the kids? Nom Nom pointed to the snack room, in which he had installed a vending machine, because why not? Hazard's over there. Not sure about. Tensei nodded. But, thanks. You can have a break if you want. Nom Nom shrugged. No need. I can go for another few hours. Tensei hummed and ambled over to the snack room. Inside, glaring daggers at the vending machine was the 16-year-old boy who'd applied for a position earlier this year. He was officially called Hazardmeyer, but here, they had decided to go with Hazard only. Well, Nom Nom had begun doing it and the rest had followed. Trying to destroy the evil stored within? Tensei asked, eyes sparkling. Hazard jumped back. In Ingenium-san. He squeaked. You're back. Tensei laughed. Hazard's actions were weirdly reminding him of Quirky. I am. How did your day go? Did Allier and Metalwork treat you guys well? Hazard inhaled deeply and nodded. Yeah. It was pretty cool. Did you get the villain? I did. Did you manage to finish your requirements? Yeah. They were fun. Do you have any more? He asked excitedly. Tensei sighed. Sorry kid. Your week with me is almost over. Hazard's face fell. I was hoping I wouldn't be reminded of that. Tensei reached and ruffled his hair. Hey, don't worry. You're training to be a hero, right? It's not like we won't meet each other again. Hazard's frown tilted. Can I come to your agency when I graduate, Ingeniumson? Tensei blinked in surprise. His agency? He hadn't thought. If you still want to after you graduate, he compromised. We'll welcome you with open arms. Hazard grinned. Awesome. The door flew open behind them. Sir, an exuberant voice exclaimed, and both hero and student turned to see the smiling face of a tall blonde. I'm done with the tasks. And Metal Work said to talk to you about asking for pointers on my quirk. Tensei grinned. Lemillion, one of my favorites. Please rest. Hazard burst out laughing. Lemillion, better known as Togata Mirio, blushed. But we should make the best of the time we have here. Tensei hummed. Wasting time is bad, but so is exhausting yourself. Come on, let's go to my office. He waved to Hazard. Go accompany Nom Nom. I feel like she's bored today. Hazard grinned. On it? Mirio's steps wavered as he began to follow Tensei. Am I in trouble? He asked quietly, a smile, though shaky, still on his face as he lowered himself down onto the chair. Tensei rested his feet on the table. Of course not. He soothed, flashes of his much more serious younger brother creeping into the picture. I just want to chat. Oh. Mirio looked around, rubbing the back of his head. What about? Tensei tapped his desk. What's your plan for the sports festival next year? Aiming for the top spot? Mirio's smile widened. Yes. The classes are very competitive, so I need to do my best to catch up, but I'm aiming to save 1 million lives, so I need to get to the top. And this year was a great learning experience, even if I couldn't get past the first round. Tensei laughed. Very nice. I'll be rooting for you. Mirio grinned. I wanted to ask, Ingenium-san, can you please tell me how I should improve my quirk usage? Well, I'm not very good at it. Permeation is strong to use? Yes. I can't get the control I want with it, and all the research I managed to do requires fine control. So, could you maybe give some pointers? Metal Work said you helped your sidekicks with a bit of stuff. Tensei let his eyes wander, his mind mulling over the possibilities. Permeation. The quirk was so very different from his own speed-based quirk, so he didn't know. He shot up, eyes widening. Quirky analyst, he announced. Mirio furrowed his brow. What? Tensei rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. I remembered a quirk analyst I was talking to a few days back. Do you want to ask him perhaps? Mirio bit his lip. Aren't they expensive? Tensei shook his hand. Don't worry about that. I'm your mentor this week, remember? I couldn't dash. You're not. Tensei cut off. Besides, I've already commissioned him for one analysis. What's two? Mirio opened his mouth, then shut it in bewilderment. Tensei grinned and reached over to ruffle his hair. Tell me your email. I'll forward it to QA. Mirio nodded. I'll message it to you. Great. Tensei's eyes flickered to the clock. It's getting late. You should grab Hazard and go rest. We've got a full day tomorrow. Mirio nodded. Tensei turned to his laptop and flipped it open, logging into his HeroTube account. There were 3 unread messages from Quirky Analyst. Tensei raises an eyebrow. He hadn't been expecting anything so soon. I saw the news. The first one said, Congratulations on getting tow track. Tensei snorted. I also completed your analysis. I got a bit excited, so I did it in pretty quickly. Where should I send it? Don't worry. It's not incomplete or anything. I already had a bit of notes on your quirk, so I compounded on them. But, I mean, if you want me to redo it, I can do some more? Tensei let a fond smile stretch across his teeth. The kid wouldn't survive business if he let people take advantage of him with words like that. Thanks, he typed. You can send me the file at ingenium@heromail.com. He hesitated. I'll have your account set up soon. And a P.O. box at the GPO. I'll PM you the number and you can pick everything up. I won't be watching it, don't worry, but if you are, have it changed. You can change the details for your bank account later as well. Also, please send me an electronic bill as well. I need to file it under official costs. He waited for a few minutes, but it seemed Quirky was going to remain offline for a while. I would also like to commission you for another quirk. Please tell me whatever details you will need. The messages remained unread. Tensei sighed. Well, he'd wait for the morning. Quirky was after all a kid. And it was way past bedtime. Midoriya Izuku woke up blearily, his alarm ringing with the sound of All Might's laughter. He blinked as he stared up at the ceiling. Sunday. The best and worst day of the week. Izuku. His mother called from downstairs. Come for breakfast soon. Okay. He called back, his voice carrying. Then he snuggled back into the warm comforter. Bed was so comfortable. But moments later, guilt began to eat away at his conscience and he sighed, throwing off the blanket. Rise and shine. His computer was still lit up from the video he had been editing. He still wasn't good at it, but he had been trying. His latest video was definitely going to garner more views than the other ones. After all, it was about one of the few female villains who were well known by society. Most of the famous ones were usually males. Her quirk had been really fun to dissect. Matter breakdown. He hadn't really been able to find out if he was correct, but from the videos he had watched, Broken, supposedly a pun name, because she always burst out laughing when introducing herself as "Hello, I'm Broken," had very good control over the range and strength. She had to have contact, but it seemed she didn't have to have direct touch. One object away seemed to work as well, though her limit seemed to be a couple of kilos. Izuku shook his head. He'd already said all of that on the video. He didn't need to hash it all out again. Unless. His eyes widened. Hand limitations. Did Broken have that? He needed to rewatch all her videos and find out, because if she did have that sort of limit, the hero's jobs just got a lot easier. He grinned. He was glad he had been able to assist Totrak's capture. The tactics Ingenium and Edshot had used were based off the ones he had outlined in his video. He blushed. Ingenium and Edshot had watched his videos. How incredible was that? He let out a soundless squeal. And then Ingenium had talked to him after that. To commission him. Because his analyses had been that good. He sighed. Deciding to make a HeroTube account and posting the analyses videos had been the best decision of his life. He pulled on a jumper and quickly bounded downstairs before he got distracted by HeroTube again. He needed to get energy and then return making the videos. And to see if the hero had replied after yesterday. This was better than playing with Kaken. No one knew he was quirkless. Are you going to go out today, Izuku? His mother asked worriedly, probably thinking about last Saturday when one of Kaken's rough plate days had left him to come home with very visible bruises. Izuku flinched at the memory. And not right now. I was thinking of working on my HeroTube account. Inko's worry slowly began to fade, leaving behind an appealing smile that made Izuku feel all happy inside because his mom definitely deserved the best. That's fine. Do you need anything? I'm going to the supermarket today. Izuku shook his head. No, thank you, cousin. I'm just going to work on my analyses videos. Inko beamed. Izuku couldn't help but grin in return. His mother always had been incredibly supportive. Oh, he exclaimed. Ka-san, I saw the news yesterday, and Ingenium actually caught Totrak. With your video? Yeah. Oh, Izuku, Inko exclaimed, rushing over to his side to engulf him in a warm hug. That's incredible. You're helping heroes. Oh, my lovely boy. She sniffed. Izuku reddened. Ka-san. He protested weakly. Inko squeezed him tighter. Izuku hugged her back. It was around half an hour later when Izuku managed to return to his computer. The screen was still open to the video page, so he saved and minimized it, still needing to edit it for the latest information he may or may not have acquired. With trembling fingers, he brought up HeroTube. There were a few more views and likes in his videos, and one of those "nice work" comments that made his heart balloon, but he instantly headed to the red dot decorating the tab for the conversation with Ingenium. The hero had replied. Izuku swallowed and the tab popped open. Thanks, it began, and Izuku's eyes flashed through the rest at breakneck speed. But. His hand fell on the keyboard and a stream of nonsense fell out. Thankfully, this time, the enter key was out of reach. Izuku erased the random combination of letters and quickly opened a new tab. He already had an email, yes, but something Ingenium had said was right. He wanted to keep his identity a secret. People would probably ask him if he was stupid. A jump onto the fame bandwagon? But Izuku bit his lip. Those people had quirks. He did not. Would people still watch his videos should they realize? Would they still heed his ideas that had, and Izuku knew it now, helped Ingenium capture Totrak? Would any more heroes ask him to analyze their quirks? His browser pinged. Izuku jerked. There was another like on his video. He blinked and returned to the Hero Mail account creation page. Quirk Analyst. A small red cross appeared. Quirk Analysis. Cross. He sighed. Quirky Analyst. Ping. The screen turned green. Seconds later, his account had been created and the empty screen looked up at him mockingly. He clicked Compose and pushed in all the relevant information, attaching the file labeled Ingenium Analysis and Stats.pdf. Izuku sagged in his chair. He should probably change his HeroTube email from his private one to this one, too. He hummed, then searched the tabs. The Ingenium chat was still open, and once again, Izuku let his eyes flicker across it. Another commission? He blinked. But he had just now sent the first one. Why was Ingenium so sure? And a bill? How was he supposed to make a bill? He bit his lip. For the other quirk, can you first see if you're satisfied with the analysis I've already done? He hesitated. If you still want another one, I'd need details on the quirk and current quirk usage capabilities. Also, preferably a video of the utilization of the quirk if available, please. He quickly pressed the button to shut down the messages and turned to the search bar. Time to re-research Broken's limitations. It was the next night that Tensei managed to check his email. It seemed that this was how their communications were going to work from now on. And wasn't it strangely fascinating how easily he was accepting the fact that it would continue? There were some dozen from random people, fans, and advertisement companies. He ignored them, scrolling down for the special one he was loot. Quirky Analyst at HeroMail.com had sent him a mail labeled Hero Analysis No. 1. He double-clicked and it popped open, a file shown attached. Tensei grinned. He was actually excited, he realized. Quirky Analyst had wormed his way into his heart with just a few words, and Tensei was sure he wouldn't be able to leave. The PDF opened to show a 10-page file with size 11 font and bold headings that made everything that much more professional. Tensei smiled. There was a definition of his quirk, his current capabilities, his theorized possible capabilities, his strengths and how to complement them, his weaknesses and how to overcome them, and there was so much. It was all separated into neat little categories, and so much better than the two other quirk analysts he had had the misfortune to use at some point, the government and its shenanigans. Then again, Tensei should be glad. If the government or HPSC had used Quirky, all his weaknesses would have been open and free for them to use. He shuddered involuntarily and closed the file. He would have to peruse through it at length later. For now, it was time to reply to Quirky with gratitude and the email for Mirio, as well as the information about his bank account. He had already transferred the standard amount for quirk analysts there, though he was pretty sure Quirky would be blustering with nervous refusal. No matter. Tensei wasn't about to take it back. Besides, with how good Quirky had made it, he deserved more. Much more. And Tensei would try to pay that with business in the form of his fan base recommendation. Quirky's natural skill set would propel him to greatness, but he'd help give him a push. There was a knock on his door and it opened just a crack, metalwork peering in with his sparkling black eyes and shiny silver face. Ingenium, the kids are ready. We're all waiting for you. Tensei clicked send and put the monitor to sleep. Coming. We're going to Wajama, right? Izuku saw Ingenium's glowing thanks and beamed long enough for his cheeks to hurt, staring at the same sentence for nearly an hour. Spiff. Ingenium actually liked his analysis. Not just his videos. Whoa. He inhaled deeply. Calm down, Izuku. He clicked on compose. He needed to contact this Lemillion now. He hadn't heard of him. But if Ingenium was recommending him, he was probably someone to look out for. Respected Lemillion, I am Quirky Analyst, and Ingenium recommended your name to me. As you would be my second customer, I suggest that to glean a measure of my abilities, please watch my videos or ask Ingenium for confirmation. If you choose to continue this association, please forward me the details of your quirk and how it currently works. Thank you. Quirky Analyst. He looked it over once, twice, thrice. The words blurred and he frowned. Was it okay? He sighed. It would have to do. Mirio hummed. A week at Ingenium's agency had been a great choice. He'd learned a lot and made new friends. Hazard, Namnam, Allier, and Metalwork were cool. Plus, the after-party had been awesome. His phone pinged and the screen flickered open to show he had a new email. He swiped in the password and tapped on the Hero Mail app icon. The first email was from someone named Quirky Analyst. The Quirk analyst Ingenium had recommended. Mirio's face curled into a frown. Was this person really worth it? Ingenium had reassured him of this analyst's credibility, but he shook his head and began to type a reply. He trusted Ingenium, he might as well give this Quirky a try. Izuku groaned and flopped onto his bed with all the energy of a sack of flour. Kaken had been even meaner than usual today, and he had a ton of homework to make up for because the teacher had blamed him for all the books he had torn when he tumbled onto them. Kaken pushed him, of course. Not that his teacher would ever listen to him. He was just the Quirkless. His phone rang. Toot 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 toot. He sighed and turned face up, swiping the pattern on the screen. Lemillion had replied. He opened the email and his eyes widened. Permeation? That was an incredible quirk. Granted, he thought all quirks were awesome, but this one was extra awesome. The possibilities were endless. Izuku skimmed through the rest of the message and the details Lemillion had provided, poring over it with a deep excitement and anticipation. Time to hit the analysis board. Mirio found himself on edge all day. Quirky had been silent the entire time, and sure, analyses took time, he guessed that part, but surely Quirky should have contacted him before it? He tapped his shoes on the wooden floor and for a moment, his quirk fired up, letting his shoe sink off his foot. He scowled and put it back on. He had tried to busy himself. There was still a day left till his school began again, and his friends were still busy. Nijire had replied, but only with a smiley face, and then she'd gone radio silent. That was 2 days ago. Mirio would have been worried, except she was working with an underground hero, and so, he guessed this was part of the job. He sighed and looked at his computer. Maybe the internet would elevate his boredom? He slipped into the chair and pushed the power button. The CPU spurred to life. For a quarter or so of an hour, Mirio scrolled through the various news articles that popped up on his browser, but after that he got bored. He looked at the time and pouted. Why was it moving so slow? He sighed yet again. When would Quirky even reply? The internet. Quickly, he typed in Quirky Analyst, and a few million hits popped up. The first one was a video channel, Analysis in Essence, by Quirky Analyst himself. Mirio grinned and clicked it open. The first and most upvoted, yet, video on the list of 5 was titled Blue Water, A Study in Stupidity. Mirio snorted and clicked on it. Hi. This is Quirky Analyst again. Today I have a video on Blue Water. A picture of the villain appeared on the screen, a snarling portrait of the man in HNDCFFS. I gave this one a lot of thought, because a lot of people have conflicting views on his incarceration and subsequent release. I'll definitely talk about that part, but first, of course, the quirk analysis. For the duration of the half hour the video ran, Mirio found himself fascinated and hanging on to every word. The animation was a bit iffy and lagging, but the analysis itself. Quirky was not a hoax, and Mirio was half afraid what his analysis would be. And also really interested in what the analyst would say. His face split into a big smile and he clicked on the next video. This was better than reality shows. Not that he watched any. It was 4 days into school, a Thursday. Mirio was in his room with Nijire, Daisuke and Tamaki, all of whom were regaling each with tales of their internship shenanigans. It was at that moment that Mirio's computer, open to his email account, pinged. Mirio let his eyes wander to the lit screen, but didn't bother to move from his very comfortable position on the bed. I've had so many emails since I signed up for the Twerk newsletter. Nijire laughed. Why'd you do that? It's got literally nothing we don't already know. Mirio groaned. Daisuke jumped up and hurried to the computer. Don't mind if I do. I love Twerk. The ratings are the best. Tamaki rolled his eyes. And unrepresentative of the whole population. Only 20-ish% of its readership vote on it, anyway. Daisuke shrugged, slumped into the spinning chair, and frowned. It ain't twerk, Tagada. It's someone called Quirky Analyst? Mirio blinked and there was a moment of stillness. And then he jumped up, making Nijire, who was sitting on his legs, tumble down. Finally, he scrambled towards the screen, paying no mind to his friends staring at him with confusion. Nijire let out a delayed and louder than normal ouch. Why would you injure your appealing best friend? Daisuke snorted at Mirio's unresponsiveness. Is this a special friend we don't know about? He asked slyly, and the two others also leapt to attention. Mirio rolled his eyes. It's just a Quirk analyst. Ingenium introduced me. Tamaki scoffed. Quirk analysts are frauds. Hariko-sensei got fleeced by one last year. Daisuke let out a low whistle. Our middle school teach? Didn't see that coming. He was as straight-laced as they go. He thrummed his fingers on his thigh. Why'd he need a Quirk analyst anyway? Tamaki shrugged. Nijire looked at Mirio with a tinge of worry. He's not scamming you, is he? Mirio shook his head. I actually thought the same thing. But he twisted his mouth. You should watch his videos. Daisuke instantly whipped out his phone. HeroTube it is. Tamaki groaned. Now he's never getting off. Mirio grinned without remorse. Search up Analysis in Essence by Quirky Analyst. Ooh, he analyzed Blue Water? And Broken. She's still on the run, right? Daisuke scrolled further down, and his phone was instantly snatched from his hands. What? He muttered blankly. Nijire's eyes gleamed with an intensity the three had seldom seen. Then again, they'd only been classmates for a few months. She clicked on Broken's video. Sounds began to blare out of Daisuke's phone. Tamaki let a half-smile settle on his face. You should have expected that, he answered Daisuke's betrayed look. Daisuke turned expectantly to Mirio's back. Togata? Mirio didn't turn. Tamaki snorted. Daisuke sighed. Fine. Squeeze over, Hato. I'm gonna watch this guy break down Broken. Tamaki groaned, but followed, and the three found themselves stuffed on Mirio's bed, the man himself engrossed in his email. Mirio snapped out of his musing over the strengths of his quirk listed out in front of him, and spun the computer seat he had dragged over some half an hour ago to look at the wide-eyed trio sitting on his bed. He grinned. Daisuke and Nijire looked more impressed, but there was a glint of surprise in Tamaki's eyes as well. Which one did you see? He asked. Nijire bounced up and put her hands on Mirio's shoulders. Introduce me to this analyst? Mirio blinked. Daisuke nodded excitedly. That was incredible, dude. Why does this guy have so few followers anyway? I mean, yeah, the audio and graphics and animation are sheet, but the analysis is pro level. Tonki stretched out his legs. He definitely broke down Broken. He muttered under his breath and then spoke out loud. He's better than the professionals. Some of them are fakes and not very thorough. But this was... He trailed off. Mirio grinned. Exactly. He pushed himself away from the computer. And I just got a detailed, personalized analysis for my quirk. The three quickly crowded around the screen. Behind them, Mirio kept chatting. I didn't even think about half the stuff Quirky suggested I could do. He did say it's a preliminary analysis and he can't do one as extensive as he did for Ingenium, because he has no videos of me and can't gather more information without really seeing me in action, but still his suggestions are awesome. I never thought about it, but I can work for partial permeation of my body, and then simultaneously both stop an opponent from hitting me and use my legs, for example, to hit them instead. Can't you only do full permeation? Nijire asked, brows furrowed as she skimmed the document. Oh yes, but I haven't actually tried partial permeation, so I don't have any idea if it's possible. Daisuke pushed away and grinned at Mirio. I'm so jealous, Togata. You gotta introduce me too. Tamaki, grudgingly smiling, nodded. I would like to make this analyst's acquaintance as well. If he details this much, I believe my quirk usage will skyrocket. And you'll become more powerful and kill me in school, Daisuke added, shaking her head. Me first. Nijire arched her brow. Excuse me, boys, but I asked first. She turned expectantly to her friend. Mirio-kun? Mirio laughed. I'll ask Quirky. I don't know how much time he has, but he seems pretty nice. I think he'll probably do it for all of you. He inclined his head admiringly at the computer. Plus, he did my analysis in under a week. Izuku clicked open the online bank statement that he had delivered to his email account and stared. He stared for quite a while before he scrambled back, fell off his chair, and shrieked loud enough for the neighbors to wonder if birds had gotten in. Tensei had one of those rare, peaceful days off. His younger brother was at school and his parents were busy somewhere or the other with his father's associates, and the agency was closed for the time being. Of course, should a villain emergency pop up, he would have to abandon his relaxation and jump back into work. But that was a what-if scenario. He stretched his arms and yawned, a wave of drowsy satisfaction lapping at the edge of his consciousness. His phone beeped. Tensei flinched. Seriously? 10 more minutes. The clock ticked, every second sounding bigger than before. Tensei's guilt doubled. Ugh, fine, he muttered after nearly 2 minutes. What could hurt? He was already prepared for the worst-case scenario. He turned to his phone and let his glazed eyes scan the identification before sharpening. Why was the kid messaging him again? Not that he had anything against him, but the kid was obviously a fan, and, from his experience, the kind of fan who would generally balk before contacting the focus of their attentions without cause. Ingenium-san, I think you deposited too much money into the account you allocated to me. Tensei frowned. Yet? That wasn't like him. He was pretty sure he had researched the average analyst rate and paid Quirky that. He would have paid the high-end amount, but he had been sure Quirky would act, well, exactly like he was acting now. Shaking his head, he pulled up his banking app and looked up the recent month's bill. I'm pretty sure I put in the correct amount. But it's too much, sir. Quirky, are you aware of the amount analysts usually charge for an analysis even a fraction of the length you did for me, and I'm assuming, $1,000,000? For a moment, there was a lull in the typing, and Tensei snorted, knowing that the kid was probably searching up the answer now. Do analysts really charge this much? Of course. Sometimes even more. Do you want more? I am willing to provide you with the charge, because you have given me the value of the money already. More so, in fact. No. Please, Ingenium-san, this is too much. I didn't start this for money, and this much? I am not taking back what I've already paid, Quirky. There was another minute of silence, with Tensei barely paying attention to his phone. Of course he wasn't going to take back the money. Quirky deserved it. Thank you, Quirky said finally, simply. Tensei grinned. No problem, kid. If you have any more problems, don't be afraid to ask. He stretched his neck, letting his thoughts mix up inside his head. If you're worried about it, though, you can lower the amount you want other people to pay. But don't go lower than 2/3, okay? Actually, I'll try to find you a trustworthy business contact for you to work with, even if you keep your identity generally a secret. The business contact will talk you through the process and assuage your worries. Sound good? But until then, don't go lower than 2/3 of the amount. But thank you, Ingenium-san. You're welcome, Quirky. Quirky, are you up for something? Mirio messaged, his 3 friends staring hungrily over his shoulder. Oh, hello, $1,000,000-san. Are you okay with the report I made for you, or do you need anything rechecked? No, Mirio typed. It's brilliant, thanks. I just wanted to ask if you'd be okay with analyzing the quirks of 3 of my friends. We'll pay, of course. The 3 had begun to pester Mirio until the boy had finally given in and agreed to contact Quirky. They had looked up the analyst rates up and pooled their money. Their pockets felt incredibly lighter, but their expectations felt fuller. Oh, that would be amazing, $1,000,000-san. But you don't have to pay. I love to analyze. I can do it for free. You allowed Ingenium to pay. Ingenium-san insisted, and I couldn't do anything. Mirio snorted and tilted his head to his friends. Well, Nijire huffed. Of course we're going to pay him. You said he's around our age, right? Plus, the analysis he did for you was amazing. Tamaki nodded. Daisuke shrugged. I'm up for whatever. Wouldn't mind a free meal, of course, but I've already taken out the money. He frowned. Exactly how old is Quirky, by the way? I don't know, Mirio replied, stretching his wrists over the keyboard. Should I ask? I mean dash. But Mirio was already typing. Daisuke snorted. Course. We'll pay. Just make us a receipt to officiate it. Okay. Quirky that back. Thank you. I'll work on the receipts. By the way, Quirky, how old are you? It's okay if you don't want to tell us. I'm 13. There was silence. Mirio's fingers froze. You don't have to ask me for analyses if you aren't comfortable with my age. I just love to analyze. I'm sorry. Mirio sputtered. He's almost 3 years younger than us. Tamaki, though similarly surprised, managed to shrug it off. It's not that surprising if he has an intelligence or analysis quirk. Age doesn't really assure credibility. Daisuke chuckled. If it did, Hariko-sensei'd have his analysis in full. Nijire clicked her tongue. Well, at least reply to the poor boy, Mirio. He seems the type to think you'd abandon him for not replying to something like this. Mirio spun back to the computer screen. Don't worry, Quirky. We aren't doubting your skills. My friends still want to have their quirks analyzed. I'll have them contact you with the details of their quirk through Hero Mail. How? About that? Yes. That will be awesome. Thank you, Lemillion-san. So, anyway, can you forward the receipt and the bank account details? We're paying in collective. Yes. Please wait a second. There was a 5-minute gap, and then a PDF file attachment popped up on screen. As Mirio clicked it open, Daisuke whistled. Damn, that's lower than what the internet's boasting. Mirio grinned. I should have guessed Quirky would want less than he deserves. Nijire crossed her arms. There was a strong glint in her eyes directed at Daisuke. This child is a treasure. Daisuke snorted. Not gonna argue with you, Hado. I happen to agree. Izuku waited for Lemillion's reply of acknowledgement of the receipt, then hurriedly shifted his communication tabs so that his conversation with Ingenium was open. His body trembled with adrenaline and joy, and his mind whizzed at impossible speeds. Ingenium-san. He typed in, backspacing and rewriting constantly when his fingers fumbled in their tremble fest. I got 3 new customers. They're Lemillion-san's friends. There was no reply for quite a while. Izuku drooped. Ingenium was probably busy, as a hero. But Izuku had wanted to tell Ingenium-san first. His phone zinged. Congrats, kid. I'm proud of you. Izuku felt himself glow. Thank you. Do you want me to announce that you're starting an analysis business? You could get a few more customers from that. What do you mean? I could post the information pertinent to your business on social media. I'm not as popular as a lot of other heroes, but I've got a decent following. Izuku stilled. Ingenium promoting his page? He jumped up and rushed out the door to his mother's room. Ka-san? He called from the entrance. Midoriya Inko looked up from the book she had been reading and smiled warmly at her son. Yes, Izuku? Izuku hesitated, courage wavering like it always did when there was no screen between him and the person he was talking to. Proud of you. Izuku straightened. Do you think I should let Ingenium-san advertise my analysis business? He spewed in a ramble of excitement. Inko's eyes widened and she jumped off the bed, rushing to engulf Izuku into a hug fit for kings. That's wonderful news, Izuku-an. She sniffed and burrowed into her son's fluffy hair. You're growing up so fast. Izuku reddened, glad his mother couldn't see his face. Ka-sen, what should I do? A minute later, Inko stepped back, wiping one last tear from her eye. You don't want more quirks to analyze? She asked. Of course I do. But Inko looked at him with worried eyes. I'm quirkless, he mumbled. Inko fell to her knees and grasped Izuku's face in her hands, looking up into his shining green eyes. I know I haven't always been the best mother to you, Izuku, she began, silencing Izuku's wide-eyed attempts to disagree with that statement. But you are a brilliant child. You managed to start an analysis channel that attracted the attention of a pro hero and even helped him catch a wanted criminal, all without a quirk. I should have said this years ago, Izuku-an, but a quirk doesn't make a person. She smiled tremulously, more tears leaking out of the corner of her eyes. So don't make a decision on the basis of quirk abilities. Make it on the basis of what you want to do. Izuku swallowed, eyes shining. He stared at Inko for all of 10 seconds, before he fell forward onto his mother, clutching at the fabric of her shirt. Without a quirk. He really had, hadn't he? He'd made a name for himself, for his brains, for his intelligence. He'd made a name and he had done it all with his strong-earned skills, and no quirk whatsoever. Thanks, he mumbled into her clothes, voice coming out muffled before he drew away. Thank you, cousin. Inko smiled and wiped tears from her eyes. What will you do then, Izuku? Izuku clenched his fists. On the one hand, his mother was right. He could get so many more customers and that way more quirks to analyze. He could help so many people. At the same time, though, it wasn't only the good guys who used the internet. He took in a deep breath and nodded decisively. I'll tell Ingenium-san. I don't want him to tell everyone about this. Inko raised her face questioningly to his. Because I think it'd be better to work by referral? I mean Izuku sighed. Do you think that would work, Ka-san? I just don't want to accidentally analyze for and therefore help a villain, and I think referral would make sure that didn't happen. That sounds perfect, Izuku-san, Inko agreed warmly. Plus, this way, you can concentrate on your studies as well. Izuku laughed nervously. His mother drew him into another hug. Anything you choose is already fine with me, Izuku-san. You don't have to prove anything. She smiled and Izuku's eyes prickled with tears. You're already a hero in my heart. A sob escaped Izuku's throat, and suddenly, both Midoriyas were crying into each other, uncaring of the world around them. It took 10 minutes for Izuku to trudge back to his room, an apple in hand that Inko had forced on him. Munching on a big bite, Izuku pulled open his conversation with the hero and began to type. I'm sorry. I left to ask my mother what she thought of the idea. You are an amazing hero, Ingenium-san, but I don't think you should promote my analysis business. I think that work by referral would be best because otherwise, villains might be able to take advantage of this, and I don't know how to distinguish between who's a good person and who isn't. So, thank you, Ingenium-san, but I have to turn down this opportunity. Tensei looked at the words that began to appear on the screen with a level of awe he reserved for those people he was most impressed by. This kid was thinking of stuff he, as a hero, hadn't bothered to take into consideration. A civilian kid had more maturity than he did. That SCKD. But Diamond, Quirky was incredible. He surprised Tensei at every turn and never failed to make him feel like the world didn't deserve him. But you're right. I won't advertise your analysis business. Thanks, Quirky, for once again helping me. I owe you another one. Shaking his head, he switched tabs to his social media and pulled up the new post button. Hey guys. Ingenium speaking. I was surfing the web the past few days and you wouldn't guess what I found. Objectoform. Ingenium was right. Dimmin, this kid has brains. Furious peas, genuine dude. Sure, the editing etc. could use work but the analysis is hella cool. Jijinautical, great work Quirky. Fab, excuse me. Fab. This sheet is sheet. Fab. Learn how to F******** and you make videos you idiot. Fab. You just ruined Ingenium's name. Sereno, hey you cannot like stuff but you don't need to insult PPL for it. Objectoform, hey at Fab, how would you like me to spam all your accounts with the flaming mound of garbage you're spewing? Straydug, hate to agree with haters but Fab's got a point. Quirky for the win. Shut this. Quirky for the win. I've been a Quirky fan since forever and his analyses are amazing. Quirky for the win. He's working alone so obviously he can't do everything. Quirky for the win. But the main point is the analysis and that's amazing so stop your pointless insults. This is a constructive criticism only zone Deech. Fab, I just said the truth morons. Fab. If he's gonna get Ingenium to promote his vids then he needs vids that have even a minute of effort put into them. Sereno, uncalled for. This is a public space at Fab. Quirky can see your comments too. Fab, why do you think I posted them? Lemillion, what the heck? When Ingenium sees this he's going to explode. Daisuch 321. Quirky's videos have more effort put into 1 minute of them than you seem to put into the words that come out of your mouth, at Fab. Darkness Arbound. Well, this devolved quickly. I just came to say it was a great video, at Quirky Analyst. Quirky for the win. Why this? The analysis of Ranger was amazing as always. I am looking forward to your next video. Quirky Analyst. Thank you, everybody. Quirky Analyst. I'm sorry I didn't make better ones. Izuku bit his lip as the clock ticked, his mind half on the quiz in front of him, and half on what was happening on his analysis channel. He hadn't expected Ingenium to announce him to all of his followers, not that he wasn't grateful for that. And excited. Because wow. Ingenium. And the influx of attention had him reeling. Hundreds of people had posted comments on his videos, and the words swam in his mind. He sighed, looked down, and realized he had just scrawled down an All Might doodle. Well, it was official. All Might doodles were a definite sign of him being overwhelmed. He pulled out an eraser and rubbed out the pencil strokes. Q6. What was the fifth president of the Hero Commission most famous for? Include relevant references in your answer. History. Good thing he had it all memorized. He'd had a hero phase. He still had a hero phase. He began to scrawl down the revolutionary villain apprehension policies introduced by Ito Ayumu. The air around him was filled with the sounds of furious huffs and overconfident writing. Izuku bit his lip, and his thoughts turned to his classmates. He'd only started the HeroTube account because of Kaken's incessant stay away from me's. He wouldn't have listened. He never had, before. But then some kid had mentioned UA, and Kaken going there, and Izuku had stupidly reminded him that he was going to apply there too, and his hand refused to move. He swallowed the burning inside him and took a deep breath. And then Kaken had roared at Izuku and burned his hero analysis journal to ash. All because someone had mentioned UA. UA had been Izuku's dream school for more than a decade. It had been his goal since before he knew he was quirkless. It had been his dream since the moment he knew All Might had gone there. And Kaken had told him he couldn't go there. You wouldn't accept extras like you, shitty Deku? Izuku swallowed again and his eyes filled with tears. He exhaled, then wiped them away with the cuffs of his school shirt, staring sightlessly down at the half-filled quiz sitting on his desk. UA was a prestigious school. The school. Did Kaken think the high percentage of impossibility hadn't crossed his mind? Of course it had. He had less than a 0.7% chance of getting in, especially considering his lack of a quirk. But DM in Kaken if he wouldn't try. And Kaken burning one of the notebooks containing his notes for the future? Kaken had always been someone he looked up to, a real-life hero right in his vicinity. More so than the hero fights he ended up at every other day. A hero he grew up with and would see bloom into someone the entire world would idolize like he did. But All Might's smile had flashed in his mind, and his encouraging words directed at everyone in the entire world. And, suddenly, Kaken wasn't the hero Izuku had grown up with. Did heroes tell others to kill themselves? And he almost had. It had only been a thought of the weeping face of his mother that convinced him that he shouldn't, if only because he'd already given her so much grief, and she didn't deserve any more. He'd gone home and told his mother that he wouldn't be hanging out with Kaken anymore. When she'd asked why with that worry in her voice and that fidget in her figure that Izuku despised inducing, he just said they'd grown apart. She'd asked him if he would like katsudon for dinner, and that night, they'd talked about what he would do with his free time now that he wouldn't be spending it with Kaken. Inko had suggested he help out in the neighborhood, with groceries, lawn mowing, everything. It might not be hero work, but Izuku would still be helping people. Izuku had glowed. Kachen, I'm going to be a hero. He'd announced, and she'd engulfed him in a hug that made him feel so warm inside. He'd rushed up to his room and brought a new notebook, opened to a fresh, crispy page and started to put down his goals. Help out people in the neighborhood. Train to be a hero. Go to UA. Make my mom proud. The fourth one, granted, was more of a life goal. But he would do it and he would do it all. He'd put down his notebook and his eyes had fallen to the cover. Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 12. Hero Analysis. He'd done the analysis of the quirks of so many heroes. So why couldn't he do the same for the villains? And if he could find a way to relay that to the heroes, maybe, just an impractical, impossible maybe, it would help them find a way to apprehend them easier than if he wouldn't have analyzed their quirks. 10 minutes, the teacher grunted, and Izuku jerked out of his memories, eyes flying back to the task at hand. History quiz. It was half empty, and he had only 10 minutes left. Shoot. Half an hour later, walking home from school, the comments problem reappeared on his mind. He'd known from the start that the graphics were terrible, and he'd tried to learn something on the internet, taken a few free classes and looked at how-to pages. But the incorporation into his videos was really difficult to do. But was it really that bad? Quite a few comments had said that he was terrible at it. And yeah, the analyses were his main concern, but that didn't mean that being called out on bad editing felt good. He sighed. Maybe he should enroll in a paid computer informatics class? That had to have more than the free versions. He even had money now, so the financial aspect wouldn't burden his mother. But the classes were so expensive. And there were always some comments that made him doubt whether it would be any good. He sighed again. Ingenium would know what to do. And yet, Izuku couldn't contact him again just because of some selfish request. Ingenium was a pro-hero. Groaning as he finally reached his door, he pulled out his key and pushed it into the lock, pulling himself inside sporting a brain overloaded with indecision. Kachun. I'm home. Inko looked up from her place on the lounge couch, where she was curled up with a hardcover book. Oh, Izuku-san. Welcome back. How was the test? It was okay. He trudged forward and collapsed on the seat beside her. How was your day? Inko smiled and closed her book. It was great. I had a lunch date with Mitsuki. Izuku grinned. He may no longer consider Kaken the best friend he used to be, but for his mother, Aunt Mitsuki was one of the best. So he snuggled deeper into the soft altar of the couch and began to listen, pulling his mind away from the many worries that were bombarding it. Mirio swore. He didn't swear much, as proven by his friends looking at him as if he was crazy. Granted, they were sitting in class, but the teacher was out, and the rest of the class was busy in their own endeavors. Plus, he had the right to do so. Sort of. They're still wrecking him. He burst out. Nijire's eyes sharpened. The comments section, you mean? Mirio nodded and let his phone fall on the table. What the heck? I'm pretty sure Ingenium only posted that message so Quirky could get more exposure, not be bullied online. Tamaki shrugged. Technically, he did get around 10K followers over the week. And so many hate comments? Daisuke exhaled. I hate people who bully little kids. He scowled. He's just 13 years old. It's not like he had the time to perfect graphic design, or hell, even learn it. Nijire hummed. Daisuke. The boy looked up instantly. Yeah, Hato? You took classes for graphic design over the summers, right? Yeah, why? He stopped and raised his eyebrows in contemplation. You know, that's actually a good idea. Nijire grinned. He's my treasure. Of course I'll get good ideas. Mirio frowned. What good idea? Tamaki grinned at Daisuke. You're going to up Quirky's video graphics? Daisuke nodded. I'll make those cyber trolls eat their words. He snorted. Damn it, Hato, you fired me up? Nijire laughed. No need to thank me. All part of my job. Mirio's eyes widened, and before anyone could realize what he was doing, he was hugging Daisuke. Tudogata. Daisuke whined, but the edges of his cheeks were burning a brazen red. Mirio released him and stepped back, grinning widely. Thanks, Dai. He said warmly, because Daisuke was helping out Quirky, and Quirky had somehow wormed his way into his heart. Tamaki snorted and Nijire burst out laughing. Shut up. Daisuke growled. The door slid open and the teacher entered, clearing his throat. Mirio and his friends shuffled back to their seats, Daisuke pushing his head into the crook of his elbows, because the red really showed on his cheeks. Mirio, on a table to the right, smiled because man, he had good friends. He just hoped Quirky wasn't too down about the comments. Later that day, Daisuke shut the door to his room and fired up his computer, ready to make Quirky haters eat their own words. First, he went back to the comments to check out the exact complaints of all the commenters. Bad quality. The sound is pretty shitty graphics. Overall dash. He ignored the last few. So, Quirky needed a graphic designer and an audio editor. He could do the designing parts, but what to do with the audio? Maybe he could shoot a few messages in online chat rooms asking for people willing to help? He shrugged. He'd have to ask Quirky. Hey Quirky. This is Daisuke. I'm one of Mirio's friends. Or do you know him as Lemillion? Anyway, I attached the file with the information you need for my quirk analysis, but I also wanted to ask if you wanted help. I saw those comments. Those idiots have no conscience, I swear, and you seem to struggle with graphic design and audio. I can't help with the sound edits, but visually, I'm your guy. And if you need an audio editor, I can try to find one for you if you want. He minimized the window and waited, pulling up an RPG while he did so. Quirky replied only 10 minutes later, and the tiny ping startled Daisuke out of his game-induced concentration. You really want to help me? Of course. I was with Mirio the last time you talked, and you seem like a cool dude. Daisuke hesitated. The kid seemed almost scared. Why would he be so hesitant in accepting help? His mind flew back to Quirky's charges and he frowned again. Don't worry, kid. I really mean it. I didn't mean to imply that you were lying. Daisuke snorted. I know. So, what do you think? There was a 5-minute gap before Quirky began to type again. That would be amazing, Daisuke-san. Thank you. No problem, kid. And what about the audio editing thing? If you can find someone, I would be really grateful. Consider it done. Daisuke cracked his knuckles. Well, that was easy. Time to relay the news to Daisuke-san? Yeah, Quirky? How much are you going to charge for this? Daisuke spluttered. I can't charge you anything. But I'm going to be taking up so much of your time, and graphic designers are originally pretty expensive. I could not pay you. That would be taking advantage of you even after you contributed to my channel and paid me for your quirk analysis. And you're Mirio-san's friend. Look, Quirky. You're a kid. But I'm still earning from the analysis thing you all helped me out with. Daisuke sighed. Why wasn't the kid defaulting to his shy whatever-you-say persona right now? My friends'll kill me if I do that. I won't tell them. Seriously? Fine. You can waive my consultation fee. For one video? For all of them? 2. 10. They fine. He scowled. You know, if you use this negotiation technique at supermarkets, you'd get outrageous discounts. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Daisuke shook his head. Can you send me your account details? Mirio-san already transferred the yen for you and your friends, and I want to transfer your amount back. But be warned, if Hato asks, I am showing her this conversation. And with that statement, he closed the window. Outmaneuvered by someone 3 years his junior. And to something that benefited him. This was definitely a story he wasn't sharing with the squad. If Hato didn't kill him, Mirio and Tamaki's incessant laughter would. Shaking his head, he turned back and opened up some chat rooms that he had gotten into when learning computer informatics and graphic design. They were a den of computer geeks, be they amateurs or experts, and these online rooms were the best way to get to the biggest audience. He posted a simple ad stating looking for a young audio editor for a small-time HeroTube account. Timings are flexible, and the person hired will be paid by the hour. And now for the wait. I found someone for the audio. Izuku opened his messages and blinked. What? Then his eyes widened. Really? He typed with trembling fingers. Askfinsks. He clicked send. Sorry. I accidentally key smashed. The reply was quick. No worries, kid. I know people who do it intentionally. So, you said you found an audio editor? Poor they. Are they willing to work with me? How much do they need me to pay them? Whoa. Calm down, Quirky. Izuku blushed on his side of the screen. Daisuke continued typing. It's a kid like you. I wasn't picky on the age. I was actually going for the whole older, more experienced vibe, but most of the PPL who replied to my ads seemed like creeps. So I picked out the only one who seemed actually interested in just editing sound. Oh, no need to worry. She seems chill. Her pen name's Kyo too, but she told me to call her Kyo. I told her your channel and she said she'd have a look. She'll contact you about the details in a bit. Izuku squirmed in his bed. Another person was watching his videos. Okay, granted, a lot of people had after Ingenium had posted his link on his social media, but every view seemed incredible to him. They liked his videos. A quirkless kid's creations. He sighed. Thank you. He typed in instantly. You've done so much for me, Daisuke-san. I don't know how to repay you. Just do me a good analysis, sure? I want to become a cooler hero than Togata. Okay, I'll work strong on it. You know I didn't mean right this instant, right? Izuku, who had scrambled up from his bed to grab his notebook, stilled. What am I going to do with you, Quirky? Daisuke-san. Yeah. Anyway, I've got to get back to studies for now. Got a huge test coming up and Togata's eating my head about it. Send me the next video whenever, got it? Okay, cool. See ya. Daisuke's indicator went red. Offline. Izuku frowned. He just now realized. Daisuke-san was a hero in training too. Just like Mirio-san. So why had he volunteered to help Izuku? Surely he didn't have time? His resolve hardened. Daisuke-san was giving up his free time to help him. Now he had an even bigger obligation. He was going to have to make sure he gave Daisuke-san the best analysis he had done in his life so he could become one of the best heroes in existence. His phone pinged. Hey, this is Kyo too. That Daisuke guy said he'd tell you about me? She didn't wait for him to reply. So, I checked out your channel. Izuku held his breath. The comments are right. The production quality could use improving. But I think you've got a bit of talent and a strong base. And I like your choice of background music. I'll help you. Izuku shook himself out of his stupor as Kyo stopped typing. He pushed himself off the bed and began to pace the length of the room. That sounds incredible. Thank you, Kyo-san. I mean, there's no need to say thank you. You'd be paying me after all. There was a second before another message shot off. Prior warning, I'm not an adult. If that was your expectation, you're going to be seriously disappointed. No, I don't mind, Kyo-san. I'm pretty young too, so I guess that. You didn't hide your voice in your older videos that well. Oh, that said, I don't know how much money it takes. My ideal is a 1,000 yen per hour. Izuku frowned, then shot up a question on the search engine, pulling up part-time salary statistics. The lower range? That didn't sound so bad. And even if Kyo spent 2 or 3 hours on one video, the total still wouldn't affect the earnings he had just gotten from Ingenium, LialeeEderian, and the rest a lot. That sounds fine, he answered. If you're sure. Cool, Kyo replied. DM me the VIT files as soon as you're done making the ROS. I have to send them to Daisuke-san first. For graphic editing? Yeah. Okay, send them to me after that then. Also, I suggest you buy a new mic and recorder. They'll cut off the white noise. It really distracts from what you want the audience to hear. I'll DM you the specifics of the best models in a bit if you want Rex. She logged off. Izuku stared at the screen, his heart heaving. Shoot. That had been nerve-wracking. He'd never talked to a girl before. He shook his head. This was no time to spaz out. He had to find someone to make an analysis video on. He had been planning to make one on Rinazuki Hinai, who the public had taken to calling Caper Queen. She'd recently pulled off a heist off a small-time jewelry store, but the compilation of robberies she'd done in the past year were staggering in comparison to the normal thief, and Izuku, like a lot of the online presence, thought there was an accomplice. But even beyond her thievery, her quirk, gymnast, was absolutely amazing because it made her body fully flexible. She used body contortion to get into and out of the most impossible of places, and her mastery over her quirk was one of the reasons she always escaped the heroes. Well, that, and she mostly stayed in the areas where the heroes patrolling were incompatible for her capture. He'd been thinking of doing an analysis on her, but now, with both Daisuke and Kyo working with him, he wanted to do something more. Something special. He flopped down on the seat in front of his computer and began to type. It had been a week and Tensei had not been contacted by Quirky. He realized at that moment, stuck in the middle of handing over a criminal to the police, that it felt odd. Quirky was a kid who he'd known for, what? 2 months? 3? He frowned. Damn it, the kid's grown on me. Nom Nom peered over his shoulder at the criminal the police were processing. Who's grown on you? Tensei jumped. Nom Nom laughed. Sorry, engine. It's a habit that you need to turn off. His sidekick shrugged. Tensei sighed and returned his attention to the policeman who had signed one of the forms and was pushing it his way. Smiling, he read over the piece of paper and wrote down the details required. Let's go, he told Nom Nom, and the two strode out of the police station. It was a slow night, characteristic of the lower-rung criminals that were prowling the streets. They had already caught 3 on their way back to the agency, and few else were showing. Some of the other sidekicks that the Ingenium agency had recently taken on, working under metal work, were patrolling the rest of the areas. So, his companion continued. "Who's grown on you? You didn't answer." Tensei sighed. "This kid online. He posts analyses videos, and he did an analysis for me." Nom Nom whistled. "You mean the one that gave you the idea for that really amazing new move you pulled off last week? Engine, you've been holding out?" Tensei laughed. "Funny. You always say you already know everything about your quirk." "Course I do. But Metal's new bestie doesn't." "The new sidekick Robin?" "Yeah. He and the rest of his crew are pretty unexperienced in quirk variations. Katsuhai really did good on their basics, but not so much on variable fighting." Tensei hummed. "That's true. I'll take it up with the guys when they get back." He shot a grateful look to his colleague. "Thanks." The woman grinned, pulled out a chocolate bar from her pocket and inhaled it, cover and all. Tensei's smile slipped. "I swear you only do that to annoy me." She smirked. The rest of the walk back to the agency was spent in similar bickering. It was apparent as they entered the agency that Metal Works Group hadn't returned. Loris sat at the entrance, golden eyes taking in everything. He had the best night vision out of the Ingenium agency sidekicks, and therefore was almost always active at night. Ingenium sent him a wave and pushed inside while Nom Nom stayed to chat. His first stop was the break room where he made himself a cup of coffee, a latte of course. Extra milk. Espressos were monsters, and grabbed a slice of pound cake that always sat there, courtesy of Nom Nom's baking habits. Ingenium was supremely grateful she had those habits, even though he knew the only reason she even went with pound cake was because he loved them. She certainly didn't. With his gold in hand, he went to his office, put down everything on his table, and sat down to enjoy his rest. Halfway through his downtime, he pulled out his phone to see 4 unread messages from the one kid he'd just been remembering, and one from his little brother. He opened the one from Tenya first, but contrary to the urgent typed in the header, it was just a reminder for tomorrow's family dinner. Tensei snorted. As if he would forget. Okasama had reminded him of it twice every day since it had been planned. Himri was coming over. She was the daughter of Okasama's friend, and she'd come over before, wooing his mother with her charm and grace. Okasama was intent on having her as a daughter-in-law, even if Tensei had told her he was going to focus only on hero work for a while. He shook his head and swiped. Quirky's messaged then. "Ingenium-san, I'm sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to see if you could help me with something. I'm going to improve my video production quality with the help of Daisuke-san and Kyo-san, and I wanted to do a special video to introduce their help. I thought of doing an analysis of the Caper Queen, but I already did one of a female villain already, and I think it had a lot of impact, but that also reduces the impact for this video, I think. So I thought of doing something different, and I came up with the Silver Age heroes. The ones who died in the line of duty, Analyzing their quirks won't really give them trouble, and I thought maybe this way I could also give people appreciation for them? Because I did a bit of research and not a lot of people know about them, only the archives and… sorry. I rambled a lot. I was wondering if you could give me an opinion on this? If you're not too busy. It's perfectly fine if you're busy, though. Please don't waste your time on this if you have plans. I'm sorry. Tensei chuckled. Quirky, as always, put too much importance on him. On any hero he would guess. He mulled over the content of the second message as he chewed on the last of his cake. Daisuke? Didn't Mirio mention a friend with that name? He shook his head. Wrong thing to focus on. He read the message again. Silver Age heroes, huh? Not a lot of them were in the limelight, but Tensei's parents had told Tenya and him a bit about heroes from their time. They'd always seemed like a far-off tale, and there hadn't been many videos of them, to boot. So both of their interests had shifted to the new age heroes, especially All Might. But those old-time heroes had paved the way for the ones that dazzled the society today, and Tensei was only now finding out the deep importance of a solid foundation. That sounds like a brilliant idea, Quirky. I hadn't thought about it, but the concept is sound. I'll be looking forward to the new video. And maybe you can continue to do it in between villain episodes as a bonus episode? Perhaps every 5 or 10 episodes? He shook his head. Quirky would go all out on this, and he got to watch from the front seat. Hey! The voice was more confident and mature and had a slight ring to it that melted with the music that thrummed in the background. This is Quirky Analyst, and I'm back from my surprisingly long break. The voice trailed off before regaining steam. I apologize for taking so long to post a new video, but the comments had me thinking. My production quality really was low, and I decided to improve on that, so I got help from a few friends, Daisuits321 and Kyo2. Kyo2 runs a really cool channel where she posts mixtapes of amazing soundtracks, if any of you want to check out. It has only a few for now, but I am 100% sure she will build up on them, and they will be amazing. I also wanted to say thank you to Ingenium for promoting my page. You're an incredible hero, and I know you're going to continue being one of the best. Also, I present thanks to every person who supported my analysis. Thank you for, well, sticking by me and being awesome people. Especially, Quirky for the win, the blush could be heard in his voice. The names. Thank you for staying from the beginning. Your support really helped me. There was a pause and the words on the screen, analysis in essence, faded, letting new letters slam into place. Number 10, Wonder. Since this is the 10th video I'm posting on analysis in essence, and also the first I'm doing alongside Daisu and Kyo, I decided to go on a bit of a different path than I was on. I said I wouldn't post any videos of heroes, but I realized something. There are heroes who died in the line of duty. Those who lived long before you and I, heroes of the old ages. The heroes who helped build up today's society by laying down a foundation that have made the heroes of today prosper. I never thought about those heroes before, not until All Might mentioned an old hero, Wonder, who encouraged, inspired him to keep on smiling, to keep on protecting. The Wonder furor died down after a few weeks, but the memory stayed stuck in my mind. And now, in honor of All Might, I present my first analysis video on the heroes of old. The title vanished and was replaced seamlessly by a picture of her appealing, dark-haired woman in a hero costume. She had a cape flowing behind her as she smiled into the distance, unaware of her picture being taken. Wonder was a hero who, according to both All Might and her former hero associate, another Silver Age hero, Gran Torino, loved to smile. She held the policy that heroes don't just save people from physical harm, but from the fear in their hearts that comes in the midst of dangerous situations. This policy seems to have defined Wonder for the entirety of her hero career, because although she wasn't as well known as some other heroes, the documentation I did manage to find on her was filled with memoirs of people she saved, all of them with a smile that gave them hope. I guess that's where All Might got his I am here. Wonder's quirk, on the other hand, seemed to be a mutation between two quirks, flight and strength enhancement. Although there is no official documentation regarding her quirk specifics, I'm leaning more towards the strength enhancement idea, because while flight can't give way to strength in any of the quirks I researched on, strength might give way to momentary flight, especially if it was a quirk that could stockpile energy. The Chimera watched the brilliantly executed video with a spark of curiosity in his eyes. When Ingenium had proclaimed the quality of the analyst, Nizu hadn't been interested. Of course, he had known, because he made it his business to know everything he could, but he hadn't really focused on it, for quirk analysts were fairly common in the world. They had to be, to match up the requirements forced upon society. Many of them, though, were overworked quirk counselors who wouldn't have the time to present more than a basic structure of a quirk and had lost the creativity to improve upon them. The private analysts were almost always selective and incredibly expensive, and therefore pointless to collaborate with. And yet, a student at his school had started to portray a large degree of progression that would have usually been impossible. Nizu had looked into it, and Togata turned out to have interned with Ingenium. And Ingenium had just promoted the quirk analyst. Nizu hummed. Everything led back to the quirk analyst. Quirky was a child, Nizu was sure, and yet he seemed to be highly intelligent, more so than many adult humans Nizu had had the displeasure of meeting. An analysis quirk or a special intelligence quirk. It wouldn't be apparent until he talked to the child in question, of course, but now his attention was hooked. He would get this child in his clutches no matter what. The world was already lacking intelligent humans. It wouldn't do to lose one more. Izuku beamed at his mother as she put a plate of takoyaki on his desk. She was always saying he needed to eat up, and as of now, he agreed with her. All this excitement was leaving him famished. Thank you, Gassen. Inko smiled and ruffled his hair. You need to eat more, Izuku. He blushed. How's your business going? He brightened. It's amazing. Ingenium already recommended 3 other pro heroes for my analysis and they contacted me. 2 of them wanted a trial analysis first, of one aspect of their quirk, and that was pretty interesting because I haven't really ever done any analyses of singular elements. I've only ever done it completely, so it was a new experience and I got a really great idea. I could use this to further detail my explanations, because if individual aspects of quirks can be analyzed and used to construct various moves, then it would give heroes an even greater arsenal against villains. He grinned widely at Inko. Selkie and Diamond Head decided to take the full package after that, and Enigma asked for the full analysis from the get-go. She's Ingenium's newest sidekick, so she probably didn't need proof. He began to vibrate in his seat. It's so fun, Kan. Inko's lips trembled and she burst into tears, pulling her son into a hug. Izuku. Ka-san? These are happy tears. She answered between gasps. I can't believe my Izuku-kun is finally growing up. Izuku turned red, but his hands automatically wound around his mother. Thank you. His computer beeped. Inko stepped back, sniffing. You're my little boy. I will always support you. I only wish, she shook her head. Go and see to your work now, Izuku. I won't disturb you anymore. Dinner will be at 8, okay? Izuku nodded. Inko smiled tremulously, walking outside, and shut the door behind her. Izuku's eyes burned. The computer beeped again. He inhaled deeply and turned to the screen. Like Kasen said, it was time to go back to work. A new person had messaged him, a user named DogmouseBear. It wasn't an official username, so it couldn't be a hero asking for an analysis. Plus, he had decided to work by referral, and since neither Ingenium, Mirio-san or any other of the people he had analyzed for had told him of a new customer, he was stumped. He clicked open the message. Good afternoon, Izuku-kun. How is your analysis business? Izuku froze. No one in real life knew he was quirky other than his mother, right? So how did? His heart rose to his throat. Who are you? I could be a dog or a mouse or a bear. What? Apologies for the joke, Izuku-kun. Togata-kun informed me about you. His heart rate slowed. But how do you know who I am? I have a version of an intelligence quirk. It was simple for me to ascertain your identity. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Oh. Izuku blinked. An intelligence quirk? But what kind? He probably had left a digital trail leading back to his identity, so was it a computer-related intelligence quirk? But no, the way this person talked of it seemed different. So was it an intelligence quirk that allowed him to easily learn computer mechanics enough to find him? You haven't replied, so I assume you are theorizing about my quirk as you're still online. Izuku flinched. This person was dangerous. Did Mirio-san even know him, or was it all a production of his quirk? And if he could tell that Izuku was thinking about his quirk, he must be good at reading people, too. Just who was he? Please don't hold back. I would love to hear what you make of me. Izuku swallowed. Should he? What if Mirio-san really had sent him? And even if he hadn't, what he had though of until now, it wasn't enough to hurt anyone. Right? He began to type. Putting his words on the screen made them feel clearer to him, but he let them stay jumbled as he sent them to the stranger, shifting a clearer copy to the side in a separate document, wherein he kept adding more elements of quirk theory that jumped into his mind, ready to be analyzed and addressed. DogmouseBear was quiet for nearly a minute after the message. Izuku waited with bated breath. Izuku-kun, the message typed out. I am very impressed. You skillfully captured much of my quirk from the small hints I provided. Ingenium is correct. You are a worthy analyst. Izuku blushed. You also know Ingenium? Even if I did not, he presented your skill for the world to see. Izuku darkened further. What do you want to become when you grow up? Izuku's hands stilled over the keyboard. Well, where did this come from? What he wanted to be when he grew up? Well, there was only one answer, really. I want to be a hero. The text was sent with unconsciously typing fingers, automatic and without regret. How do you plan to do that without a quirk? Izuku's hands slipped and slammed on the keyboard. A string of illegible letters stared back at him, unsent but an accurate reflection of his mental state. Logically, he should have known. If this person knew he was Midoriya Izuku, he would have known he didn't have a quirk. It was written in his files, in his social life, in the way the people around him treated him, either like he was a fragile creation on the verge of breaking, or an abnormality unneeded in the world. I will. He wrote after a long while, his entire body trembling but his will unshakable. He had been told his entire life he couldn't be a hero. What was another naysayer? I will be hero. Oh, I have no doubt about that, Izukun. I only wanted to know how you plan to do that. Which hero school will you use as a stepping stone to your future? How will you defeat the dissenters who would seek to destroy your career merely because you are different from them? What will you do to become more than the title of useless that has been taped to your temple? Oh, I have no doubt about that. No doubt. You believe I can be a hero? Any child with a brain as yours has the capability. Whether you use it or not is the question. His brain. His analysis ability. His capability to become a hero. He had been told that. Kachan had said it. Ingenium had as well. So why was it that finally he believed someone who said it? Someone who he didn't even know? Yes, he had an intelligence quirk, but his mother and the pro-hero weren't lacking in that aspect either. So why? Why would his heart believe a stranger when he said it and not them? Because a stranger didn't know him. He knew of him, of his quirklessness that Ingenium didn't know about. He didn't know him and didn't care what his feelings were, like Kachan did. He didn't care, didn't know him, and knew his darkest shame. All that, and he still believed he could be a hero. Izuku began to sniff, rubbing his hands over his eyes in a futile gesture. They stopped, after a while, but the words had already embedded themselves in his heart. I will. I'll use anything I can to become the hero this world needs. On the other side of the screen, Niza grinned. This child, for indeed a child in both mind and body, was bright and precocious. And he wanted to be a hero. How incredibly lucky. Which school do you plan to apply to? The child began to type. Niza shook his head slightly. He would have to train a bit of distrust in the boy. I've always wanted to go to UA. Of course he did. Every aspiring hero did. 90% did not get in. The acceptance rate was brutal, as he very well knew, for he had been the one to suggest such a format, but this child, perhaps he would be unable to get in through the heroics exam, but the general department was very high level as well, and the boy's intelligence would make it an easy target. He would then be able to groom him to his heart's content. Perhaps he would even transfer to heroics later on. Or serve as Niza's apprentice. Ah, that sounded very desirable as well. Well, they would see. How lucky. I happen to teach at UA. What? There were a few seconds of blank screens and Niza laughed. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. Are you really a teacher at UA? Of course. Feel free to seek confirmation from Togata-kun. I can't believe I told a teacher from UA that I wanted to go to UA. More than 50% of the population of middle school students hope to get into UA. Not everyone applies, but a lot of children see this as an ideal. I didn't know that. Thank you, sir, for saying I have the potential to be a hero. Brilliant. Now, Izukun, I have a job for you. What dash? What kind of job? Analyses, of course. That is your business, correct? Analyses, plural? Yes. I want an analysis of all my students. All of them? Nizu grinned at the panic, a glint of challenge entering his eyes. Of course. Can you not do such a simple thing? I will, of course, give you the entire summer to fulfill this request. But UA has more than 200 students in any given year. I only want you to commit to the current second-year students. There are only 215. Niza began to do his paperwork. The answer would undoubtedly take a while. 215. The teacher was crazy. Izuku flinched. He shouldn't call someone crazy. Especially not this person. But 215? How was he supposed to complete 215 reports of people whose quirks he had never seen in person, and whose quirks he hadn't been theorizing about for years in just a few months? Even if the teacher sent him the quirk details right now, the 2 extra months would mean little to nothing, especially with final exams in the second month. He shuddered. He couldn't. It was as simple as that. He really couldn't. He couldn't. So why did he so desperately want to? He sighed. 215 students. Guess he wasn't going to be sleeping for a long time. The 7th holder of One for All. The 7th holder of the one quirk that denied him. The one quirk he couldn't get back. All for One's eyes narrowed the slightest bit. No one could see it, of course. No one could see a lot of him, submerged and covered in his path to recovery as he was. But his eyes narrowed, and Kurogyri, standing only a few meters away from him, shivered involuntarily. "Sensei?" Tamura asked, his voice as childish as ever. Kurogyri paused the video that ran on the battered television screen in front of them. It stopped on an image of the 7th holder of One for All, smiling in the only way that annoyed All for One to no end. He forced his muscles to relax. "Yes, Tamura? Why are we even watching this stupid video? We should be out there, razing the lying heroes to the ground." All for One inhaled deeply. Tamura's dedication to his goal was refreshing and entirely following his plans, but the intolerance in the boy was childish. Well, he admitted he was still a child. Nevertheless. "Patience, Tamura. The time will come for us to make our move." He turned to Kurogyri, and the man played the video as if having read his mind. What a wonderful Nomu he had created. The video spun through the remaining 10 minutes, the small voice behind the connected images and animations washing through All for One's mind. He smiled. Finally. He had seen many intelligence quirks in his centuries of existence. He had many intelligence quirks from his centuries of existence. One allowed him to function with multiple lines of thought. Another allowed him to present his speech on autopilot. Yet another gave him the ability to convince people with wavering wills of whatever he wished for them to do. Words were a powerful tool indeed. And yet, in his years of taking quirks and gifting them to willing underlings and unwilling test subjects, he had never before encountered anyone with a quirk allowing them to analyze other quirks. This ability, this power. He let out an amused grin. If he could grasp this quirky analyst, the hero world would be no match. The child was able to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of even the 7th holder of One for All, the woman who was able to keep him guessing until the day of their last showdown. The child had been able to grasp the technicalities of the quirk with little to no information, for no one in the world suspected All Might of having the same quirk, so why should the child? And yet, his analysis of the techniques and strengths were flawless, even with minimum information. And if All for One could convince this child to join his side, and if he couldn't, there was no problem either way. Have the League find this analyst, Kurogyri, and bring him to me. Kurogyri nodded. Tamura, biting his nails raw as he often did in times of nervousness, yanked his fingers out of his mouth and scowled. "We don't need someone like that," he announced. "I can do so much better." "Sensei, let's destroy the dash." Tamura fell silent, falling to his knees with a strained look on the visible parts of his face. Kurogyri sighed. All for One smiled and a chill pervaded the room. "I said patience, Tamura. And if we succeed in claiming this child as the newest member of our league, we will have a greater chance to topple the hero society from the inside." He laughed, the hollow sound echoing through his chambers with a delight he hadn't felt in years. "You might even earn a friend, Tamura. Now, wouldn't that be nice? And I shall finally have a disciple for my role." The last sentence was near silent, no doubt meant only for All for One's own ears. Shigaraki Tamura heard and flinched. "Sensei," Kurogyri spared him a glance that held more emotion than a Nomu ought to have, but All for One was too wound up in his own glory to notice. "Sensei." Kurogyri raised a hand, and the purple mist swallowed both him and Tamura. All for One smiled. The gears were in motion. Now, all he had to do was wait. All Might would see his world crumble in front of his eyes, and all for one would watch with glee. "This chat is bugging my phone," Kyo typed. Her reply was, as usual, quick and precise. Izuku frowned. He'd made the group chat to easily talk to both of his editors, and soon he'd even started asking them about their opinions on analyses and heroes who he was interested in. Their replies were often different to the way Izuku thought, and mostly pretty refreshing. They brought him out of the nitty-gritty details when he was stuck too much in their grasp. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I know what she's talking about," Daisuke answered before Kyo could talk. "It takes so long to type, and a lot of stuff is lost in translation, so to say, I was actually going to say it's taking up too much space, but that works too. Why aren't we calling? We could make more progress and it wouldn't distract me from my studies as much either. Mom's driving me mad about my grades. Ha! I pegged you to be good at school. I am. And yet. Oh, shut up." Izuku bit his lip. Calls, they weren't meetings or even face-to-face video calls. Maybe? But would they recognize him? Why would they, he asked himself. They didn't even know of Midoriya Izuku, let alone that he was him. They didn't know he was quirkless. He swallowed. Could he take the chance? Anyway, moving past Kyo's denial, I think it's a cool idea. You up for it, Quirky? Hey. I think so. I think that would be fun. Great. Now can we please get done with today because I have a sheet ton of schoolwork to go over. Ring. Jason is calling. Izuku jumped, only barely stopping his phone from falling. Ring. He swallowed. It was now or never. He clicked on the green button. Hello. Yo, Quirky. A happy voice soared out, deep and growly, like PBRY had hit early. It didn't suit the image Izuku had in his mind for Daisuke, and yet, it was ever so perfectly him. Wow. You sound exactly like I thought you would. He laughed nervously. Obviously. You've heard him on his channel. What else would he sound like? A girl, obviously Kyo, replied Drilly, causing Izuku to burst into giggles. Daisuke gasped. How you wound me. I'm dying here, you hear me? Loud and clear. Izuku laughed harder. Daisuke groaned. What company I have. Anyway, Quirky, what did you want to ask us, anyway? Ah. Izuku swallowed, bringing his laughing under control. Sorry, I was just... He stammered to a halt, then took a deep breath, ready to continue. I was just going to tell you guys about a new hero that debuted. He bit his lip. Well, Kyo prompted after a second. Shoot. Izuku reddened. Sorry, Kyo-san. He apologized. Ah, it was Handmaiden, the psychokinetic hero. He gulped down the anxiety that threatened to churn up his throat. I thought she was pretty cool. Kyo hummed, but Daisuke seemed to brighten, even over the phone. I saw the news clip about her. Hato literally forced my hand, but the hero was awesome. Did you see the way she manipulated everything around the villain? He couldn't even move. Izuku grinned. Exactly. She was amazingly mature in her movements and her control over her quirk was so cool. Pay down, fanboys, Kyo drawled. She's just a hero. She waited or the noises of disgruntlement to come from both ends before speaking again. But her control really was epic? Izuku snickered despite the teasing. Kyo always did this and they always fell for it. But now I need to do my homework. Kyo growled. I hate homework. Why does math exist? I can trudge through English well enough, but math is a menace. English is cool though, Daisuke pointed out. Present Mike teaches pretty good. Izuku sighed. Ah, you get to meet so many heroes, he muttered. Daisuke laughed. That's pretty fun, yeah? Anyway, Kyo-san, Izuku interrupted. Maybe, I could help you? He blushed. I'm okay at math. Yeah? That'd be cool of you, Quirky. There was a bit of shuffling at her end. Izuku frowned. Should he? You can call me. Izuku. He mumbled. That's my name. His voice grew smaller as he spoke. Kyo's end of the receiver crackled. I'll call you that then. Call me Kyoka. And I'm Daisuke. Which you guys already knew. Kyoka snorted. You play your cards too early sometimes. Good. My pleasure. Izuku beamed. They hadn't turned, not even for a second. They hadn't. They wouldn't, right? I sent an image on the chat, Kyoka said over what seemed like a forbidding silence to him. I can do most of the questions, but this one stumped me completely. The teacher didn't explain it, either. Not well, anyway. She sighed. Can you do it? Because I don't know if you covered it in your course yet. Izuku blinked and brought up the picture. It was fuzzy around the edges, probably taken in a hurry, but the word problem was clear, 20 odd numbers in all. Izuku racked his mind. We didn't do a lot of it, yet because a few kids fell ill and we were catching up, but... He looked at the question again. I finished this chapter on my own during the break. He pet his head. I don't know if I'm right, though. Daisuke, could you dash? I'm no math whiz. Daisuke answered apologetically. Middle school math left me when I left middle school. Oh, remind me as well, though. I'm 100% sure Sensei's going to give this in our finals just to spite me. He's evil. Only pro heroes taught at UA. What hero was evil? Izuku shook his head. Daisuke was probably exaggerating. And humoring him. He hardened his resolve. He would have to solve this problem, then. He began to speak, explaining details of mathematical and algebraic formulas that he barely understood. Surprisingly, when he began to describe, the details began to clarify in his mind, turning into structured blocks of information rather than something he had read just recently in the hopes of fulfilling his coursework early to get more time for the work he had been hired for. At the end of their impromptu study session, 3 questions later, Kyo hummed. You're a pretty good study partner, Izuku. Wouldn't have guessed it. I thought that new Quirk analysis client was keeping you up a lot. Izuku laughed nervously. Yeah, he did give me a lot of quirks to sort through. But I'm mostly just, leaving the actual analysis for the summer. Right now, I'm only categorizing them according to their elements. A lot of them are actually similar. The guy is savage, Daisuke agreed. But good luck anyway, kid. Yeah. Your analysis isn't bad, Kyoka concurred. But 3 months is definitely too little time for so many. Izuku perked up. About that, Kyoka-san. I was wondering if you would like me to do an analysis for you? Kyoka fell silent. Izuku flushed. If you want to. It's for free, of course, and, he rubbed the back of his neck. You've got a lot on your plate already, Izuku. You don't need to do an analysis for me. Izuku frowned. But, you've done so much for me, and I thought this might help you because you wanted to test into the hero course? Kyoka huffed. You're already paying me, man. There's literally nothing you owe me. But how about you bring it up after this entirely too big analyses order of yours? Daisuke suggested. Then see if Kyoka wants the analysis? Izuku rolled the thought over until it hit the right buttons. But that sounds all right. Kyoka sighed again, loudly and intentionally this time, it seemed. All right. Well, I'm out. Mom'll call me for dinner in a few minutes, so I need to go downstairs so she doesn't yell. She huffed. Her screams are terrible. But the call cut short. Izuku swallowed. I guess I should be going too. Wait. Daisuke called and Izuku put the phone back to his ear. The older boy seemed to struggle with words. The finals are coming up. Izuku nodded. For me as well, he added when it seemed as if Daisuke was waiting for him to speak. I'll stop the account during that month. Daisuke exhaled harshly, uncomfortably. Yeah. Well, there was static from his end and Izuku's breath caught. My grade dropped a bit in the mock exams, and I guess it's because I'm spending a lot of time editing your videos. I'm Dash. Don't apologize. He nearly growled. Do you have any idea how quickly Hado and Togata will murder me if you do? He scoffed mockingly, then laughed. It's not because of you, Quirky. I just overestimated myself. Izuku gripped the phone tighter. Are you going to stop editing my videos? He asked in a small voice. Daisuke's was laden with regret. Yeah. Next year's going to be even tougher, so I wanted to be ready. I'll still work the summer, though, he reassured. And I'll try to find you another editor. What do you say? Still friends? His tone was flippant. Izuku's heart took it seriously. I wouldn't unfriend you because you stopped helping me. I'm kidding, Quirky, Daisuke laughed. I know you're a good person. Oh. Izuku stared at his black computer screen. Daisuke was leaving. Genuinely stepping away from this perfect bubble of happiness Izuku had made around them. Around himself. He gulped down a sob. Daisuke didn't need to hear him crying. No one needed to hear him crying. Oh. Daisuke softened, and his voice lowered as well, becoming more of the voice Izuku had expected him to have. I wish I could continue to. It was really fun, you know? And I learned a lot from your analyses. I'm sure the villains won't stand a chance once I become a pro hero. Izuku nodded and brightened. He was right in every way. Yeah. He agreed. You'll be an amazing hero. Amajiki will destroy this in seconds, but thank you for my momentarily swollen ego. Izuku laughed, then drifted off. He wrinkled his nose in thought. Could you teach me? What? Daisuke asked. Graphic designing, Izuku continued. When you're free, I mean. Daisuke hummed. Sounds fine. You don't want a different editor? He teased. I knew I was too difficult to top. Izuku nodded shyly, unable to say it aloud. Daisuke laughed as if he had seen action. Alright, do you want to do screen share video lessons or meet up? Izuku couldn't breathe. Meet up? With Daisuke-san? Would he stare at him with the same disgust Kaken did when he found out he was quirkless? The same hate? The same disinterest? He swallowed and his mouth flew open, ready to decline. Stop. He did. Daisuke wasn't like Kaken, his mind argued. He was 100 times better, more heroic. He was a hero in training and a hero in heart, and he was a friend. Izuku hoped. Daisuke, even if he would no longer believe he could be a hero after he found out Izuku's lack of a quirk, Daisuke would never treat Izuku like he was worthless, and that was one thing Izuku was sure about. I would like to meet up in person, he answered, and his seat felt so much lighter than it had in near a decade. Izuku felt the world tremble under his feet. It wasn't an earthquake and it wasn't a quirk. But the world trembled anyway, and his heart sped up by the second. It was a Saturday, and he sat on a corner table at a small cafe near his school. He had started coming here to pick a dessert for his mother ever since he had begun to make money. Nothing fancy, but something good, nonetheless. His mother deserved it. But now, for the first time since he had discovered this cafe, he sat there, a lemon tart in front of him that he didn't have the appetite to eat. He shook again, and the world shook around him. What had he been thinking? Meeting up with Daisuke was a colossal mistake. A disaster. He should just call and cancel right this second. But what if Daisuke was already on his way? Daisuke had helped him so much and now here he was, planning to inconvenience him yet again. But better inconvenience him than let him meet someone who failed his expectations, right? He inhaled deeply. What was he supposed to do? I thought you'd be panicking over here, a voice called, deep and so familiar. Guess I wasn't wrong. Izuku jumped, his plate of lemon tart bouncing away. Daisuke-san. He yelped. The older boy let out a whoops and the plate, falling, stilled in midair before rising and settling back on the table. Careful there, he joked. Don't want our resident analyst with any injuries. He slipped into the seat in front of Izuku and grinned. Izuku's ears reddened, and he slipped back into his seat. Low quirky. Daisuke was almost exactly like he had imagined him to be. He exuded an aura of confidence and pride that even Izuku could sense. He was someone who was sure of his place in life, and confident he could fulfill his goals. For a second, Izuku stared with wide eyes, because Daisuke reminded him of All Might. Daisuke quirked an eyebrow, and Izuku winced. So sorry. Hello, Daisuke. He looked down. It's nice to meet you. Daisuke nodded. It's great to meet you too, kid. He beamed as Izuku looked up shyly. You are adorable. Hato is going to be epic jealous. He laughed. Izuku flushed red to the tips of his toes. He could feel the burn rush through his body, and he bet it could be seen on his face too. Now if only he had a quirk to hide his embarrassment. He shook his head. There was no use lamenting over his own lack of a quirk. Not when Daisuke-san was here. He brightened. You used your quirk just now, didn't you? Daisuke nodded. I did. I usually wouldn't have, but... He mulled over his words. Izuku frowned. I'm sorry you had to waste it on something stupid I did. Daisuke's shoulders slumped. Baka, he grouched, leaning forward to ruffle Izuku's hair. It's not that. What I meant was, I couldn't have used it like that before now. Mind danger sense allows me to control stuff only if I feel there is a threat to me in my current radius. So a plate breaking usually would have stumped me because it doesn't really hurt if the pieces don't stab you, and I was standing pretty far away. Izuku's eyes glowed. But since there's even a 1% chance that it could hurt you, your quirk activated. Pretty much, Daisuke admitted. That's so cool. Daisuke burst into laughter. Quirky, you are literally the one who came up with the idea. I should be the one saying it's cool. Izuku blushed again. Daisuke-san, he mumbled. Daisuke only grinned. 10 minutes later, after Izuku had finally calmed enough to talk evenly with Daisuke, and Daisuke was sipping a caramel macchiato and making faces at the level of sweetness while at it, he tilted his head and stared at the younger boy. I've talked a lot about me and Yue, so what about you? I'm not really that interesting, Izuku answered, eyes flickering away. Really? Daisuke asked, his voice teasing and lighthearted. I find that strong to believe, kid. Izuku looked down. I'll let you keep your secrets, he continued, the smile never leaving his face, even as a hint of tension climbed up his spine. But you've got to tell me before Hato, right? I want to lord it over her. Izuku yanked his head up to look at his companion, teary eyes trying to keep in the pain that he had never thought he would ever have to show. The pain he thought he had well in hand. A pain that made Daisuke's mouth tighten and his fists clench under the table. They stared at each other like that for well over a minute, Izuku trying to keep in his sobs and Daisuke trying to let him know he didn't have to. In the end, after waitress stopped by and deposited a piece of cake on Daisuke's side, breaking the exchange, Izuku looked down and scrubbed at his eyes. I'm sorry, he mumbled. I didn't mean to. Daisuke hesitated. Should he get up? Try to calm him down? Did Izuku even want him to? But it was too late, and Izuku was already looking up. His eyes were impossibly large and still not 100% dry of tears, but he had composed himself, and Daisuke let the hardness seep from his shoulders. I'm okay, Izuku said without prompting. I didn't mean to cry, so I'm so sorry, but Dashi swallowed and bowed his head in the small space. Thank you, Daisuke-san. It was his turn to be befuddled. For what, Quirky? I should be the one thanking you. You've done so much for Togata and the rest of us. He quirked his lips. Hell, if it hadn't been for you, I'm pretty sure the gritty details of my quirk would still be lost on me, huh? Izuku reddened. Daisuke laughed. Then how, in all 7 levels of hell, did Quirky not have friends? His muscles tightened, but he didn't let it show on his face. Thank you for being mine, he said instead. Let me lord this over Hato too, yeah? Izuku burst out laughing. Daisuke grinned. You like to tease Hato-san, don't you? He asked brightly, his smile as bright as the sun outside. Daisuke would need sunglasses if this was going to become a regular occurrence. Well, Hato is significantly strong to annoy, so I have to make do with what I have. Oh, Izuku stumbled. His eyes seemed to hold something, a memory, maybe, a fear. Do friends tease each other a lot? Daisuke's eyes narrowed. Izuku was staring at a spot of the table almost religiously, as if that spot held the most interesting thing in the world. It depends, he answered carefully. On if the person you're teasing finds it funny. If it hurts them, it's not teasing anymore. It's bullying. Because maybe harassment was too strong a word for now. Izuku seemed to flinch, near imperceptibly. Daisuke's mood darkened. Whoever hurt this kid was going to have hell to pay. From Daisuke and all his friends. Izuku, he began, using his name for the first time. His own discomfort over using given names didn't matter, seeing Quirky smile did. I know you don't want to tell me, and you don't have to. Izuku's eyes widened. But if someone treats you like that without your consent, that's not a friend. And you don't have to stay friends with someone who treats you badly. You have other friends, kid. You have me, Hato, Togata, Amajiki. Even Ingenium. Izuku sniffed, pulling up his hands to wipe at his face. Daisuke slumped. That's thank you, Daisuke, Izuku said amidst soft sounds of falling tears. ID didn't know dash. He looked up, eyes filled with a joy he hadn't known he could feel, and smiled a watery smile. Daisuke snorted. You cry a lot, don't you? He raised an eyebrow. And don't you dare apologize. It was just an observation. He sighed, leaned over and ruffled Izuku's hair. This was heavy, he murmured as he pulled up his drink to swallow a sip. Izuku smiled tremulously. I'm sorry, we couldn't even talk about what we came here to talk about. Daisuke rolled his eyes. No apologizing, he admonished. And it's fine, isn't it? We can start at our next meeting. He grinned. Besides, it's easier to teach someone I know. Though I don't know if I can teach at all. Izuku smiled. I'm sure you can do anything, Daisuke-sen. Daisuke smirked. I don't need a lie detector quirk to know that's a lie, Quirky. Izuku brightened, exactly like Daisuke had been expecting him to. Do you think they would though? He babbled. Capture a lie someone thought was the truth, I mean? Even for something objectively incorrect? Like, a blind man believing the sky is red because they were always told that, so if they say the sky is red, and they think that's the truth, would the lie detector quirk recognize it as the truth? When the person with the quirk knows it's a lie dash, he bit his lip and stopped. I'm so dash. Daisuke put down his milkshake. Now you've got me interested, Quirky. He interrupted. Tell me more? The smile he got in reply was 100 times better than any free time would have been. All Might, please tell us about your villain apprehension yesterday. All Might, could I dash? All Might. Please dash. All Might's smile wavered for a small second. The time was ticking down. He had only 15 minutes left until he would forcibly be transformed back into his Yagi Tashinori persona, and these reporters seemed to have no intention of letting him go. Dash. Excuse me, All Might, sir? A younger voice called out, and All Might hesitated, blindsided by the fact that this wasn't a reporter. Could you confirm if Wonder really had a strength enhancement or augmentation quirk? The excuse died on All Might's tongue. What? He whispered, heart thumping louder than it had even when he faced All for One during their last battle. Where did you hear that? The urgency in his voice spread out a wave of silence, and the crowd slowly turned to face the wide-eyed curiosity of a blue-haired boy. There's a new quirk analysis channel on HeroTube. He shrugged. He did an analysis of Wonder and mentioned his reasoning for believing her quirk to be strength enhancement rather than flight. He beamed. So, was it? Quirky mentioned you were really proud of this hero and all, so we were wondering if you could confirm. Mutters exploded in the midst of the fans, quite a few of the civilians and reporters pulling open their phones to see. It took all the 10 minutes he had left for All Might not to flinch. I must go, young people. Do not fear. I shall return soon. He turned, jumped, and ran. 3 streets away, he fell in a deserted alleyway and his transformation faded away, leaving behind a gaunt man with a terrified expression. Who was this Quirky? How did he know of One for All? Maybe not in so many words, but... He swallowed. He had to contact Tsukachi. Naomasa Tsukachi filled a cup with lukewarm water and passed it to his friend, pouring an ice-cold cup for himself. Tashinori grabbed at it with both hands and stared at him with wide eyes and an anxious face that was so at home in his nearly destroyed body. Did you find anything? He asked. Tsukachi sighed and gestured towards his office. The walk to the small, private room, though under 2 minutes, was fraught with a tension neither could rightly ignore. Tsukachi shut the door behind Tashinori and waited until he Saturday Quirky analyst runs a page called Analysis in Essence, where he dissects the quirks of villains, both apprehended and on the loose. He claimed to not do heroes as it may severely impact their careers and give undue knowledge of their weaknesses to villains, which, he admitted with a smile, is very ingenious of the child. He walked to his own seat and descended on it, leaning back with the comfort of a friend's company. Usually, only an analysis account wouldn't be cause to look into a person, but since you brought it into our attention, my people coupled the creation of the account with whispers from the underground, and it seems Quirky's analyses led to some interest in the villains. He rubbed the back of his neck. Cyber reassured me that his firewalls are pretty strong for a HeroTube account, at least right now, so I'm not worried about that, but... Tashinori wilted. So there is no information on how this analyst knows of One for All? Tsukachi shook his head. I don't think he does, Toshi. The kid probably found some reports on your teacher and extrapolated, but I doubt he connects it to you, anyhow. Nor to a never-before-seen quirk that can be passed down. He added dryly. Toshinori snorted. Thanks, Tsukachi. The detective beamed. Of course. He raised an eyebrow. And what about you? Have you found a successor yet? Toshinori drooped, yet again. No, he answered petulantly. I think I might have to accept Nizu-san's offer of employment if an idea doesn't strike me soon. Tsukachi grinned. No need to sound so glum, he ribbed. I happen to remember you adored your days at you. Toshinori shivered. I think you're losing your memories in your old age, my friend. He gave a shudder. For a second, both of them locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Then they burst out laughing. Good times, Tsukachi agreed. Now it's all work. Giving a lopsided smile, Toshinori pushed himself off the chair with a wince. I can attest to that, he agreed. I shall see you at dinner tomorrow? Tsukachi nodded. I'll tell Asaya to keep your requirements in mind. His eyebrows wrinkled. And I think Makoto will be there, but, he shrugged. Who knows? Toshinori nodded. I would love to meet Makoto-san and Asaya-san again. He waved. Thank you for your help, Tsukachi. The detective nodded, muttering, no problem, as the number one hero disappeared out of the police station. Then he slumped in his seat, thinking on the bad news. The firewalls, according to Cyber, were new. They also originated from a source other than the owner of the HeroTube account, if Cyber were to be believed. And fortunately for law enforcement, they were. He sighed and stared at a dark spot on his polished wood desk. That was where the bad news begun. Since the firewalls had leapt up just recently, there was a chance that this quirky had attracted the wrong attention and the wrong attention had made their move before the firewall rose. Before Quirky had become one of the most protected HeroTubers on the internet. He grimaced. The itch at the back of his mind intensified. Time would tell, but waiting for something to happen had never been his strong suit. They were in a park this time. It was the 7th time they were meeting, and Daisuke had already decided that Izuku was the peak of adorableness. This world could do no better. Never mind the fact he didn't know every single person in the world. They sat facing each other on an otherwise vacant picnic bench. Daisuke grinned at the excitable young boy as he gushed about some quirk he was analyzing in a depth Daisuke wouldn't have cared about. Well, not before Izuku at least. These days, his mind worked to the tone of, this quirk seems interesting. Quirky would think it goes, with a filling in the blanks depending on each specific type. Even at pop quizzes at school, he was getting better at answering surprise situation analyses. It always seemed that he and Izuku had discussed it at some point. Then again, with how much they talked about stuff like this, he had no doubt they had. At some point, he quirked a smile as Izuku unraveled and stopped to take a breath. That sounds really cool. Do you think light refracting invisibility quirks can work on things other than the person? Izuku scrunched up his mouth in thought. I guess it would depend on the quirk's specifications. Some would be able to, but that would work only if you controlled the refractions themselves and not the impact of those refractions on you. Then again, if you could control the impact, there's a possibility you could control the impact on others, so it ends up the same way. He scowled. I wish I knew someone who had a light refracting quirk. Daisuke laughed. I'll let you know if I ever find someone like that. Izuku beamed. Thanks, Daisuke-san. Daisuke rolled his eyes at the formality. The kid had gotten a lot more comfortable since their first in-person meeting, but the san was something he was defiant not to lose. He hummed. I bet you've got plenty of kids jealous of you at school, though, he murmured, and then closed his eyes for a second as Izuku inhaled sharply. He hadn't meant for Izuku to hear him. Quirky dash. Izuku's lower lip trembled, but this time it wasn't because his eyes filled with tears. He shook, not with sadness, but with fear Daisuke could see reflected in his eyes. I don't have a quirk. He blurted. Hands rose up instantly to cover his mouth, but the damage was done. In that moment, when the chirping birds and loud children playing around them faded out to a dull silence, it was strong to see who was surprised more at the admission that had involuntarily escaped Izuku's tight grasp. The younger boy sat in stupefied alarm, his entire body trembling with uncertainty and confusion, too scared to move, and yet, desperate to run. Daisuke almost couldn't breathe. Quirkless? What the hell? Quirky, the absolute god of quirks, was quirkless. Someone who, out of the entire DMN world, adored quirks the most, someone who had the soul of a hero and the mind of a genius, was bloody quirkless? Someone who was the nicest kid Daisuke had ever come across, someone who deserved a quirk so much more than millions of others who abused theirs? How in the bloody 7 layers of hell did fate take away from this kid without feeling the guilt that even Daisuke was drowning in? His breath caught. Those effing morons. They were treating Quirky as shit on the basis of his quirklessness, weren't they? They were treating him as undeserving of life, of being in their bloody shadows. His BLD boiled and his quirk flared. He wanted to stomp his way over to Izuku's school this very moment and slam those utter idiots into the ground for how they treated someone who had near become a brother he never had. Someone who had helped him and his friends and was probably the reason they would be able to save more people than they would have had they never met him. Someone who was the reason they were on their way to becoming heroes faster than they had thought possible. Someone who was wowing millions and all without a whimper climbed up through Izuku's throat and broke Daisuke's silent tirade. His eyes focused and he stared as Izuku's eyes teared and his lips quivered. He was stuck in his position, unmoving even against the onslaught of dread. He was terrified, and it struck Daisuke deep in his heart. He pushed himself up and rushed to the other side of the bench, pulling his little friend into an enormous embrace. Izuku was stiff. Daisuke's arms tightened. God, you're amazing. Izuku let out a soft gasp. You're sitting here without a quirk, he continued. And you're outclassing every freaking other person out there. Your analyses helped Ingenium catch more criminals, and it's helping me and Togata and everyone else become better heroes. And you're doing it all without a single quirk? He pulled back and stared into his eyes to make him understand that he was serious. You're amazing, he repeated. Izuku burst into tears. Minutes passed and Izuku kept sobbing into Daisuke's shirt, his breaking voice more hurtful to the older boy than anything he had ever heard. He hadn't expected him to be quirkless. But DMN him if he ever treated him differently because of it. Izuku forced his cries to peter off, then peeked out of his burrow in Daisuke's ears. Do you really mean that? He asked quietly, and Daisuke's heart broke again. Yes, he answered without hesitation. Izuku trembled again, but this time, he buried himself right back in, hugging Daisuke for all he could. Daisuke let him. The pain he had seen in Izuku was much too real, and it wouldn't let up easily, but if letting him cry it out could help for even a second, he was willing to be one he cried on. His quirk flashed. He frowned. He knew why it had acted up 10 minutes ago. The danger he had felt to Quirky had sparked it into action. But right now? His eyes raked across the 5-kilometer radius, searching for answers, for the source of the very real danger. His eyes fell on an unassuming figure sitting in the furthest corners of the park. There was nothing to show he was the source. No suspicious gesture, no hidden faces, no overly large coat that signified suspicious in the thousands of fiction books he'd read. But his gut proclaimed the black-haired man was the culprit. The man's eyes flickered, and his gaze swept over the park, resting for just a few seconds longer on Izuku's back. At this distance, if he didn't have Quirk enhancing his eyesight, he wouldn't be able to see Daisuke staring at him. He didn't. But Daisuke saw him staring at them. Bile rose in his throat. Someone was following them. He swallowed and flicked his hand. His quirk burned through his fingers, and a ball rolling on the ground nearest to the man pushed the slightest bit off course, landing at the man's feet. A gaggle of children rushed to the ball. The man rose and left. Daisuke breathed out a sigh of relief. Izuku jumped back as soon as Daisuke heaved, face red and eyes clear. I'm so sorry. He squeaked, and the danger wafted away in the space of less than a second. Daisuke grinned. What have I said about apologizing, Quirky? He reminded teasingly. Besides, he added, ruffling his soft green hair. I don't mind. You can cry on me anytime, kid. Izuku smiled back over the shade of embarrassment coloring his face. Thank you, Daisuke-san? Daisuke nodded. Izuku frowned. Are you okay? Daisuke's eyes slipped and snapped back to Izuku. Oh, yeah, Quirk. Sorry. Thought I saw one of your fans, huh? He plastered a happier smile over his uneasy one. Izuku blushed. Daisuke-san. He whined. Daisuke held out an arm, stepping away from the bench. Should we head back to your house? We only promised to take a break for an hour. Izuku jumped up and grabbed the proffered hand. Yeah, Kasen would be worried. And I really want to know how to balance colors. They fell in step together, ambling back to Izuku's house. That used to be a bit iffy for me, but I know it pretty well now. Izuku's eyes sparkled. You were bad at something? Daisuke snorted. I'm bad at a lot of things, Quirky. Izuku grinned widely, and Daisuke had to spend the next 20 minutes dodging questions about what, exactly, he was bad at. Welcome back, Izuku, Daisuke-kun. Inko called from inside the house as they entered, and Daisuke beamed. Izuku's mother had the soul of a saint, and no one could convince him otherwise. And the katsudon she made was flawless, but that wasn't the focus of the argument. We're back, Izuku called, tugging Daisuke to his room, where they had been working on his computer. Daisuke let himself be pulled past Inko and her smile as wide as her face. His mood dropped a tiny bit. Izuku's quirklessness had probably affected her as well. And yet, she hadn't caved to pressure and societal expectations. Here she was, an example of a better mother than so many could claim. He shook his head. This family were blessings on this earth, and fate was having fun playing with their lives. Great. If only he knew someone who could manifest fate into a punchable form. It was 6 p.m. when Daisuke finished with his latest lesson. It was a new experience, being a teacher, and it wasn't entirely bad. Of course, action trumped it every time, and the calmness of it was probably because he actually had a good student. He'd seen some of his classmates. Hell, he'd seen himself. And he wouldn't want to teach those types of kids, but still. Inko tried to have him stay over the night. It was a Saturday, after all, but Daisuke shook his head. He had plans with Togata and Amajiki tomorrow, and he needed to complete a bit of homework before Monday. So, with a goodbye, Midoriya and Quirky, he exited the house, walking leisurely to the nearest bus station, which was around 10 minutes away. It was a calm night, really, as the sun disappeared into the horizon and the moon pressed out from behind distinguished clouds. A few people walked past him, and a couple across the street from him. The occasional car slid past. His Quirk screamed. He stopped. The world around him turned purple and swallowed him whole. Izuku frowned. Okay, so the lack of communication was understandable. Yes, he'd left quite a few messages for Daisuke, even a phone call or two. But the calls all played the same voicemail, and the messages came back unread. That was understandable. The finals were right around the corner, and Daisuke was probably knee-deep in studies. But today was supposed to be their one last session before the exam furor started for real, and Daisuke wasn't one to forget something like this, right? Something raw and sharp gnawed at Izuku's heart. Could something have happened to Daisuke? Was he in such a bad condition that he was unable to even reply to Izuku? Or was he just angry at him for something he didn't realize he had done? The second option was much more preferable of the two, Izuku admitted to himself. He loved Daisuke, but if it came to his happiness and safety over Izuku's? Well, there was honestly no competition. He switched his phone on again, flipping through the contacts he had until he reached Daisuke's. There were a few emergency contacts above it, but right below it was Kaa-san's, and right under that, Mirio-san's. Daisuke had given it to Izuku with a promise to call in an emergency, and Izuku had accepted it with a bursting heart. He had friends. Of course, Daisuke told him that multiple times when they met, but it was still strong to believe, really. He had friends. He, Deku Izuku, had friends. Heaven help him, there was no higher feeling of euphoria. Then he remembered Daisuke's smile and heaven came crashing back down. He pressed call, and for a second, it rang. Turing. That first ring was so misleading. And Izuku always fell. Sorry guys. I can't come to the phone right now, but leave a message, yeah? I'll get right to it. Beep. Izuku flinched. He stood there, silent and unresponsive, minutes after the second beep came and left, ending the silent voicemail that Izuku was starting to feel Daisuke would never hear. He shook his head. Maybe Daisuke had just lost his phone? That was possible. He could have lost his phone and be unable to get a new one because finals, and then why didn't he come today? His mind whispered traitorously, and it drifted along his skin like the barest of shivers. He has friends. Why didn't he have them call you? Because maybe he's sick of you. Everyone gets sick of a Deku. You don't even have a quirk, and he knows it. Daisuke was not like that. He was brilliant and nice and probably in trouble then. Izuku gasped loudly and his phone fell to the ground with a clatter that made him freeze. It bumped into his collapsing mind and froze it, jumbling it up with a fury that didn't cease until the right combination was found, and he was him again. But the thought echoed with the tenacity of a hero pursuing a villain. Daisuke. Izuku swallowed. He had to call Mirio. He knelt to retrieve his phone with quivering fingers, the lock screen an unholy mess of notifications. He swiped past, entered his password, and stared. Mirio-san. It had Togata Mirio-san when he'd first entered the number into his address book, but Daisuke had forced it out with an oof. Too many names. Stick with one, Quirky? So Izuku had. He swallowed the nervousness in his throat and wondered if Mirio would treat him with the same kindness that Daisuke had. He shook his head. Mirio had been good to him even before he'd known Daisuke. Of course he'd be nice. And if not nice, at least he'd be kind enough to tell him where Daisuke was. He inhaled sharply. He would gather up the energy for this and he would do it now. This was not for himself, this was for Daisuke. A person who, alongside Inko, deserved more than Izuku could ever give them. This was for Daisuke. He would muster up the energy if it killed him. He clicked call. Mirio was staring at his ceiling, his eyes listless and confused. His arms twitched for something to do. But they had a holiday today. A vacation. A rest day. It sure didn't feel like it. He drew in a ragged breath as his phone rang. He considered letting it ring. The tone, a tune from a movie he'd watched with Daisuke, Tamaki, and Nijire, was comforting and flowed over him strangely therapeutically. He let out a huff. If only. He forced himself up from the bed, his body heavier than he ever felt before, and pulled his phone from his bedside table. A no number, huh? He pressed answer anyway. Hello. The voice was small, hesitant, and nervous. Familiar. Mirio frowned. Who is this? The voice inhaled slight. I'm Midoriya Izuku. The voice seemed to reply in habit, but then stopped. Mirio raised an eyebrow. He didn't know any Midoriya Izuku. He would have hung up too, if his mind hadn't shut him up. I'm Quirky? Quirky analyst? Mirio's eyes shot wide open. Quirky? As in adorable kid Quirky who was an absolute genius? Relaxed and his first, small laugh of the day escaped, striking the pain of a rusting spear through his easy Quirky. What a time to talk, huh? Quirky seemed to swallow on the other side of the phone. Me Mirio-san, he began softly, and his voice seemed to become more nervous the more he spoke. Mirio frowned. He'd known Quirky wasn't confident in himself, but Daisuke had said, Daisuke. I wanted to ask if you know where Daisuke-san is? Izuku's voice murmured with static. I've been trying to call him, but he isn't answering, and he was supposed to come today if only for one last lesson, but dash. Quirky, no, Midoriya Izuku, seemed on the verge of tears. Mirio's own throat clogged. Quirky, he swallowed. Daisuke is dash, he broke off. The kid's light gasp reverberated alongside the crackle of the telephone. What happened to Daisuke-sen? Mirio stared at the screen and breathed deeply. Izuku, he began intentionally, the name putting a stop to Quirky's concerned muttering. But I didn't answer his phone a few days ago, he explained. So Tamaki called me and we went over to his house. His mother was worried to pieces. We looked everywhere, but there's been no sign of him. The police are working on it now. There was a sharp inhale and then silence. Mirio frowned. Ingenium's also looking for him, he added. Izuku didn't reply. Quirky? Shallow breaths filled the speaker and the shaking sounds of scratches filled Mirio's ear, until Quirky, with a small voice that bespoke more fear and blame than Mirio thought possible, spoke up. How long has he been gone? There was a heaviness in the air that clung to these words. For a moment, Mirio considered withholding the information. 3 days, he answered, pushing back the foreboding. There was a loud screech and Mirio pulled the phone from his ear with a wince. What the heck? Kid? Quirky? He called after the ring vanished. There was a muffled thud. And then a ringtone. Mirio stared at his phone with wide eyes. What the heck was going on? He knew Quirky and Daisuke had gotten closer than Mirio had expected with Daisuke's lack of delicacy, but they had. And of course Quirky was taking it strong, but he hadn't taken it that strong. Not until 3 days. What had happened 3 days ago? Are you okay? Flickering eyes. Distracted smile. Oh, yeah, Quirky. Sorry. I thought I saw one of your fans, huh? Izuku breathed in raggedly. Daisuke. He had lied. He had lied, and Izuku had known it, and yet, Izuku had let him go. Are you okay? He hadn't been. Oh, yeah, Quirky. He hadn't been okay. And it was all Izuku's fault. I thought I saw one of your fans, huh? One of his fans? Izuku shuddered. Daisuke had probably seen someone aiming for him, and then stupidly stopped them. Because Daisuke was a hero. He was a hero and one of the best people Izuku had met, and now, he sobbed. And now he was gone. Izuku? A soft voice pushed past the door, never entering, but a hesitant worry that clashed against Izuku's guilt. Go away, he mumbled, burrowing deeper into his pillow, mind drowning in memories of Daisuke and the blame that came with them. Inko, on the other side of the door, sighed heavily and stepped back, the plate of food in her hands going cold. Izuku had shut himself in his room for nearly 2 days now. He was barely eating. He spent the entire time huddled under a dark blanket, sniffing. Usually, Inko would have pushed in anyway and grabbed her son in a hug. She had tried the first day, but even that had served no purpose. Izuku had just cried harder, sniffed more, and mumbled out, Daisuke-san is gone. And then he'd begun to cry again. Inko swallowed. She'd known Daisuke for less than a month and known about him for just a few more, but Izuku had bloomed under him. He had started to smile more. He came home from school happier. He looked as if a weight had dropped off his shoulders. Inko loved Daisuke for that. And so, hearing that he was gone hurt her with a ferocity she hadn't even felt when Hisashi had left for America indefinitely. She could only imagine what Izuku was feeling. She swallowed. What was she supposed to do? She'd felt helpless her entire life, never more so concerning Izuku. But now, at least now, no, especially now, she didn't want to disappoint her son. Not like she had when they'd found out he was quirkless. She steeled herself and pulled up her phone. She didn't know what to do for Izuku, but she did know who to call. And if he were half the hero Izuku held him up to be, he would do something. Accepting random calls from the public wasn't in Tensei's usual routine. It was definitely not routine when he was running ragged and on the verge of shutting down. But when Nom Nom rushed in with an uncharacteristically solemn look and a mouthed Quirky's mom, he didn't hesitate. Good afternoon. He cleared his throat. This is Ingenium. The woman on the other end of the phone inhaled sharply. Good afternoon, Ingenium-sen, she answered in a soft tone that reminded Tensei of the warm summer afternoons he spent as a child with his grandmother. My name is Midoriya Inko, and I'm calling about my son. Tensei snapped to attention. Is something wrong? He asked, voice only barely under control. He'd promised Mirio he'd search for Daisuke, and the poor kid was already weighing on his conscience, but if something happened to Quirky's mother sighed. He's still here, but she swallowed, the sound crackling through the receiver. His friend was reported missing, and I think Izuku might be blaming himself. She sniffed. I'm sorry for taking up your time, but Tensei forced himself to relax. Why the hell would Quirky be blaming himself for Daisuke's disappearance? He knew that the kid had been receiving computer lessons from him since a bit after the whole cyberbullying fiasco, His BLD had spectacularly boiled when he'd learnt of that, no joke, but why on earth would Quirky blame himself for some villain kidnapping Daisuke? He frowned. Why does Midoriya-kun think this is his fault? Midoriya Inko huffed. I don't know, she admitted. Daisuke-kun and Izuku parted on great terms when he left our house after their last lesson, but 2 days ago, Izuku just called Mirio-kun and shut himself into his room. Tensei's BLD ran cold, his hand gripping onto the receiver much too tightly. When did they hold their last lesson, Miss Midoriya? The other line grew quieter as if sensing the shift in tension. 5 days ago? Oh, DMN. Miss Midoriya, Tensei said with control he did not possess. I must go. There has been a break in Daisuke-kun's case that we must follow. Oh, of course. I'm so sorry for taking up your time. Tensei exhaled lightly. It was no problem. I will be getting back to you, ma'am. Thank you for contacting me. Goodbye. He clicked the phone shut and waiting, breathing once, twice, 3 times. The excess energy in his body washed out, slowly. He pursed his lips. This was worse than Daisuke being kidnapped for random villain purposes they hadn't yet recognized. Metal! He shouted, and the door flung open, his sidekick peering in carefully, Namnam at his side. Yes, boss? Inform the police that they should look at another angle concerning the kidnapping case. He grit his teeth. Look for those who tried to access Quirky's account on HeroTube, and villains who may be looking for him. Metalwork's eyes grew wide. You think they were after Quirky? Nom Nom frowned. Why would they be after him? He's just dashed. Tensei glared sharply. A Quirk analyst. One whose analyses helped me capture actual villains. Why wouldn't they want to kidnap the kid? His coworkers flinched. Tensei sighed. Look, I'm sorry. Could you please just? Yeah, boss. On it, Metalwork nodded. Thank you, Tensei said, falling back into his chair as soon as the two left. This was turning out to be a bigger mess than he had anticipated. He should have thought of it when he first stumbled over Quirky and his hidden talents. He should have thought of it when Quirky decided not to go public, citing the same reasons that were just now at the forefront of his mind. He slammed his hand on his table, and the papers on the edge of it fluttered to the ground. Tensei couldn't be bothered to care. This time, when the phone rang, it was his personal cell. He gave it a glance and frowned, because why would Mirio be calling? Tensei had told him he would inform him as soon as there were any updates on Daisuke's case, and Mirio hadn't called him once in the past 5 days, so why would he choose to now? Good afternoon, he answered tightly. Mirio's voice was just as tense. Ingenium-san, I think Daisuke's abduction was worse than we think. Tensei narrowed his eyes. Quirky's involved. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other side of the call. How did you never mind? Mirio cleared his throat. Dai gave my number to Izuku, that's Quirky's real name, and he called me up after Dai didn't arrive at their planned lesson. He didn't take it well, but especially not after I told him when he was reported missing. His mother just called, Tensei told him. She said he blamed himself. Mirio hissed. A minute. He swore. That's the thing, Ingenium-san, he continued. Do you know the huge order Izuku was commissioned? The 200-something profiles? Yeah. It was Principal Nizu who did it, and he apparently loaded up these huge firewalls on Izuku's account right after he talked with, so the villains who were probably after him couldn't bypass them, and he hesitated. They probably stumbled onto Daisuke's account and followed him. Tensei closed his eyes and slumped back into his chair. And thought he was Quirky or something. Mirio agreed. And now the real Quirky is beating himself over the fact that Daisuke-kun possibly got abducted because of him? Mirio shuffled. Do you think I should visit him? Quirky? I don't know if, he sighed. Dai probably wouldn't want him to blame himself. Midoriya Inko's trembling words flashed by his mind. He swept a hand through his hair and sighed. I'll ask Midoriya-san for their address and pick you up as soon as I'm off duty. Hey, Mirio said. Thank you, Ingenium-san. Tensei chuckled. Call me Tensei, Mirio. And with a final goodbye, he hung up. Naomasa did not have a habit of eavesdropping on his coworkers. This once, however, that was exactly what he had been doing. Unintentionally. He fixed his frown into a neutral expression as he walked to his superior's office, his mind a muddle of theories and thoughts. He never liked it when his instincts proved correct, but in cases like these, he especially loathed it. This online analyst was spreading waves, and they weren't all good ones. 10 minutes later, the captain of the precinct stared at him with raised eyebrows, hands folded across his isi. "You're aware that Detective Aruzawa is handling this? She specializes in missing persons cases?" Naomasa gave a brief nod. "Yes, sir. However, I am not asking to be handed the case, only to be kept in the loop. I have some concerns that this may be more than just a missing persons case." The captain sighed. "So you heard about the involvement of cyber?" Naomasa gave a wince and a nod. The captain laughed mirthlessly. "Of course you have. Fine, but I'm only allowing this because you were already onto this analyst before this all happened. Tell Aruzawa to keep you informed." Naomasa smiled. "Thank you, sir." He spun on his heel and left. Now came the discovery part. His head was sluggish, and his mouth muddy and unkempt. Daisuke opened his eyes to a dark room, tied to a chair. Right in front of him was a door, but otherwise the room was dull, barely the size of a small bathroom. He blinked, trying to clear his eyes. What the heck was going on? Where was he? The last thing he remembered was walking home from the purple mist. He'd been abducted. He swallowed the sudden fear that rose in his isi and tried to think like Yue was trying to teach him to. So, the villain had kidnapped him, either drugged him or used a quirk to put him to sleep, and now he didn't know where he was. Or how long he had been there. This was nothing near to the scenarios Yue had run through with them. His heart sped. Heroes were probably looking for him, though, right? Amajiki and the rest wouldn't let them not. Plus, his mother was meticulous in stuff like this. The police and heroes and everybody. He flinched as the door swung open. A man stood there, immaculately dressed, though his body was a cloud of purple, which sort of defeated the purpose. It was the villain who had taken him, Daisuke was sure. He bit the inside of his cheek and tried to flare up his quirk. There wasn't a lot in the room, but even the tiniest thing would suffice. His quirk sputtered. Daisuke inhaled sharply. "The F did you do to my quirk?" He growled, something deeply terrified rising inside him. He had had his quirk since he was 4, and it was as much a part of him as his sense of sight. It was vital and appealing and so natural. And Quirky didn't have this very thing, his mind reminded him. The man stared at him quietly, then walked forward and lay a hand on his shoulder. For the second time in as many hours that Daisuke remembered, he was engulfed in a purple fog that swallowed him whole. A second later, his chair trembled as it was set down on the ground somewhere very different from where he had first awoken. It seemed the purple guy's quirk wasn't, in fact, drags, but teleportation. That just changed everything he'd been thinking of. "Minute." Daisuke coughed, taking the chance to observe where he was. The room was large and dark. There was a television at one end and at the other, there was a large capsule? Daisuke frowned. It was big enough for a human, but his eyes fell on the long pipes that protruded from the contraption, and his suspicions confirmed. He'd never heard of something like this, someone like this, but there was no other explanation because no one else would need so much life support. There was a person inside that capsule, and with his luck, it was a powerful villain who was supposed to be dead. "Hello, child," a disembodied voice greeted, and a shiver ran down Daisuke's spine. There was a hiss, and the capsule opened with agonizing slowness. When it stopped, 5 seconds later, seconds that seemed almost an hour, a hand reached out, grabbing at the sides of the machine to pull itself out. The man who exited it was tall, with an unrecognizable face covered with a dark mask that connected to what seemed to be a thick machine positioned around his neck. He was armorless, sightless, but not powerless. There was domination in his very presence that forced away motion from Daisuke's limbs, and even if he could have, he wouldn't have been able to move from his place. "It is only polite to return my greetings," the man rebuked, the silkiness in his tenor so enticingly powerful and terrible at the same time. Daisuke's mouth unfroze. He swallowed. He, for a second, had almost done what he had told him to do. Was this how the villain forced people to do his bidding? Did he have a coercion quirk? You're a villain, he said. The man pet his head, but the disapproval oozed out of him. I am. Yet you still do not do as I say. He sighed, turning to the teleport. This is what the heroes have turned today's generation into, Kurogiri, he remarked, then shifted back to Daisuke and raised a hand. Daisuke screamed. The man dropped his hand. Hello, child, he said again. Daisuke blinked back his tears. His nerves shrieked at him like he had screamed just a moment ago. The pain? He had never. Hello, he said back, flinching even as the words dragged themselves out of his mouth. The satisfaction that permeated the room left Daisuke nauseous. Very good, the man said. I don't see why this has to be any more difficult, he pointed out. Do you? Daisuke grit his teeth. The half of him that mouthed off in front of teachers and authority figures, the half of him that wanted to be a hero, yelled at him to scream at the man. Go out with a bang and try to take these villains with him. The other half, the half which remembered his mother, his father, his friends, Quirky, that half demanded he give in. Survive. No, he answered softly, his nails biting into his palms and his mind raging against his heart. The man laughed. Not difficult at all, he agreed. Take him back to his cell, Kurogiri. I shall speak to him again once the quirk I used fades. Daisuke was, once again, swallowed by the purple mist. Come in, Midoriya Inko told them the second they arrived. She ushered them to her lounge, where she picked up a jug of water and offered them both a glass. Tensei accepted it with a small smile that wavered on the edges. Thank you for contacting me, Midoriya-san. Inko's hands trembled, and she set down the tray, folding her arms to hide the shaking. She turned to look behind her, in the direction of what was most certainly Izuku's room, and sighed. I should be the one thanking you, she replied. Both of you? Mirio, nearly silent at his side, startled. Inko blinked rapidly, then inhaled deeply, settling herself. You helped Izuku be himself after I couldn't. You brought him out of his shell? She sniffed. I've never seen Izuku happier. Tensei frowned. What? But it was only because you raised him to be such a great person, he replied back, half courteously, entirely truthfully. Inko's lips trembled, but she didn't cry, only serving to flash them both a sad, tearful smile. I shouldn't hold you up, she said. Izuku's in his room. She spun and began to walk deeper into the home, and Tensei set down his drained glass and followed, Mirio at his heels. Seconds later, Inko stopped in front of a door with an all-might welcome sign that, in other circumstances, would have made Tensei laugh. All he did now was grimace. Inko turned the knob, and the door silently slid open to reveal a darkened room. She stepped away, letting the two guests enter, then hovered in the doorway. Izuku, she called. Yes? A small muffled voice floated out from a mound of blankets on the bed. Inko wrangled her hands. You have guests? There was no reply. Tensei inhaled, then grinned full force and stalked closer until she stood a step away. Evening, Izuku, he boomed. There was a sudden stillness, and then the blankets started to shift, a small head framed by fluffy green hair pushing out. In Ingenium? Izuku yelped. Then he swallowed and tried to move back, but his hands were trapped in a prison of his own making. What are you doing here? He mumbled, looking down. Tensei couldn't help but laugh as he sat down next to the child. That's me, he agreed. Mirio came forward and sat on Izuku's other side. You hung up on me, he reminded. I got worried. Izuku flinched. Lemillion? Hey, Quirky. Izuku burrowed further down into his blanket hole. Go away, he whispered. Tensei raised an eyebrow. From what he had gleaned about Izuku, and it had been a lot, the kid was an open book. The boy wasn't one to say something that could be taken rudely. And, go away, fell definitively in that category. Why should we do that? He asked, reaching up a hand to smooth Izuku's hair away from his eyes. Izuku's eyes widened, and he stared at Tensei as if such an action was alien. What? He managed after a minute of recollection. Mirio finished his work for him. Why should we go away? He repeated and stared at Izuku intensely. Izuku trembled, the blanket hill vibrating with him. Because, he sniffed. It's my fault Daisuke-san is gone. Mirio inhaled sharply, then locked his jaw. No. Izuku shook his head, buried as it was alongside him. It is. Daisuke-san was with me on the day he disappeared. He just dropped me at home and now he's gone. Mirio exchanged a surprised look with Tensei, who pressed his lips together in grim certainty. It was true. It was precisely that. Daisuke-san was Izuku inhales deeply, seems to calm, and then continues. He was distracted while we were walking back from the park and then he disappeared. He disappeared after leaving here, and he probably disappeared trying to save me because he's a hero. The silence rang through the air like alarm bells. Tensei's mind tried to swim through this as fast as he could. If Daisuke had seen something off-putting at the park, that meant other people had, too. It also meant that the security cameras on the streets would finally be put to use, because Tensei flinched as the bed rocked and threw him back into the present. Izuku. Mirio pulled up and began to peel off the layers of blankets that made up the mock fort Quirky had made. He did it with trembling fingers, slowly and resolutely. When the last layer pushed away from Quirky's curled-up form, he was so small, Mirio pulled him into a hug. Not your fault, he murmured. Izuku blubbered something that sounded suspiciously like a yes, it is. Mirio ignored it. It's not your fault, Quirky, he repeated. Who knows what the villain was there for? And even if, for some stupid reason, they had decided to go after you, Daisuke being kidnapped was not your fault. It was the fault of the villain. It was the fault of the person who chose to be evil. Izuku whimpered. But if Daisuke had never met me, he mumbled. He wouldn't have been in danger. Tensei placed a warm hand on Izuku's back. Daisuke was being a hero, Izuku, he said softly. Heroes always have a target on their backs. Mirio nodded and pushed back to stare at Quirky, whose giant eyes were filled with fear and pain. And a tiny bit of hope. You don't want Dai to be a hero? He asked simply, and Izuku's eyes widened. What? He gasped. That's not Dash. Mirio smiled. Then don't say it's your fault. Even if the villains were after you, you gave Dai a chance to be a hero. He held out a hand, and Izuku hesitantly placed his own on it. He's always wanted to be a hero. Izuku swallowed, and a second later, threw himself at Mirio and Tensei. Thank you, he whispered. They stayed like this for more than a minute, but that was more than enough, and when Inko opened the door and stared at them with the beginnings of hope, asking if they would like dinner, Izuku nodded. I would, Kane. Inko's eyes filled with happy tears. Mirio and Tensei grinned. The man had called for him again. This time, Daisuke was ready, or as close as was possible with these limited allowances. Over the one-day respite he had been given from the deafening presence of who was undoubtedly the leader, he realized that whatever these villains had done to his Quirk had put them under chains so tight that he could not use more than a wisp. His reliable limb had been nearly severed and was hanging from a tendon. At least when Aizawa-sensei from that other class did it, it was a momentary thing, being bound up by ropes. Not being cut up by saws. Still, his Quirk was safe and inside him, and for that, Daisuke would continue to thank the heavens. As Kurogiri entered and placed a non-existent hand on his shoulder, Daisuke steeled his nerves. The man he was being taken to see was powerful and terrifying, but what he had thought of his aims was correct. He would not waver. Not when Quirky's life was on the line. He was a hero. He was a hero. He swallowed and was swept up in the Warper's Quirk. They landed precisely where they had the first time around. This time, however, the man was waiting for them. For him. Takahashi Daisuke, he said. How wonderful to see you again. Daisuke swallowed. The man's eyes narrowed. Have we not had this conversation yet? He asked. Daisuke flinched. I don't know your name. The man chuckled. It does make for bad manners. Very well. My name, Daisuke, is all for one. You may call me Sensei. Daisuke's mind raced. You won't find any mention of me in your recent villain compilations, child. I am not a villain, nor am I a young, misunderstood person seeking to change the world. I have come a long way for this. For my aim. He sighed and stood up, raising a hand. Kurogiri vanished. Now, let us have a conversation. The man walked forward until he was close enough that Daisuke could hear him breathe through the contraption on his face. Why? The man chuckled. Oh, it's quite simple really. You have knowledge about the Quirk analyst, and I would like to borrow that knowledge. Daisuke closed his eyes and inhaled. Why? Is that all you children are capable of saying these days? It truly is a sorry state those heroes have out you in, is it not? Daisuke shook. Who is Quirky analyst? All for one demanded suddenly, and Daisuke stiffened. Tell me. He swallowed. I am. There was a moment of silence, then all for one laughed. What a deflection. He murmured, then walked a few steps back. Please, he said, mockingly, ironic humor in his voice. Convince me. I am. Daisuke insisted. I just hired another person to record the videos and edit the audio because I had no time with my hero studies. Indeed. Yes. I analyze the quirks of the villains and send the details to the speaker, and he puts them together for the videos. All for one stared at Daisuke for an entire minute. Daisuke began to shiver. The man smiled. How amusing. You sacrifice yourself to protect another. His smile shifted to a growl. Pathetic. Daisuke's eyes widened, and he flinched. The pain didn't come. All for one walked forward and clasped Daisuke's chin, forcing him to look. Child, you are a terrible liar. Tell me who the analyst is. Daisuke tried to shake his head. No. The man squeezed tighter. Daisuke winced. Very well. He let go. If I cannot take the analyst's quirk, I shall take yours. Daisuke's eyes widened. What? All for one raised a hand, and the one connection that was left was ripped apart. Daisuke began to scream. Emptiness. He had never felt so empty. He was drowning and falling and dying in 1,000 different ways. Daisuke looked at the wall. It was empty too. Empty, 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 empty. Everything was empty. But why did it have to be him? He sniffed and called upon his quirk. It wasn't there. He was empty. Broken. His soul shrieked with fury and pain. So much pain. He couldn't. We are aware that this analyst may be involved, Detective Aruzawa repeated. Her words were professional and clipped. Our investigations unit is already looking into it. Tensei sighed. Aruzawa Hinako was a professional and brilliant at her job. But she wasn't the best liaison. Very well, he said. Is there any other detective working with you on this case? She gritted her teeth. Why do you ask? So I don't interrupt you when I ask for updates? Aruzawa blinked, then nodded sharply. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. You may contact him for any more information, or if you have a lead. I shall relay any updates on the case to you through him. Tensei inclined his head. Thank you, Aruzawa-san. She did not reply as he got up and exited the office. Outside, Tensei frowned. Detective Tsukachi was from the Villain Organizations unit. Not missing persons. What the hell was he doing on this case? He was an amazing detective, yes, but his focus was not. Unless the videos had attracted a villain organization and not just one villain. If that were so, this whole thing just got 1,000,000 times more complicated. Ingenium, a voice called, and the very man Tensei had been thinking about ambled over. I've been meaning to speak to you. Speak of the devil. I've just realized that I need to talk to you as well, Tsukachi-san. He replied courteously. Naomasa smiled freely and gestured. Shall we convene in my office? I'm sure we have quite a bit to discuss. Tensei gave a sharp nod and followed. Naomasa's office was small and furnished, a cozy, unassuming feel to it, which Tensei gathered was intentional. Either way, after the detective shut the door behind him, Tensei settled into the chair in front of the desk. The other man opted to stand next to his own chair, one hand gripping the elf. You wanted to talk to me, Tensei reminded, breaking the monotonous silence. You did as well, Ingenium, the man countered, but then he sighed. I apologize. I assume you have realized this concerns Quirky analyst? Tensei nodded. His work connects with Takahashi Daisuke's disappearance. He narrowed his eyes. And not just that if you're working with missing persons? Naomasa's face tightened. You aren't wrong, he agreed. Usually I wouldn't have believed as I do. What changed? Wonder. Tensei frowned. Wonder? Who? All Might's inspiration. What does she have to do with anything? She's just one of the old heroes Quirky decided to do a segment on. How does she figure into a villain organization coming after Quirky? He huffed. Wouldn't it be more likely that they're going after him because of the analyses? If it was any other villain organizations, you would be correct. He admitted. Then what's so special about this one? Naomasa hesitated, glancing at his phone. Tensei raised an eyebrow and waited. It is not my secret to share, the detective finally answered. But suffice to say that the leader of this organization was All Might's sworn enemy, and while the leader is no longer a threat, his organization was fanatic to follow in his footsteps. But why would they? Tensei's eyes widened. Wonder. Yes, Naomasa agreed. Wonder. We believe that Quirky's expert analysis of Wonder's quirk may have led them to unsavory avenues of thought. A heavy load curled itself around Tensei's shoulders. All Might's enemies? This was way bigger than literally anything he had imagined. All Might was the #1 hero for a reason. Is All Might aware? Naomasa inclined his head. Yes. He was made aware the moment we suspected this organization's involvement. He is also looking for Takahashi-kun, so please rest easy on that. Tensei breathed in raggedly. Of course. Please relay my thanks to him. He swept his hand through his hair. Are there any other updates? Naomasa's expression hardened. The cameras in front of the park were scrubbed clean. Unfortunately, whoever was in the park following the two could not be seen. He sighed. We may need to personally talk with Midoriya-kun. Memora? But Izuku didn't see anything. You'd be surprised how much our peripheral memory stores. Naomasa grinned. Especially if the kid wants to remember. Tensei chuckled. What? With both his longing to help Daisuke and impress a hero. Of course. I'd be surprised if he knows Memora. He's been out of the public eye for a long time. Tensei smirked. You haven't met Quirky. He's full of surprises. He straightened out of his seat, giving a last nod to the detective. Thank you for your help, Detective Tsukachi. It was most enlightening. Naomasa smiled. It was no problem, Ingenium. May we meet again, under better circumstances? Tensei chuckled grimly, then walked out. It was going to be a long day. And he was going to make it even longer. The detective may not be willing to share information, but Alaya was always good at finding things nobody wanted found. And he had a feeling no one wanted this found. Izuku knew the policeman was coming. Tsukachi-san had called a day before to confirm the time and place with Inko. What the young, idealistic, hero-worshipping boy did not know was that a hero was coming with him. Memora? He squeaked, his entire face burning red. The memory hero? His eyes widened and his voice disappeared. Naomasa exchanged a strange look with his hero partner for the day, but Izuku paid no heed to that. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Could I ask how you know of me? I'm not very well known. The hero obliged. Izuku nodded almost hysterically. That's true, but there was a series of videos of villain fights on the internet a few years ago, Fort for Elektra, and you were in it. And then I searched up on you a bit more and you were registered in the hero directory, so you weren't an underground hero, just someone who likes to keep out of the public's eyes, so I looked at all your videos I could find, and a memory quirk is so cool. How does it work? Do you have to have direct contact? Can you manipulate memories? Or is it just he buried his face in his hands? I'm sorry, he mumbled, and his throat seemed to clog up. This was almost exactly like the many days he had spent talking to Daisuke. Daisuke. Izuku swallowed and looked up. Memora looked contemplative, and yet still, a bit pleased. On the other hand, Naomasa was smiling. It was a small, comforting smile, but one of interest, nonetheless. Very noteworthy, Midoriya-kun. You are a hero fan, aren't you? It was obvious it shouldn't have been a question. Izuku nodded anyway. Yes. Memora smiled. If you'd like, I can talk a bit about my quirk with you after all the formalities are over with, he offered, and it was worth it to see the smile bloom on Izuku's face. Naomasa cleared his throat. Yes, the formalities. He took out a recorder and placed it on the table between him and Izuku. For the record, do you, Midoriya Izuku, permit the hero Memura to look through your memories of the last day you spent with Takahashi Daisuke? Izuku swallowed. Yes. Thank you for your consent, if you will. The hero nodded, and their eyes seemed to ripple. Midoriya-kun, they said. Please do not be alarmed. You need to think of the day that you last met with Takahashi Daisuke, as much detail as you can recall. You only need to think about it once, until I can capture the thread of memory, and then my quirk will do the rest. Do you understand? Izuku screwed his eyes shut. Okay, he replied. Memura's eyes rippled again, and this time, the ripples seemed to cross from their eyes to the air around them, continuing through the process until they were prominent enough to reach Izuku's eyes. The scenery around them, the lounge they were sitting in, distorted and disappeared, giving way to faint laughter, an open park, and the sparkling light of the sun. Naomasa grinned. Memura's quirk worked by implementing this change through manipulation of light waves and was always incredible to see. Unfortunately, it also left them slightly vulnerable, so they needed to have a hero or policeman with them at all times. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, Naomasa said after the ripples settled and the image cleared. Izuku blinked. Is Memura all right? Naomasa gave a reassuring nod. Memura's fine. They can see every bit of the memory as well. It merely takes all their concentration to maintain the images for other people, so they cannot interact with us while doing so. Oh. Naomasa turned, and then spotted a bench a few steps away where Izuku and Daisuke were sitting. There you are. You said Takahashi-kun saw something before you left? Beside him, Izuku nodded, staring with a haunted look at the pair. He did. He pretended that he saw a fan of mine, but you haven't revealed your identity? Izuku shrugged. The image zoomed. Memory Izuku was sniffing, curled up into Memory Daisuke's hug. Naomasa heard a sharp intake of breath and knew exactly who it belonged to. He frowned. And then Memory Daisuke frowned as well, and the detective's attention snapped back to the events playing out. Memory Daisuke stiffened and slowly turned, looking for something, someone. Memory Daisuke's head stilled, and Naomasa followed his line of sight to glimpse a man looking directly at the two children. Memura, he barked. The man with black hair and the blue t-shirt. The memory stopped just as Memory Izuku raised his head to squint towards where Memory Daisuke was looking and zoomed towards the man Naomasa had specified. And then the memory began to roll again. A ball seemed to roll towards the man, and he got up and walked away, casting one last glance at Daisuke once again. The memory rippled and broke into the lounge again. Izuku gasped. That man he was the one who took Daisuke? He asked. Memura blinked, casting a look Naomasa couldn't recognize towards the boy. Perhaps, they answered. Detective Naomasa will confirm whether it's true or not. Naomasa nodded, sending Memura a relieved smile for not promising anything. Promises were always a double-edged sword. Thank you for helping us, Midoriya-kun, he said quietly. We are doing our best and will continue doing our best to find Takahashi Daisuke. Izuku nodded. Thank you. Memura smiled sadly. How about we postpone our talk about my quirk for the next time we meet, Midoriya-kun? They asked softly. Izuku swallowed, wondering if what he felt was so plainly displayed on his face. You don't mind? Memura grinned and reached forward to ruffle his hair. Not at all. I would love to talk to you again soon. Izuku smiled. Thank you. You're welcome, kid, they said, and the two turned to leave, the detective waving his own goodbye. The door shut behind them, leaving Izuku alone in an empty room nearing tears. Sweetheart? Inko asked, coming in from where the detective and hero had exited. She had waited outside at Izuku's request and had come back in as soon as the two law enforcement officers had left. Are you all right? Izuku shook his head and buried it into his arms, trembling as he stared at the wooden table from between his fingers. Inko sighed and came forward, reaching out a hand to slide Izuku's hair. You're not at fault, Izuku. But was because of my analysis channel. Inko shook her head and kept softly massaging. No, it was not. It was because this world has some bad people out there who don't like being nice to others. It is their fault, Izuku, and theirs alone. Izuku sniffed. Then he peeked up into his mother's steady eyes and took in a deep breath. "Cousin, I'm stopping analysis in essence." Inko's hand stilled. "But you love it," she murmured. He nodded. "I do. But if it means people will get hurt, I don't want to do it." For a moment, mother and child stared at each other, one resolute and one wavering. Inko sighed. "Oh, Izuku, you always do think of others before yourself." Izuku laughed. "So do you, cousin." Inko smiled widely. "All right. Then let's make a compromise. You keep your channel, even if you don't post on it anymore until you feel safer, and I'll try to think more about myself from next time." Izuku bit his lip. "Okay," he agreed. "I wanted to continue my secret analysis business anyway. It helps heroes out and heroes can keep a secret." He beamed and leaned closer to hug Inko. "Thank you, cousin." Inko squeezed back. "Thank you, Izuku." That night, Izuku took a deep breath and pulled open his channel again. There were a lot of new comments, but he gave no second thought to them. Not right now, at least. Instead, he pulled up the message thread he had going with Kyoka. "Hello," he typed. For a bit, Kyoka didn't reply. "Hey, Quirky," she wrote back. "I heard about—" Izuku inhaled sharply. Of course she did. She was important in the investigation too. "I see." He stared at the screen, and his eyes began to blur. What was he going to say? "Sorry, but you're out of a job?" "I know, Kyoka typed out. "Why you're messaging, I mean." Izuku's heart began to hammer. "You do?" "Yeah. Took me a while to get why you never even contacted me about all this, but you think that this analysis thing is what got Daisuke, you know." Izuku swallowed. "It is what got him kidnapped, Kyoka-san. The police practically confirmed it. I'm not going to pretend I can help you through this, Q. I'm not a therapist. Hell, I can't even fix my own issues, let alone yours." The writing lulled. "But I'm a listener. If you want to talk, I'm here." "Thank you, Kyoka-san." "No worries. But I also wanted to tell you that I'm stopping the channel." "Oh, I don't want happen to Daisuke-san happen again." "To you?" "Well, that's sensible. But I'm going to be a hero, you know. What's life without a few risks?" Izuku huffed, laughter bubbling in his throat. "Kyoka-san." Right. "Anyway, I get it. Don't worry, Q. I get it." There was a moment's break. "But if you want to ever start this again, hit me up. I like this gig. Hit you up even when you're a famous hero and an equally famous musician? Especially then." "Ha. Thank you, Kyoka-san. You're a great person. So are you, man. And I don't want to hear any of that depreciating shit you hold close as a mantra. Destroy it or I will." Izuku bit his lip. Before all of this, before Daisuke, he would have flinched. Probably wouldn't have believed any of it either. Right now, "I'll try to do as you say." "Good," Kyoka typed back. "And keep in touch, you idiot. You're my friend now, not my employer." "Yes, Kyoka-san, I will. Thank you for everything." Headphone's smiling face with smiling eyes. Izuku heaved a deep sigh and turned away from the computer. This was it. Finally. He wasn't going to do the analysis videos anymore. His eyes began to burn and Izuku startled at the familiar feeling of tears building up. Tears? He rubbed at his eyes. Why in the world was he crying? He didn't even feel sad for something like this. Daisuke was more important. If he had to cry for something or someone, it should be for him. And yet he couldn't hold it back, and scalding tears began to rain down his cheeks. He hiccuped and gasped and clutched at his face, but they just wouldn't stop. It was over. The one thing in his life he had actually been good at. Something he had loved to do. And it was over. The one thing that had led him into a world he had never thought he could touch. He'd met Ingenium, and who'd ever have thought that would happen? And Memora and earned the acclaim of so many heroes he idolized. He'd been befriended by Mirio, and Nijire, and Tamaki, and Kyoka, and Daisuke. Analysis in essence was both the reason he'd met Daisuke, and the reason he'd condemned him. And for some reason, some insane reason, Izuku couldn't find it in himself to regret ever starting this. Daisuke was back with the craziest psychopath he had the displeasure of knowing. He was there, his head was screeching, his heart was weeping, and his cheeks were hollow. Just like him. He didn't bother to speak or stare at the man, no, the monster who had taken away his soul. Because what else could his quirk be if not part of his soul? Oh, you seem tired, Daisuke. How saddening. All for One said gently, and the lack of mockery made Daisuke want to start raging and crying and dying all at the same time. Instead, he remained silent, his heart calmly, sadly, beating apart. All for One seemed to emanate displeasure, but even the striking wave of emotion could not rouse him from the haze he was settled in. Ah, the villain said. Perhaps it is your lack of a quirk. He chuckled. You are so fragile, child. How do you plan to survive the backstabbing life of a useless hero? Silence. Well, I must say this is not as much fun as it was before. Very well, he said, walking forward as he had the first time. If you insist. And it was back. Daisuke inhaled, long and heaving, taking in air as he took in his quirk, like a drag he could not live without. His heart ballooned, quickening its beat even as Daisuke's fingers began to twitch with life. He began to move with life. With a quirk. His quirk. It was like nothing he could describe. It was like nothing he had. It was heaven. And All for One smiled. You see, child? He crooned, and his voice cut through the pleasure and music in Daisuke's veins. I can give you back your quirk? Daisuke stared, eyes wide and mind wavering. But you took it in the first place, he whispered hoarsely, even as he desperately clutched at the tendrils of power melding once again with his soul. All for One's eyes narrowed. And I can take it again, he said, and his voice was darker than Daisuke could ever imagine. It was black and emotionless. It was inhuman. All for One glared and tore away at Daisuke. He screamed, not for any physical pain that might have been forced upon him, but because his soul was breaking up into a million pieces, and the monster was stealing half of them away. You don't have to fight this, Daisuke, he said, his words hypnotic and demanding. You don't have to lose yourself. Why do you even submit yourself to this torture? It will take just one name, child. One name, and you could have your quirk back. The air dulled, sound disappeared, and the only thing left were those words. The only thing left was All for One. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for someone else. What have they ever done to save you? To deserve this? Give me a hint, Daisuke. Just a hint, and you can be free. Just a hint. One name. Daisuke swallowed. Just one name. It would take just one name and he could be free. He could have his quirk back. He could have his soul back. He could have his life back. He could go home. He just needed to tell him that Quirky. Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. A 13-year-old kid with brains to spare and kindness that would probably get him killed someday. A 13-year-old who well wasn't going to blame Daisuke even if he did give up his name because that 13-year-old probably already blamed himself. A 13-year-old, and Daisuke was ready to throw him under the bus. He didn't even have the quirk this monster was looking for. He didn't have any quirk. He was a kid. A kid who wanted to be a hero. Like Daisuke was trying to be. Daisuke wanted to sob. His quirk was worth the life of this child? This fantastic kid who was going to save more people than anyone he knew? This person who had been destined for failure but had lifted himself up amidst the stupid society's insults and made himself into someone worth 1,000,000 gold mines. How the F would his quirk ever compare? How the heck would his quirk ever matter in front of Izuku? It wouldn't. It didn't. Because Izuku mattered more. The world mattered more. And if this was Daisuke's last chance of being a hero, then so be it. He would not give up. He would not give in. He began, slowly enunciating every word, and his eyes blazed with a fire he knew in heart no one could extinguish. Don't know anyone. All for One snarled. Self-sacrifice, he said. How quaint. And then his eyes glowed, and for the umpteenth time in who knows how long, Daisuke screamed. The man's name was Akiyama Boten, and he was harmless. Well, as harmless as a man who took on odd jobs from villains could be. I promise I didn't know he was a villain. Akiyama sputtered. I was just short on cash and this guy came up to me. It was 50,000 yen for just watching a bloody kid for one day. I couldn't refuse. How would I know he'd kidnapped the boy? Naomasa sighed and nodded at Aruzawa. He was telling the truth. You have still aided and abetted a kidnapping of a minor, Aruzawa said ruthlessly. The charges for this are up to 15 years of jail, Akiyama. Akiyama shivered. Please. I didn't know. Aruzawa shrugged. That might be so. But even unknowingly aiding and abetting can have a long sentence. It's up to you, Akiyama. What? If you want to cut a deal for immunity for this case, she said. You'll have to help us out. Akiyama began to nod furiously. Anything. Please, I can't go to prison. Aruzawa smiled thinly. Good. Moments later, Naomasa followed her out of the interrogation room. That was impressive, Detective Aruzawa. She nodded. Thank you. Were you really going to give him immunity? Sure, she said. If there was a chance he could have been convicted? Naomasa nodded. He thought so. The cameras had been scrubbed, and the only evidence they had was an innocuous video showing only that this person walked from the park to another place, like countless other people that day. And since Memura's memory quirk wasn't admissible in court without additional proof, start collecting any and all data on people with warp quirks, Aruzawa barked to her team, and they hastened to return to their computers. The suspect has a physical quirk that turns him into purple smoke, and he can teleport to different areas, which confirms how Takahashi was kidnapped. Name, age, and other factors are unknown. I'll get cyber on it too, Naomasa offered. He was already looking into this case before it began, so I'll update him. Aruzawa nodded sharply. Get him to find any videos or pictures of this man from any camera on the network. Recent ones would be best, but if an older photo can help us ID this guy, that would be fine too. I'll update you, Naomasa replied, and spun on his heels. A purple warp quirk. Why was this giving him a bad feeling? On the next floor, he headed straight for the biggest office. It was chock full of computer equipment, wires, and darkness. Cyber, he greeted the somewhat sparking man sitting in front of a monitor. How are you? All right. What's up? Naomasa smiled tightly. We need to locate and ID a man with a purple mist physical body and a warping quirk, and we need to know where he's been the past few days, especially when Takahashi was kidnapped. Isn't this Aruzawa's case? Cyber asked, even as he began typing away at his keyboard. Naomasa twitched. They're helping out. Okay, Cyber replied. It'll take a while to run through all the images and videos in the database. Naomasa nodded. Then I'll be back in a few hours. Inform Aruzawa if you find anything while I'm gone. Denizo, Detectivo. Naomasa huffed. Cyber. He returned with Tashinori to find the precinct in an uproar. Where have you been? Detective Aruzawa demanded. Naomasa frowned. What do you mean? Aruzawa just groaned and motioned him forward. Tashinori trailed at his heels, looking more than a bit curious. This just became your case, the detective explained harshly as they hurried to the group of people in the briefing room. Surprisingly, Cyber, too, was amongst them, despite usually disliking leaving his office. Lo, detective, he greeted. Toshi-san. Tashinori gave a short nod, but otherwise went ignored. By now, the policeman had grown used to the emaciated man, knowing him as the indirect liaison to All Might. The glory had left quickly. Why? Naomasa asked, instantly on alert. What happened? Aruzawa's face was threaded with grimness. Our criminal was traced to an old bar in Yokohama. Kamino, specifically. While that wouldn't have particularly affected our operation, further observation revealed that there is a constant, illegal supply of electricity, water, and other necessities under this bar. We can only presume it is a secret underground facility. She sighed. Cyber's monitoring also revealed the constant movement of villains in that area. They regularly enter and exit the bar, and we were also able to connect several organized criminal elements with them. Naomasa nodded, though his heart was sinking. It's a villain organization, he concluded, though he desperately wished he were not correct. Because the only organization that currently came to mind. Very well. He took charge. Please continue monitoring the feeds with Cyber. I'll gather a few heroes for the mission. You'll need to move tomorrow, Tsukachi, Aruzawa warned. Cyber's monitoring says there is one window of opportunity when the bar is mostly empty, and that window passed for today. You can't get embroiled in too big a fight and risk losing the chance to rescue Takahashi. The detective closed his eyes, but reluctantly agreed. If that is so, I'll have the team ready tomorrow. Forward me the details. Aruzawa's mouth hardened. I mean it, Tsukachui, she said under her breath, her voice quiet enough that only Naomasa and Tashinori could hear her amidst the buzz of the policemen moving about. The priority must be the rescue and not the apprehension. Tashinori frowned, probably ready to defend his friend, but Naomasa raised a hand to stop him and stared directly at Aruzawa. I understand, he said clearly, truthfully. Aruzawa's shoulders loosened. Thank you. I'll handle the captain if they say anything, she said, then spun on her heels and began walking to her office. Naomasa did the same, pulling Tashinori into his when they reached the small room and shut the door. Why did she believe you would abandon a child to bag a few villains? Tashinori asked as soon as they were alone. After years of friendship, Naomasa didn't have to frown at the lack of empty politeness to start the conversation. Experience, he answered, mouth curling down. When Aruzawa was a junior detective, she served under Okumura Taichi. He paused but Tashinori showed no reaction. I forgot you weren't here then. Well, Okumura had a chance to catch a dozen villains at the same time while working to rescue a hostage the villains had kidnapped, and he chose the villains over the hostage. The woman ended up dying before they could get to her. Tashinori flinched. Okumura was removed from duty, but Aruzawa still remembers. Naomasa shook his head. In any case, I have to approve of a roster for the raid tomorrow. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. I hate to ask Dash. Tashinori stepped forward and placed a hand on Naomasa's shoulder. Despite it being small, shaking, aged beyond his years, Tashinori's hand brought more comfort to Naomasa than his all-might form would have. Of course, the man said simply. Who else do you plan to call for? Naomasa grimaced. On such short notice? I'll have to mobilize some of the rescue heroes off duty. Ingenium will also want to come, and despite him not being suitable for covert ops Dash. Tashinori gave a short laugh. Like me, I presume. Naomasa spared only a second for a smile before it melted back into tension and worry. I'll have to take what I can get. And we'll have to keep this on the down low, or the villains might find out. Tashinori nodded. I understand. Naomasa peered at his phone. I'll get the details soon and tell you. Please, he hesitated. Keep your maximum time limit free. I have a bad feeling we may be needing it. Ingenium was the first to come. Their raid was scheduled for 11:20, 10 minutes after the bar generally emptied, and 30 before it began to get busy again, but the pro-hero was at their rendezvous point hours early, his body buzzing with energy and worry that refused to show on his face. Naomasa arrived an hour after he did, he was told, but 2 hours early himself. He did, after all, need to prep everything. Ingenium wasn't a surprise, really, Naomasa reasoned. But he was a distraction, so he set him on Cyber, who had followed them to Yokohama, acting as the lookout. Cyber did send him a dark look, but the detective breezed over it and went about his work. When an hour was left, everyone was there, and there was a dimming silence in the air that Naomasa could feel down in his bones. Silently, he led them through the scenarios, really, and prepped them once, twice, 3 times. All Might stood grimly at the side, the last one there, and still untransformed. He would change the moment they were to leave, maximize his transformation, his power, At his side was Ingenium, and beside him was the rescue hero Night Bell, grimmer than all of them combined, more silent than any other. She wasn't the only one Naomasa had been able to contact for this operation, but she was the most useful in this situation, with her umberkinesis making her nearly irreplaceable. Naomasa shook his head, rove his eyes over the last member of his team, Air King, who hardened the wind to form the strongest of barriers, and breathed in deeply. There was offense, there was defense, and there was a rescue hero. This was the best he could do, and he was going to have to win with it. And finally, they were ready. Ready? Cyber asked, and at Naomasa's nod, a crackle filled the room, the sound of multiple mics whirring to life. Keep it fastened, and your earbuds in your ears, he instructed. I'll keep a watch on everyone using thermal imaging, so I'll let you know if you're in danger. Naomasa sent him a silent nod, then turned to look at his longtime friend and partner. Toshinori grinned, his Toshinori grin, not his All Might grin, and Naomasa smiled weakly back. It was time. Naomasa stayed behind the professionals as they lined up outside the bar. He had a gun, and he knew how to protect himself, but his quirk was not suitable for combat, so in the face of villains with possibly destructive quirks, he positioned himself near the back, ready to jump in when his role became needed, but far enough away that he did not hinder the heroes when they decided to attack. They stormed into the sight of 3 surprised people, the villain with a warp quirk behind the counter, a hooded woman sitting by the corner, a pink margarita in hand, and one very young-looking, very wild-seeming boy, because what else could he be if not a boy, sitting right in front of him, grumbling at something they couldn't understand. Mostly because he stopped the moment they entered. "Heroes," the boy hissed, the severed hands on his body spasming with the strength of his fury. The warp villain stilled, eyes stuck on the raid none of them had expected. That moment was all the heroes needed because Naomasa could taste the victory in the air when they attacked. The female in the corner had jumped up the second she gained her bearings. The detective couldn't recognize her, but there would be time to do that later. At least her veritable lack of notoriety meant she was not one of the bigger fish stewing in the metaphorical pot. She yanked herself to the window and flung it open but met with the resistance of an invisible wall made of cement. Air King, Naomasa realized, then pulled Quirk's suppressant cuffs out of his pocket and rushed forward to snap them on her and the table next to her. "We don't need you to interfere," he told her quietly and quietly squeezed on the pressure points. Thump. She was out. He had no idea for how long, but she would not be a problem. Behind him, the bartender, the kidnapper, their closest lead yet to a young, kidnapped boy, hissed, spinning into action even as All Might and Ingenium rushed to face him. "Kurogyri," the boy in front of him demanded, and there it was, a name. Kurogyri seemed to realize at the exact same time, for he flinched. Otherwise, though he showed no reaction. He threw out his hand and 2 portals appeared, directly in the paths of the running heroes. All Might crashed right through, falling out from the ceiling, and managed to land on his feet. His break in momentum gave Kurogyri the time he needed, even as Ingenium swerved, dodging the warp gate by millimeters. "Who are you?" Naomasa asked loudly, employing the years of training he had received, and the years of experience he had cultivated. Distraction? Well, distraction was always the key. Kurogyri paid him no mind, but the boy did. He turned to look at Naomasa straight in the eyes and laughed, his smirk sending a shiver through the policeman. He'd never known children to have that gleam, but here, in front of his eyes, was proof. "Evil. Chaos. We are your doom," the child announced, practically cackling, and then he fell back, the warp closing in around him. Ingenium reached out, his hand closing around. And no, Kurogyri was gone. Ingenium said. All Might grimaced. Nightbell sighed and walked towards the one door standing behind the line of beer and wine, holding tightly locked and wedged. "Let's go," Naomasa said. "Cyber?" "No one's there," the man replied. "I'll do it." All Might walked to the door and pulled it clean off his hinges. His eyes hardened with a feral flavor Naomasa hated to see. It made his friend foreign, different, dangerous. "I'll go first," Air King volunteered, then slipped inside, Nightbell coming up behind him and melting into the shadows. The hallway opened up some 10-15 feet under the bar, and the stairs that descended into it were roughly made out of pieces of wood that, if Naomasa had to guess, no one used regularly. In all probability, Kurogyri would warp wherever he wanted, so the stairs were kind of pointless. In any case, the hallway broke off into 2 near towards on end of the place, and Naomasa grimaced, because his work had just multiplied. "Cyber?" he asked. "Looking," the man replied. "There's a little bit of interference?" Naomasa glanced both ways. They petered off into the darkness in the same way, with only one door visible on either side. On the right, however, there seemed to be a small, flickering light at the end, barely visible, while the left was completely shrouded in darkness. "Demenit, there are heat signatures on both ends," Cyber complained. "Can't tell you who, so you'll have to check out both." There are less on the right, though. Neo Mesa nodded. Thanks. He exchanged a look with All Might, who nodded. Neo Mesa's shoulders lost 1% of their tenseness. Do we split up? Air King asked, and the detective broke out of his musings to nod. His instinct said right, though Cyber was correct in that they had to check both. Offense and defense both, he said. Air King, Ingenium, go left. Ping us if you find anything. We'll go right and do the same. Ingenium nodded tightly, Air King already walking away. A deep breath later, Neo Mesa did the same, falling into step behind All Might and a shadowy memory of Night Bell. On the left, it took a number of doors in that left corridor until Tensei reached one that reeked of trouble. There was no obvious indication, just a lingering smell, a frightening cry. He pushed it, and the door creaked open to a room barely the size of a bathroom. In the center was a chair, bound to the floor with rusting chains and bloodied cuffs. A rage rose inside the pro-hero. A rage that threatened to consume everything that even resembled sanity. A rage that promised vengeance. Tensei breathed out, letting go of the stale air, the unbreathable terror, the senseless anger. There would be time for revenge, he told himself. Time after they rescued Daisuke. But only after. Ingenium! Air King hissed, and Tensei slid instantly to the other side of the corridor, where a meter or so away, Air King was peering through another doorway. This one has a lot of heat signatures, Cyber warned, and his voice sounded worried. Tensei clenched his fists, readied for combat, and followed Air King inside. The inside of the room was darkened, and it took a moment for Tensei's eyes to adjust. His throat constricted. The room was lined with more than 20 beds, and belted down in them, the bees were deformed, whimpering. People? Monsters? At this point, Tensei couldn't even tell. All he knew was they were in obvious distress and pain, and he realized as he rushed to the side of the closest one and stared into startling brown eyes, they couldn't speak. The person in the bed whined sadly and caused a chain reaction as a low growl made its way through the 20 such patients before petering off. Air King muttered. What the hell have they done? Tensei didn't reply. He heard some shuffling, and as he turned back, he saw his fellow hero was ducking behind a desk in the back corner. Air King pulled out the drawers and started fumbling inside, going so far as to explode open those which were locked. A pile of papers fluttered out, strikingly white inside the dim lights. He grabbed them all, bending to catch one that had almost fallen to the floor, then placed them on top of the table, his hands trembling. Tensei winced, but walked over, his own fists clenching. What does it say? He asked in a low voice. Air King pursed his lips. Nothing about the hostage, he replied back. A rush of relief sparked through Tensei. Thank bloody God Daisuke had not been made into one of these. But Air King narrowed his eyes and picked up the papers. These may be heavily redacted, but from what I can gauge, this place has been conducting illegal Quirk experiments. Tensei's BLD ran cold. Like the facility that was shut down 3 years ago? His fellow hero nodded. Yes. They're trying to transmute multiple quirks. That's why they dash, he swallowed. That's why they look like that. Ordinary human bodies aren't capable of hosting and utilizing multiple quirks so easily, especially not incompatible ones. Strength quirks require a strong body to pull off, same with intelligence quirks. Our cells physically rewrite themselves to assimilate new quirks, but it's not a quick process. He shook his head. Other than special cases, multiple quirks aren't meant to survive in a single body, not without compromise. A sick feeling started building up in Tensei's stomach. Compromise, he repeated dumbly. Like their ability to speak. Air King nodded. They've had their appearance and humanity taken away, he confirmed, nearly growling. Then he closed his eyes and breathed in deeply. I'll bring the information. Cyber. He barked, and their earpieces crackled. Inform the other team that there is no sign of Takahashi at this side and to be ready for rescue. We're coming to back them up. Got it? The back of Tensei's neck bristled. What about these guys? Air King, a senior pro by more than 10 years, grimaced. I'll set up a barrier, but our first priority is rescue. His eyes hardened. We can't dash, he sighed. Tensei flinched. He knew. Of course Daisuke was more important. They didn't even know if these people were beyond saving or not. Whether their experimentation could be reversed or not. Whether they even wanted a hero in the first place. But Daisuke. Before he could rethink and doubt himself, Tensei lightly slapped himself on the cheeks. It was loud enough to draw Air King's attention, but the sharp, asking look did nothing. "Let's go," he said. "We've got a kid to save." Naomasa, Tashinori, and Night Bell didn't stop, even when Cyber told them the left corridor had been a bust and that the other two were on their way. No, they had already taken too much time already. The warp villain had been gone a while, and who knew when he would pop up and take Takahashi away. If he were here in the first place, a small, hopeless part of Naomasa's mind whispered. The heat signature at their end of the hall, I don't know how many. Something weird is interfering with the technology, Cyber had told them. But however many they are, they're in that last room. The others are empty. And there it was. The last room. Naomasa swallowed and exchanged a look with All Might. The hero grimaced in reply, and Naomasa wondered if that was because of his injury, or the foreboding feeling he was sure even Night Bell could feel. He motioned one finger and nodded. The two heroes in front of him nodded back. Night Bell slipped into the shadows, no doubt entering the room quicker than they could open the door. She would be the rescue. All Might flexed his biceps and pulled on the door. Smash! He shouted loudly, and the door flung back, broken in All Might's half. "I am here," the man said, smiling grimly as he let the door fall and walked into the room. And then he froze. Naomasa thought, and it wasn't because the room as filled to the brim with dangerous villains. No, it was because right in the middle, a wide-eyed Takahashi Daisuke was tied to a chair, and All for One stood in front of him, an oxygen mask on his face and Night Bell dangling from his hand. The centuries-old supervillain smiled. "Hello, All Might. Can't say I was expecting you, but what a pleasure." Night Bell clawed at the hand curled around her throat. Daisuke watched in his seat, his heart leaping through his throat, unable to move. All for One, however, turned to look straight at the door, where Daisuke could see All Might standing in the remains of the entrance, another man, not a pro-hero, it seemed, at his side. "Hello," All for One said, his eyes gleaming with darkness. "I was wondering when you would arrive." Daisuke saw All Might clench fists even as Night Bell continued to struggle. You're supposed to be dead." Daisuke flinched. All Might knew this person? Then did that mean that this villain was someone that even All Might feared? He shivered, and the room closed in around him. But no one around him paid him any attention. Both the villain and All Might were focused on each other and Night Bell. Well, she was just hanging in midair, grasping for survival. "Let her go," All Might said. "And why would I do that?" All for One asked, his voice lined with malicious amusement. All Might didn't reply. Instead, he pulled back his fist, inhaling sharply as he did, and rushed forward, much like he did when he used his quirk. Except this time, he didn't yell out his attack, didn't bring attention to the strength he was exuding. All Might was furious, Daisuke realized, and more than anyone had ever seen him. The air whizzed around them and Daisuke was forced to close his eyes against the pressure, so much so that he missed the whole thing. When he wrenched open his eyes, All Might stood at the opposite side of the room, and All for One laughed, still at the center. But his arms were now at his sides and Night Bell lay on the floor, gasping for air. Even as All for One watched in amusement, the pro-hero pushed away and melted back into the darkness. And it was because he allowed it. Everyone in the room knew that, and Daisuke knew it would be a long, long time before they forgot. "I have done as you asked, child. Aren't I so kind?" he asked, his voice mocking. All Might flinched. "You are anything but kind," he spat. "And I will destroy you," the villain hummed. "As you destroyed me 2 years ago? Or was it 3? He smiled. Time. Such a useless measure of life. Daisuke's eyes widened, and he saw All Might waver. This was true, he realized. All bloody true. All Might had fought his person. Fought him and tried to kill him. But All Might, the #1 hero, had been unable to kill him. All Might had lost. "This is heroism," All for One said, and Daisuke knew he was saying it to him. At its finest. The man who came to save you is the one who couldn't defeat me. Such a shame you rely on them, isn't it? Daisuke's heartbeat became rapid, and his breath puffed out uncontrollably. Was this really? Shut up. All Might demanded and charged All for One again, and for a second, there was a blast of air and quirks and pain, and Daisuke had to turn his head because those very slashes of wind were scratching his face. All for One was thrown to the right corner of the room, and All Might to the left. Opposite each other, they threw themselves up, but the power was obvious. It crackled the air between them and the cement creaked. Was cement even supposed to creak? Sheet, the man who'd come with All Might muttered, then used the reprieve to hurry to the chair that bound Daisuke. You'll be fine, he said, his voice soothing, but the fear in the air overpowered it instantly, even though the man was trying to free him from his bindings. Is that it? All for One asked, cracking his neck. I'd expected more. He shook his head. Then again, what else do heroes do except fail all expectations? He threw up his hand and a wave of pure energy flew out. All Might ducked and it caved in the wall behind him, making the room rumble and dust fall from every crack. You'll crush the room, All Might snarled. Isn't that what heroes do? All for One shot right back and grinned as All Might halted his dash, because the ceiling had started shaking again, and there was absolutely nothing he could do. I haven't yet found what I wanted, he said easily. So I think little Daisuke and I should continue our conversation. He began walking, using one finger and an earth manipulation quirk to rumble the room to threaten the number one hero, and another hand to sweep the other man away. Daisuke inhaled sharply and leaned back, trying to wrench his hands free yet again. But it was not to be, because in seconds the villain would be upon him, and there was a small purple portal forming at his place, no doubt Kurogiri coming to rescue his emissary, and everyone had noticed that, not just him. All Might's eyes were wide and flickering from the ceiling to Daisuke. He was positioning his hands to support the ceiling and his feet to run, and the man who All for One had thrown away was struggling to get up, and it was all so dim and confusing. And the rubble on the ground at the entrance of the room rolled, and Daisuke clenched his eyes shut. A wave of something strong and cold and condensed pressed against him, and he was thrown backwards, still bound to the chair but safe. He pulled his eyes open even as his entire body exploded in pain from the very, very wrong angles he was settling in, because what the hell was going on? But there stood a costumed man at the door, blurry but arms raised towards him. The second person, another hero, Ingenium, rushed at All for One faster than Daisuke had ever seen him run, faster than All Might could have been in this small, constrained room, faster than All Might should have been in this small, constrained room, and graze against the villain just enough to send him spinning to the side, further away from Daisuke. Ingenium slammed against the wall and crumpled towards it, clutching at an arm that was now bent in the wrong way. In the moment that he had pushed All for One had pushed him. But the villain wasn't smiling. Oh, not anymore. Right now, he was snarling, his visible expression contorted in annoyance and anger. Heroes? He spat. Night Bell melted out of the darkness, right in front of Daisuke, and placed her hands on the floor, and a blanket of darkness flew over him. For a bit, he couldn't see, and then his eyes adjusted. He was in the shadows, but he was still inside the room, and no one else could see him. Night Bell, however, stood just outside the shadow, breathing quickly, still worn from the previous altercation but giving her all into keeping the wavering shadow still. All for One narrowed his eyes, but the commotion had been enough time for All Might to build up the strength and plan to fight back, for the ceiling had stopped rumbling and All for One had lost his cool. All for One pursed his lips. Pity, he said. But we will see each other again. He turned, stepped into the portal, and it closed behind him. Ingenium couldn't even ready his engines. Well, Air King said. That went well. Night Bell collapsed. He grimaced. Daisuke swallowed. Yeah, he croaked. Daisuke had lost his quirk. The very idea that one could lose their quirk, that there was a person who could take someone's quirk was abominable. It was terrifying. It was like losing himself. And Daisuke was feeling it right now. Daisuke's quirk was gone, and there was nothing Tensei could do about it. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the wall, his mind swirling with strands of thoughts that just wouldn't come together. What did it mean that that monster, all for one, Daisuke had said, could take away people's quirks? That he could give them back as easily as he had taken them? Were there limitations, problems, weaknesses? How many could he take, and for how long? Did any of it even matter? And, most of all, how in the name of the thrice-med world did no one know about the man? He was a villain beyond anything Tensei had ever seen or experienced. Beyond anyone Tensei had heard about. He'd exuded such power and authority in the room, Tensei hadn't paid attention to it at the time, not with adrenaline and fear coursing through his veins, but when he'd revisited the entire scenario later, the truth had hit him like a sledgehammer, that he'd know he wasn't a low-level fighter with a longing to take over the city. No, that was too small a goal. And yet, he didn't seem like someone who'd wanted to cliché, but often the case, rule the world either. So what had he wanted? What was the long goal? Tensei knew he'd wanted Izuku's quirk as a short-term goal. Daisuke had been open enough about that, though obviously the clash had presented itself there, but that wasn't really the point. The issue was, his goals beyond that little longing were incomprehensible. Did he intend to take out heroes with the help of Izuku's analysis? Or did he want to do something even more nefarious? He frowned, then his eyes widened. The truth might be incomprehensible to him, but there were a few people who should have an idea about it. Finding All Might proved not particularly easy, considering he was nowhere at all. His agency rang empty, his coworkers said they didn't know, and the police said the same. Tensei was half sure that the hero was off fighting another bunch of villains when he gave it up as a bad job and decided to go to the other person on the list who seemed to have even the slightest idea of what the hell was going on. Fortunately, the station said Tsukachi was there, though in a meeting with All Might's representative, the man called Yagi Tashinori. Outside the building, half an hour later, Tensei squared his shoulders. If that Yagi person was still there, well, he'd just be hitting two birds with one stone. He walked in. The station was as busy as it always was, considering it was in the middle of Mizudafu. The person at the front desk raised an eyebrow at him but otherwise let him pass, his pro-hero badge flashing. Ingenium swallowed, ignored the hints, and walked forward, heading straight to the office he'd been in a few times. An office where he could see Tsukachi still sitting with an emaciated blonde, locked in a heated discussion. Inhaling sharply, he knocked. The discussion stilled, and both heads snapped up to look at the entrance, and after just a moment's hesitation, Tsukachi stood and came to the door. Ingenium, he greeted slightly stiffly. "What can I do for you?" "Well, for one," Tensei forced out. "We're long overdue a conversation." Tsukachi's mouth pressed into a thin line. "I see." He managed to wait a few more, unwelcoming seconds. "I am currently holding a meeting with Yagi-san. If you would be so kind?" Tensei swallowed. If All Might keeps his representative in the loop, then I think this concerns him too. Behind the detective, Yagi's eyes widened. Tsukachi sighed, then stepped back. "Please come in then." Tensei gave a short nod and entered, closing the door behind him. As if understanding the need for privacy, the detective shouldered past to shut the blinds, drenching the room in darkness before he pressed the light switch. Tensei inhaled sharply. "I'm here about the villain," he said without preamble. "And about what he did to Daisuke." Tsukachi didn't react, but Yagi twitched. So he did know. Tensei continued. "You too, and All Might, of course, seem to be aware of him." He narrowed his eyes into a glare. "Aware of a monster who can take quirks and give them to others. A villain who seems more cunning than many masterminds I've seen. A person who should probably be splashed all across the internet but isn't known at all." Yagi flinched, and Tsukachi sighed, reaching up to massage the bridge of his nose. "It's complicated," he said, his voice low and frustrated. Tensei leaned back, taking support from the wall. "Everything in our business is." Yagi swallowed. "All Might has promised to handle this villain, Ingenium," he said, something slightly sad and guilty in his eyes. "You don't have to worry." Tensei raised an eyebrow. "No matter how much he did want to leave this up to All Might." "That's good to know, but it isn't what I'm asking." Yagi and Tsukachi exchanged a heavy look, seemingly communicating without words. It seemed to work, though, because Tsukachi leaned back with an exhausted sigh and massaged his neck. All for One is a very old villain, he said. I have been tracking him for quite a few years, though in the last 3, we were led to believe he was dead. Tensei frowned. Why was that? How could they believe that such an overpowered villain was dead when they obviously didn't have his corpse, right? All Might, Yagi said. Dealt him a huge blow. Tensei's eyes flared. While he knew not every fight a hero engaged in made it to the big screen for public consumption, the larger ones tended to do so almost immediately. And a clash of the proportions that Yagi was implying. We believed that due to the way in which their battle ended, and All for One's silence for a while after that the man had died. Yagi continued, frowning. Tensei raised his hand to his mouth to hide his grimace. So All Might has been aware of the man for a long time. Yagi's eyes flickered. Yes. And yet he never saw fit to inform anyone. Yagi winced. He believed it would incite panic. In the civilians, perhaps, Tensei countered. What about the pro-heroes? Any one of us would have helped him. Yagi had no answer. Tsukachi sighed. A few pro-heroes know, he said when it was obvious Yagi wasn't going to. And I understand your argument. If there had been no lull between his purported death and now, I would have urged All Might to bring a few more heroes into his confidence. He probably wasn't lying, Tensei decided. Probably. But things have happened the way they did, and unfortunately, we cannot change the past, the detective continued. Now that we know that he is involved, you'll be informing the Hero Association? No. Yagi yelped, before reddening and coughing slightly. Apologies. It would be more prudent to bring a few heroes into the know rather than inform everyone. There would be less chance of any civilian or villain finding out. Well, Tensei muttered. You're not wrong. He sagged and blinked rapidly, trying to get rid of the dry feeling. All right, I'll agree to that, at least. If more people find out, they'll also know about Daisuke's involvement. They might either target him or allow All for One to discover his whereabouts. Until he is in the hospital or gets back on his feet, that would be inadvisable. Tsukachi let out a relieved hum. Yes, that's fine, he said. And as for Daisuke-kun, he hesitated. Have you offered him witness protection? Tensei's mouth thinned. All the while he'd been at the kid's bedside, all the while he had been musing over the situation, he'd thought about it. He'd realized the implications of a lost Quirk, of a major villain targeting and DMN it. Daisuke wasn't even a hero yet. Even if he had been, the stress was huge, but he was a hero in training still, and what could he do? Did he even want to? Tensei had hesitated because he knew how much all of their group had wanted to be a hero. Mirio had been clear enough about that whenever he'd gushed about his friends. Not a lot to him, granted, but he was the direct superior, so that was fine. He'd talked to Tensei's sidekicks, and when they'd been loud enough for him to overhear, he'd realized the extent to which the new generation was desperate to be heroes. He should have expected it, what with Tenya feeling the same, and he couldn't. How could he ask that kid to go into witness protection, where he wouldn't be able to be a hero? But a small voice in his head had said, could he even be a hero without a quirk? Tensei flinched. He'd never realized he'd thought that way, and he was wallowing in guilt about it because he now had 2 quirkless kids on hand, and both of them were more heroic than he'd expected them to be. Than he wanted them to be, because that meant he couldn't protect them so easily. Not yet, he said, finally. I'll ask him the next time I visit. Tsukachi nodded. All right. There was an awkward pause, only penetrated by sounds of fidgeting on both sides. Clearing his throat, Tensei shifted on his feet, another errant thought scratching the back of his mind. Daisuke said All for One was after Quirky. He started. The villain told him he wanted Quirky's quirk or even Quirky himself. What I don't get is why they struck now and why they even watched Quirky's channel. Yagi looked down, his fists clenched and his frame trembling. Tsukachi winced. He struck after the analysis on Wonder. He told the pro-hero. Tensei raised an eyebrow. And what does that have to do with anything? He hadn't listened to the whole analysis yet, but from the part he had listened to, it had been a pretty basic one. A Silver Age hero reborn. There was nothing special about Wonder, was there? Only that she had a weird, mixed quirk. His eyes flared. Tsukachi had already started speaking. She was All Might's teacher. She fought All for One before All Might did, and then she died at his hands. Oh shit. Tensei straightened. Ah, he said rather eloquently. Quirky was just lucky enough to be caught in the crossfire. The detective gave a grim nod, but there was something flighty in his eyes, and in the way Yagi kept looking down, fists still held tight. Shaking his head, Tensei turned, one hand on the knob. I know you aren't sharing the entire truth, he said, and though he wasn't looking, the two sharp inhales at his back were obvious. And I don't care. But when you debrief the other heroes, don't hold back anything that could bring him down. He swallowed, his throat drying with a mix of emotions. That'll just get them killed. He pulled open the door and left. Toshinori felt like curling up into a ball and disappearing off the face of the planet. All for One was alive. And he'd almost died trying to stop him the first time around. He'd thought, for once, he could have given his quirk to his next successor without having to burden them with a legacy so old and a villain so terrible. That the age-old tale of All for One versus One for All would die with him, and the next symbol of peace would only have to save the world from the next generation of villains, but never from someone as jaded and terrifying and old as All for One. Never him. Because Toshinori himself didn't know how he'd managed to defeat him the first time around. And look at that. He hadn't. Toshi, Naomasa said softly. There's nothing you can do by brooding. Toshinori huffed. A child almost died, Naomasa, he shot back. He almost died because I couldn't stop a demon villain. The detective shook his head. No one could stop that villain, he corrected. Especially not alone. Toshinori winced. Ingenium was correct, his friend continued. It is time you reached out for help. And I suggest you start with Sir Knight. Toshinori sighed. He won't want to meet with me, and I don't blame him. Except he'll have to meet with you because the fate of Japan depends on All for One being defeated. There was a second of silence, and then, fine, Toshinori said. I'll reach out. But you'll have to get the information on his new fellow villains. I didn't like the look of that warping guy. If he isn't contained, we'll never be able to pin them down. Tsukachi smiled. That's more like it. Daisuke had been stuck in a hospital room for over 2 days when he broke, sick and tired of sleeping and watching mindless TV. He broke and started thinking again. Honestly, after getting out of the hellhole that was All for One's care, Sensei, an icy voice reminded him, and he shivered. He'd been relieved beyond anything he could have imagined. He was out of the dank underground room, seeing the sun for the first time in days, breathing fresh air for the first time in just as long, and he was free. He was free of All for One's words, his voice, his stupid convincing arguments, and he was free of trying to protect Quirky. At least that was one thing he was glad for. He hadn't given up Quirky. He had been a bloody hero for the kid. And the kid wasn't here to know it. A sharp pain raced through his legs as he shifted. The muscles had lost part of their mass and strength over the days he'd been confined to a chair, forced to remain unmoving and yielding. He wondered how long-term patients coped, then realized that there were probably doctors with muscle movement quirks who helped. Quirky would love theorizing with such an ability, and he was back. Midoriya Izuku. Daisuke swallowed and moved again, hoping the pain would be overwhelming enough to shut down his brain. It was not. Rather, it restarted the entire bloody process for him, playing out in HD in his mind, even better quality than the hospital room TV. And the most vivid of those memories? His quirk. He swallowed the nth time, the rush of tears momentarily obscuring his vision. He'd told Ingenium everything he remembered, though he'd only briefly mentioned that All for One had taken his quirk away, and only after the paramedic had arrived to ask him a few routine concussion checking questions, including, "What is your quirk? Can you activate it for me?" He reached up to rub his eyes. He had no quirk now. And with All for One in the wind, he was probably never going to get it back, anyway. Pro-heroes were on the lookout for him day and night, and police officers at every door in the hospital. Daisuke didn't know who all knew about All for One, but the results spoke for themselves. A villain who had escaped even All Might. Daisuke swallowed bitterly and tried to bury the raging monster who wanted to blame anyone and everyone, but was scared of blaming. No quirk, his mind reminded him, rather viciously. "Shut up," Daisuke snarled. The door creaked. No one was speaking, a young, familiar voice said, and Daisuke startled, which brought another hiss of pain. Mirio winced. "Sorry about that, idiot," Nijire said cheerfully from behind him, then pushed through into the room, Tamaki trailing at her side. He looked gaunt and pale, weaker than Daisuke had ever seen him. "Seems like my captivity affected you more than me," Daisuke remarked, and Tamaki flinched. Nijire raised her eyes. "Jokes already? Thought you'd at least say hello first." Daisuke couldn't help a small smile. "Hello." Mirio laughed. "Hi," he greeted back, slightly over-enthusiastic, but that was understandable. Daisuke smiled, and for the first time in over a week, too? How long had it been anyway? His smile was genuine. Tamaki walked over to stand at his side, just inches away from him, and looked over his entire body, even as his fist clenched. Mirio, biting his lips, tried not to hover but totally failed at that. Nijire was the only one who gave a simple shrug and positioned herself on the chair in the corner of the room. And yet, and it was especially obvious to Daisuke, who had known these idiots for a while, their bodies were all laced with tension, ready to pounce at the slightest hint of danger. Daisuke sighed. "Might as well get it over with. I don't have a quirk anymore," he announced. Nijire straightened in her seat and her eyes flared. Tamaki grunted in certain surprise, and Mirio just frowned, which was weird, since Daisuke had expected the most astonishment out of him. Maybe Ingenium had talked to him? But why would he? Daisuke had asked him to keep it on the down low. "How?" Tamaki croaked, and his voice was heavy and different, and Daisuke realized, with a warm, sinking heart, that his friend had been crying. He swallowed. "A villain who kidnapped me has a quirk which can take away other quirks?" Nijire's nose flared. "That's impossible," she said quietly, rage and fear simmering in her eyes. A bitter laugh echoed in the room. "Sure, let's go with that." Mirio rubbed the back of his neck, pity and sorrow for Daisuke oozing out of his every crevice. "That, he muttered pointlessly as if he couldn't find the words. Daisuke wanted to hate him for that, tell him that he couldn't know what not having a quirk felt like, that he couldn't bear it and neither could anyone else. But this was Togata Mirio, the one person Daisuke felt could probably survive losing his quirk and come out a better person despite it. Not all of them could be Togata Mirio. Eyes turning cold, he shifted his gaze to the floor. The atmosphere in the room darkened. After a bout of silence that none of them appreciated, Nijire cleared her throat. "What are you going to do?" she asked, and it was the slight stutter that gave away the extreme anxiety she must have been feeling, because she never stuttered. Now. Tamaki and Mirio held their breaths in anticipation. Daisuke wished he could throw them out of the room, suddenly. It had all been well and good in the beginning, but now he was starting to think wallowing in his thoughts might be a more preferable option. "You mean, what happens to my position in the hero course?" he corrected, refusing to let inflection color his voice, because he knew it would otherwise break. "Without a quirk." Nijire hesitated. "Yeah." Tamaki looked down at his feet, unable to meet his eyes. Mirio just stood there, in the peripheral of his vision, but expression unchanging. Daisuke wondered why he was getting that foreboding feeling. And no, it wasn't his stupid quirk, that thing was gone. Forever. Daisuke shrugged and turned to look at the window. The sun was glaring outside, and yet the light seemed almost harsh. "I don't know," he said. "Probably." He hesitated. Nijire nudged softly. It was just the push he didn't need. He filled up with fury, his hands shaking and his feet burning, but he didn't care. All he wanted to do, and all he was doing really, was to glare at the three people in the room who had their quirks. How dare they even try to interfere in something so stupid and confusing and downright shitty? They couldn't imagine quirklessness. They couldn't imagine quirklessness after having a quirk their entire life, depending on it to help them succeed in a profession almost impossible to get into even with a quirk. "Shut up," he shouted, and his friends flinched. But at that point he was too wired up to care. "I'm not staying in the DMN hero course because I don't have a bloody quirk anymore, okay?" I'm powerless, why the hell would the hero course even want me? All for one, I won't be able to save a single civilian, let alone fight against a stupid supervillain even All Might dash. Stop. Daisuke heaved, his eyes wide and glaring to hold back the tears, his hands clutching at the side of the hospital bed. He snapped his neck around to look at Mirio, and lo and behold, the perpetually cheerful boy looked positively murderous. A small part of Daisuke wanted to crow at the achievement, but the rest of him was still angry. Why? He spat. Can't hear the truth? I can't do it, Togata, and you bloody well know it. But Mirio didn't waver. Instead, his face turned even stonier. So you're saying Izuku can't do it either? Daisuke's breath seemed to leave his lungs in a flash, taking the rage with it, and leaving behind what seemed to be shame. I didn't dash, she began, turning to look at Nijire and Tamaki. Their eyes were filled with confusion, but from the way they backed up a step or two, he knew they had no intention of interfering. You did though, Mirio rebutted, barreling on. You said you couldn't be a hero anymore because you lost your quirk? He shuffled closer, and Daisuke could hear the undertone of pure, unadulterated anger in his voice. That means you don't believe quirkless people can be heroes? Let me just call Izuku here, then, he taunted. Tell him that. Why let him delude himself, right? He doesn't have a quirk, hasn't had one ever, so let's just throw his dreams down the diamond drain and flush away the lies you fed him. Daisuke swallowed. Mirio knew about that? But of course he did. Ingenium probably did too. And everyone who was searching for him. Izuku probably had to tell the entire story. He probably had to tell people he was quirkless, again and again and again, just so they could save him. And they did save him, they just couldn't save his quirk. Not that he blamed them, logically. Logically, they were lucky to even discover him alive. They were lucky to rescue him before he finally spilled the beans on Izuku, and God knows how the kid would have protected himself then. He didn't even have a... Daisuke's lips trembled because here was the crux of it, quirklessness. He can't protect himself, Daisuke said weakly. Not without I can't protect myself. Mirio scoffed, and the sound was so violently not Mirio-like that all of them had to flinch, even those that the scoff was not directed at. Yesterday, he said. You have no right to pity yourself and pretend you can't be a bloody hero when you've made someone else believe they can. A single hiccup and you've given up? Why the hell did you even want to be a hero in the first place, then? Heroes never give up, and they dim and well fall down again and again and FNG again. He heaved, his voice breaking right there at the end. If you can't take responsibility for your actions, then forget about Izuku because you don't deserve him, anyway. His eyes glistened, but holding the obvious tears in, Mirio spun on his feet and walked out, leaving Daisuke wide-eyed and afraid. After a few minutes of unbreakable silence, Tamaki cleared his throat. Izuku's quirky? He asked, and Daisuke flinched because realization was dawning of Nijire's face, and she had practically been his biggest supporter. But even as the tense reaction stretched, halted, and calmed down into a frown, she didn't move, and she didn't say a word. Her eyes flickered to the slightly ajar door, and Daisuke figured that was thinking maybe Mirio had covered it all. Daisuke swallowed. Yes, he said, even though the answer had been obvious and didn't really need to be reiterated. Tamaki grimaced. Nijire sighed. Are you really going to quit? She asked, her voice the slightest bit cold and her eyes practically calling him out with an "I thought better of you." Daisuke didn't reply. Nijire pursed her lips and leaned back. I don't know, he said, finally, and there was something much more true about this than there would be about a yes or a no. I can't dash, he inhaled sharply, then rubbed his eyes. His friends exchanged a look, then they straightened, and Nijire got up from her seat. I suggest you figure it out, Dai, she said, though this time, her voice was soft, again. I don't really mind what you choose, Lai. As long as you're happy with it. But you do need to choose. Tamaki nodded, reached over to give Daisuke's hand a squeeze, and stepped towards the door. I'll talk to Mirio, he assured him. He's just probably... He shrugged. Frustrated. He was pretty keyed up while you were gone. Wishing he had a provisional license? He smiled grimly. We were all wishing that. Daisuke couldn't find a reply to that. Tamaki sighed. Bida. Ingenium said we couldn't stay here long, but we'll come back. Daisuke wondered if the we included Mirio, but Tamaki was gone before he could ask. Alone in his room again, he was left to stare at the ceiling, wondering how he was getting out of this mess. Tensei stood at the door to the Midoriya's apartment for a whole 10 minutes before he could work up the nerve to knock. It was weird, considering he'd literally just faced off against a villain a few days ago who was probably one of the most dangerous he'd known in his entire hero career, but the thought of facing Izuku when he'd been considering much more seriously the probabilities of a quirkless child's future was abjectly horrifying. He swallowed. Quirkless. Daisuke, sitting alone in that hospital room, was quirkless. Midoriya, inside this very door, was quirkless. How many other people in this world were quirkless? And how many weren't, if only because they couldn't afford to be? It was strange, hearing about the idea of not having a quirk when it was so much a part of everyone that it was like a phantom limb one couldn't live without. And yet, there were two people thriving, barely surviving, in Tensei's immediate vicinity incapable of living with that advantage. For that was what it was, that extra limb of theirs. An advantage everyone had, to the extent that not having it was practically a disability. The world always had demeaned that which had less than it did. He swallowed again, struggling to reconcile the thoughts. The first time he'd heard of Izuku's quirklessness, he'd really imagined he wasn't discriminatory. Hell, he'd thought that before it too, had tried to work towards it most of his life. But that immediate thought that came exactly after Daisuke said he no longer had his quirk? That expression of pain and defeat etched across the boy's face? That despair that Ingenium hadn't been able to protect him from? How could he be a hero? He thought. He doesn't have a quirk anymore. He didn't really think that way, he told himself. He insisted. He had to, because otherwise it would be worse. He didn't really think that way, and that was a single stray thought he destroyed the second after it rose in his mind. But the very fact that it did rise in his mind. He clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms, then rose one hand to knock, the sound loud and clear. He couldn't force himself to continue revolving around these thoughts. He couldn't, not when he'd already gone in those circles 3 times already. Not when there was so much to do, so much to fix, and certainly not when there was a little boy on the other side of the door waiting to know what had happened because they'd kept the media in a blackout. As if hearing his very thoughts, the door flung open, Izuku looking out at him, eyes wide and worried. Ingenium-sen, he whispered, not stuttering but not confident either. Tensei attempted to smile, though it came off strained. May I come in? Izuku gave a short, jerky nod. Yes, please. He opened the door wider and stood to the side as Tensei walked forward. Oka-san is cooking, he said, most likely to fill the charged silence. She knows you're here. Tensei nodded. Of course, he said. Everything okay with you too? Izuku's smile wavered. Yes, he said in a small voice. And Daisuke-san? Did you find anything? Tensei inhaled and gestured to the sofa. Let's sit down. Legs shaking, Izuku basically fell down on one end of the couch and Tensei followed, sitting down much more gracefully on the seat opposite the young boy. We found Daisuke, he said, carefully measuring the emotion he put into his voice, trying to ensure he didn't give away anything Daisuke wouldn't want him to say. Trying to keep the pity and self-loathing out. He is currently in the hospital. He's fine, he hurried to add as Izuku's eyes widened and mouth opened in protest, though the lie felt bitter on his tongue. The hospital has to keep him under watch per protocol for a certain amount of time. Oh, Izuku said, his voice losing the tension, but his shoulders stood in the same stiff position as they had been in the beginning. Tensei forced his fists to unclench and placed them deliberately on his sides. Unfortunately, he said, trying to ensure his voice stayed level. We're still not sure how vulnerable Daisuke is to surveillance, and we can't allow you to come into contact until that is corrected. Oh, Izuku said again, but there was now a sad frown on his face, even as he refused to protest. Sometimes, Tensei mused, this kid was just too old for his age. I can, however, deliver a message, he offered. If you want to, he trailed off. Izuku blinked but nodded. I'd like that, he said thickly. I want to tell Daisuke-sen. He bit his lower lip. Could I write and give you a letter? Tensei attempted a smile. Sure, Izuku, he said. That sounds great. I'm sure Daisuke would love to reply too. Thank you. He hesitated visibly. Do you want to stay for dinner, Tensei-san? Tensei gave a short shake of his head. No, thank you. I really need to get back to the job. He tilted his head. You can message me whenever you're done with the letter, and I'll come to pick it up. Izuku nodded, and then, just as Tensei was building the strength to stand up and leave, awkward as the situation was, he blurted out, I'm shutting down analysis in essence. Tensei's eyes widened, and he stilled. What? Izuku's throat bobbed. My analysis channel, he explained, even when he really didn't need to. I'm closing it down. Tensei couldn't help the pain that flashed across his face. After all, what kind of hero was he when children had to stop doing what they loved because the adults couldn't keep them safe? Quirk, it's not because of you, Izuku hurried to add, looking flushed. Or die. He rubbed the back of his neck. I'm not strong enough, Tensei-san. I can't let this happen again. Tensei's forehead wrinkled with even more worry. Izuku, he said, his voice almost choked. That's not your job. It's ours. Still, Izuku insisted. I don't want to make it harder for you. Tensei's shoulders fell. You're not? I am. The very fact that Daisuke-san was kidnapped was the fault of the villain who did it and him alone, Tensei insisted. You did everything in your power to help him, Izuku. You can't be blamed for something entirely out of your control. Izuku looked down. Still, he said weakly but sounding more stubborn than Tensei could have ever imagined him sounding. Tensei took a deep breath, then sighed. He said, finally knowing when to back down in front of younger children, even if Izuku was as different from Tenya as could be. Fine. I won't insist. It is your own choice, after all. Izuku nodded silently. But I do think you should take the time to consider all your options first, he continued. Even if you're stopping your channel, your analysis is one of your strongest qualities. I don't think you should bury a part of yourself. Izuku smiled again, just as sad. I know, he agreed. I don't want to stop. Tensei thought. Of course. And then, because he could and because Izuku looked like he desperately needed it, he stood and walked the few steps it took to move to Izuku and hugged the boy. Just like before, he melted in his arms, clinging on with a shaking frame, and Tensei knew exactly how difficult the decision was for him. The channel had been an escape for Izuku in ways Tensei was only starting to comprehend as he came face to face with the reality of quirklessness and the consequences it wrought in this quirk-obsessed world. And Izuku was shutting it down because he had to. Because the heroes he so idolized had been unable to protect another child. Had been unable to protect him. So, yeah, not being able to continue something that had saved him more than even heroes had to have a toll, and more so than Tensei could even comprehend. Izuku pulled back. I don't. He struggled for a few seconds. I won't stop the analyses, he said. I want to help people, even if I can't help everyone. He looked Tensei straight in the eyes, even as his body trembled the slightest bit. And maybe when I'm stronger, I can start up my channel again. Tensei inhaled deeply and did the metaphorical equivalent of slapping his cheeks. Hey, he told himself. If Quirky was good with it, who was he to obsess over something he didn't do himself? Who was he to demand Quirky be sad and terrified when he was obviously trying to be strong? Okay, he told himself, because he was going to be here now, even if he hadn't been able to before. Whatever you need, he said finally. I'm here for you. And whenever you need to start it back up, let me know. Izuku's relieved smile was worth the whole DMN week combined. Tensei planned to visit Daisuke directly after Izuku, if only to get all the difficult conversations out of the way in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, considering he had told Izuku he'd take his letter with him, and that might as well soften the blow, he got a call from Mirio first. Tensei-san? The teenager asked, then barreled on without waiting. We need to talk. Tensei frowned the entire distance to the student's house, his mind jumping right back into thinking the worst of the situation. There hadn't been worry, exactly, in Mirio's voice, just frustration and anger. And since Tensei knew that the teenager and his friends must have visited Daisuke in the hospital after begging for permission, that was particularly concerning. What could Mirio have to be so angry about? That was a stupid question, he acknowledged. Mirio probably had a lot to be angry about, starting from the loss of Daisuke's quirk to a villain who had quite literally gotten away and was gunning for a middle school student. Tensei grimaced. He'd have to talk down the teenager. Mirio didn't exactly get furious all that often, but Tensei had an inkling of how explosive his anger would be and how'd Ming. And as it was, that would DMN him. At Mirio's, he found himself facing 3 pensive teenagers, and something itched at his instincts, and he had the sudden, foreboding feeling that this was not about what he was expecting to face. "What's wrong?" Tensei asked, shackles raised. Mirio made a small growl at the base of his throat and began to pace. Daisuke lost his quirk. He spat, which was in line with what Tensei had been expecting. Okay, manageable. And he thinks he can't be a hero. Can you believe him? Okay, definitely not as expected. Tensei pursed his lips. Daisuke just went through a traumatic experience. He started. But that doesn't mean he gets to be a hypocrite. Mirio shouted, and Tensei could see how his 2 friends cringed under the shout, both in guilt and a wavering confusion. Mirio didn't stop. He's acting like having no quirk means you're useless. He's acting like Izuku has no future when all he's done is tell Izuku he can be a hero. How can he do that? How can he pretend? Mirio! Tensei shouted, and the younger boy snapped back, eyes wide and mouth open mid-rant as if unable to recognize what had happened. There was something desperate in his eyes, too, as if begging Tensei to do something about this. Fix Daisuke. Tensei felt uncomfortable truth rip through his spine as he straightened and hoped it wasn't too late for what had to be said. Because it was quite obvious, now, what had happened, and yes, it was half on Tensei for not making sure the kids had had sensitivity training or at least knew what subject not to broach before letting them meet Daisuke, but he'd imagined. But no excuses would be enough. He swallowed. Daisuke went through a traumatic experience, he repeated, and this time, his tone brooked no interruptions. He's lived through something no one should have to live through, and he's lost a part of himself. Your quirk is in some ways as essential to you as a limb. How would you expect someone to react to losing their arm? Mirio flinched. I'm not saying it's the same, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having no quirk. All I'm saying is Daisuke has gone through a great loss, and it will take time for him to come to terms with it. When you lose something, when you grieve, your perspective changes, Mirio. You don't stay the same person you were before, at least not immediately after it. Tensei softened as Mirio's eyes shone with unshed tears, and his lips trembled. I know it feels horrifying, not being able to control anything or help Daisuke. But coping with trauma is no easy thing, and you can't control someone's reactions to it, nor can you force them to stay the person they used to be. Mirio shuddered, and the breath that left his mouth was an almost shattering exhale. Then what am I supposed to do? He asked, his voice thick. I can't help Dai, I can't help Izuku, I can't even. He buried his face in his hands. Dai said he was going to help Izuku become a hero. How can he do that if he isn't a hero himself? Tensei hesitated only a second before reaching out and squeezing the boy's shoulders. Mirio, he said slowly. Daisuke will heal. Mirio's shoulders hunched. And Izuku won't be alone. Things change and people change, but you don't have to let your friendships change, you know? There was a sharp inhale, and Tensei knew he'd hit the mark. And what do we know? Maybe Daisuke will want to be a hero again after he heals. His voice hardened. But you have to let him heal. If you can't stay by his side, no one is forcing you. But don't push him, okay? Not right now. Not like this. He sighed and marked sensitivity training as one of the goals for his own interns going forward, too. Should I? It wasn't Tensei who answered then because Mirio's other friend, Nijire, spoke over him. Yes, she said, and her own expression was set in stone. We're all going to go and say sorry, she decided. I said some harsh stuff in there. And we need to be with Dai whatever he decides. He's our friend, Tamaki added quietly. He's always been there for me. Mirio looked down, hands at His sides now, evident what Tensei could only assume was shame because the lines on his face certainly reflected that. Tensei hoped he hadn't been too harsh. "Look, you're all great kids," he said. "You really love Daisuke and Izuku, and I appreciate that. This is just a difficult situation for everyone. There's no right answer, and we all stumble sometimes. It's just important to know that you've made a mistake and try fixing it going forward." Mirio gave a small nod. He said. Then, even more quietly, he asked, "What about Quirky? Does he know?" Tensei's grimace was pronounced. "No," he said simply. "He knows Daisuke has been found, but his lack of a quirk is not in the official debrief." He rubbed his temples. "The only reason you three know is because you were made aware alongside Daisuke's mother before the GG order was placed." His eyes narrowed. "Speaking of which, you have kept it a secret as asked, I presume?" Tamaki nodded. "Mrs. Takahashi told us what the police said," he confirmed. "We haven't mentioned it to anyone." Tensei's frown lessened. Please keep the news under wraps. I'm sure Principal Nizu or one of the police officers will come to talk to you about signing NDAs." The three looked slightly odd at that, as if they'd never heard of such things happening in real life. Then again, Tensei reasoned, they were still in their first year of school. They probably hadn't even covered that yet. The first year was all about general heroics and quirk usage. The more bureaucratic and paperwork-wise side of things started in the latter half of their second year. "Okay," Mirio repeated, and then, a beat later, asked, Can we see Dai again?" Tensei smiled sadly and nodded. "I'll see what I can do," he said. Daisuke was alone in the hospital room when Tensei entered, staring out of the window at falling leaves and the faraway noise of honking cars and villain fights. Tensei sighed as he looked at the former hero student's bunched shoulders and tense lines, his fists curled in his lap, and his mouth turned down, trembles lining the edges in ways that Tensei really shouldn't have been able to tell. But he could because he was used to trying to decipher the held-back emotions of his little brother, and Tenya was always worse about keeping his tears down and being the perfect hero. He wondered why Daisuke wasn't letting himself cry, then almost smacked himself because of course he wasn't. With everything that had happened to him and around him, crying would be the last thing the kid wanted to do, and Tensei didn't blame him. Not showing his emotions was probably the only control he had over himself right now, and with a gaping part of his self and soul lost, there was no other option that he had. Tensei inhaled and knocked on the open door, still standing at the entrance. Daisuke flinched and turned to the door, eyes widening as he realized who it was. "Ingenium!" he exclaimed, and Tensei couldn't help the relief that came with Daisuke's fists unclenching and his shoulders loosening the second the boy recognized him. "Hello, Daisuke," he greeted warmly, stepping inside and shutting the door. He knew the room was soundproof. The heroes had specifically requested it as such with the understanding that the villain was who he was, and though there were constant alarms set across the room to keep the doctor or the nurse updated, the two of them would be undisturbed bar an emergency or a surprise. "How are you doing?" Daisuke's huff was part mirth, part derision. "I guess," he said. "The wounds are all patched up, and my bruises are healing." He shrugged and his eyes flickered down to his hands. Is everything?" He trailed off, and the slight chagrin in his eyes made Tensei almost pity the kid again because he wanted to ask, wanted to know, but at the same time he had no idea how to put it into words. Had no idea if he wanted to put it into words. The police and heroes are working consistently to bring the situation under control, Tensei reassured, if as vaguely as he could. He hesitated. "The person who kidnapped you?" "I know he got away," Daisuke interrupted. "I know you haven't caught him." "That's not what I'm asking." Tensei inclined his head. "I know," he echoed. "But it's your right to know anyway." The boy's lips began to tremble, but no tear escaped his eyes. "We're working with all might," he admitted. "If anyone can catch this villain, it's him." It was an obvious ruse, but it surprised a laugh out of Daisuke, so it was a win in Tensei's book. "I'm not the All Might fan, that's..." His smile slipped. How's Chude Midoriya?" His eyes looked up to search out Tensei's, looking both desperate and terrified. Tensei plastered on a warm smile. "He's good. He was just telling me about his plans for the coming summer. He's even got a part-time job now, did you know? Daisuke bit his lip. Some of the terror drained out. Yeah. Tensei said and took out the letter Izuku had given him. He also wanted to speak to you directly, but well, anyway, he wrote you a letter instead. Daisuke's breath caught. Oh. He gingerly held out his hand and softly picked the envelope from Tensei's grasp, holding it and staring at it blankly. Tensei sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Daisuke, he said. I talked to your friends? Daisuke flinched. The envelope slipped from his grasp and onto the blanket draped across his body. Oh, he said again, but this time his voice was dark. Togata called you? He did. Daisuke turned away, not even bothering to meet Tensei's eyes anymore. I don't want to about it, he said curtly. I'd rather not be told again how much of a stupid hypocrite I am, thanks. Tensei grimaced, decided to put in a suggestion that Daisuke see a therapist again, though it would be difficult vetting one now that the villain's existence was a top-level secret even within the heroes and police, and inched forward, trying to insert as much sincerity into his voice and expression as he could. No, he said. I'm not here to say that. Daisuke jerked back to look at him with wide eyes and confusion. What? I won't call you a hypocrite, Tensei continued. I won't tell you to be a hero again. Daisuke swallowed, eyes still wide and fingers clenching around the hem of the blanket. You went through a situation even professional heroes would break under, Daisuke. Situations the like of which have broken professional heroes. I don't think that's the definition of weakness or hypocrisy. Tensei reached out and softly ruffled the boy's hair. The touch seemed to be Daisuke's breaking point because Tensei hadn't even said much, yet there were tears pooling in his eyes, and his shoulders were trembling. What if I don't become a hero now? Daisuke asked, voice breaking. What if I don't want to be one? He didn't say the last part, but it was so plainly written in his expression that Tensei wanted to pull the kid into a hug and tell him the world was full of more great people who weren't heroes than people who were. Instead, he just smiled. Well, I think that's kind of impossible, he said playfully. Because you're already a hero, kid? Daisuke shuddered, racking inhales bursting through his iti as he heaved and cried. Tensei receded, allowing him to let it all out, not even sure whether his touch would be receptive or if Daisuke would even want a hug. It took quite a few minutes for the boy to calm down, and for a few moments after that, he kept staring at a spot on his lap. Blanket a plain white and spotless, but still somehow garnering interest. Then, finally, Daisuke looked up and a small, genuine smile crossed his face. It was wavering and short, and Tensei just knew that ever since Daisuke had come out of his kidnapping, this was probably the first genuine smile he'd managed to grasp onto, and he was honored it was for him. Thank you, Daisuke said. Tensei smiled back and shifted in his seat. Always kid. And you know, I talked to your friends about this too. Daisuke didn't say a thing. They want to say sorry. Daisuke looked down. Sure they do. They do, Tensei insisted. But this isn't an order or even a request. You can choose whether you want to hear from them or not. He leaned back again. I'm going to have words with Nizu about their schooling either way though. Daisuke snapped his head to look at Tensei in horror. What? You can't get them expelled. Tensei blinked, taken aback. Wait, what? How had he even come to that conclusion? No, I'm not getting them expelled. He sighed. No, they're going to get refresher courses, or at least premeditated sensitivity training. Which all heroes get, of course, but I'm going to request that the principal move it to the first year instead. At least the basics. Daisuke deflated. Oh, he said. Then, hesitant and one hand nervously twisting an end of the blanket, he asked, Are you going to ask me about you? Tensei met his eyes. No, he said simply. Like I said, it's your choice. He folded his arms on his lap. I must, however, ask you something pertaining to the legal side of things. Daisuke tensed and straightened. Yes? Daisuke, the Hero Commission is giving you the opportunity to go into witness protection. With your mother. Daisuke's eyes were wide. The truth is, the man who did this to you? He's powerful. He may not have taken you specifically for you, but he still has your quirk, and he still has you in his sights. The heroes won't let this happen again to the best of our abilities, but, Tensei sighed. The villain is powerful. We can't ensure your protection 100%. Witness protection is one way to increase the chances of your safety. And if you choose not to continue as a hero? I can't be a hero, Daisuke said blankly. I don't have a quirk? Tensei's smile was sad, but it didn't waver. You're already a hero, he repeated. You didn't need a quirk for that. Daisuke didn't say anything. Tensei was pretty sure he couldn't say anything. Tensei stood. I'll let you think about it, he said. We can talk again after. He pursed his lips. After Detective Tsukachi talks to you about? He stopped. Daisuke flinched, and his hands fisted, his breath quickening. Tensei didn't hesitate to reach out and squeeze the boy's shoulder this time, grounding him in the present. Daisuke's eyes cleared. Oh, he said jerkily. Will you be there? Tensei softened. If you want me to. Daisuke nodded instantly. Tensei smiled and nodded back. I'll let the detective know, he said. Think about everything, yeah? And for Izuku's letter, let me know if you want to send back a reply. At that, Daisuke seemed to remember the envelope sitting on his bed, and as he reached to pick it up, a spark returned to his eyes, warm and happy, and Tensei couldn't help the grin that popped up on his face as he left the room. Daisuke told the people on duty that he wanted to see his friends again. It wasn't a difficult decision. After that scare about them being expelled, all the anger had drained out of him with surprising velocity, leaving behind a sick regret. He still didn't want to take back what he'd said to them. After all, it was the truth. He didn't have a quirk, and he couldn't be a hero anymore. Did he even want to be one? But he didn't want to be on bad terms with the few people he actually adored. His best friends. His everything other than his mom and Quirky. He swallowed, every second of the wait torturous, every adding to the worry of will they come? Do they hate me? Because the truth was, Dai would have hated himself if he'd been in their place instead. He would be mad and angry, and even though he liked to think he wouldn't, he would have. Hell, he'd probably have been worse than Mirio. Especially if Quirky had been so obviously the point of the conversation. Because what he was doing? Giving up? That wasn't what. And yet, the possibility of it all was so horrifying, the reality of a life without a quirk, without his quirk graded at his very being, made him remember every moment he'd ever used it throughout his life, every time he'd taken it for granted, every time it had been the only reason he could get into and stay in you, be a hero. He gasped, not realizing he'd been holding his breath. His heart beat faster, louder. His fists clenched, and his hands began to tremble. Somehow, his lips began to tremble too, his eyes burning with the telltale signs of tears. No, he told himself, and his voice came out thick. No, it didn't work. So instead, he went blindly through his memories and remembered the one thing that was sure to make him smile, and he pulled up Quirky's letter packed neatly into an envelope, just as polite as the boy himself. And then he forced himself to read, not because he didn't want to, because he so desperately wanted to, but because he had to blink more than once to drive away the fuzziness in his vision and force his hand stable enough for the lines to be readable. Dear Daisuke-san, how are you? I'm sorry I got you kidnapped. I hope you're doing well. It's been a long time since I've seen you, but I kept polishing up my skills like you taught me, and I think I'm pretty good at it. You'll have to see when we meet again. My videos are better than ever. I think they might even be better than yours. I'm joking. Daisuke-san, I'm really sorry, and I really miss you. I know we can't talk until maybe. Tensei-san told me you were okay. Are you okay? You know, I'm going to shut down analysis in essence. I know it might sound weird since that's how we even met, and I'd never give that up for the world, but I think I need some time to think about what I need to do going forward, so I hope you're okay with that since you contributed so much to many of the videos too. I really couldn't have done so much without you, Daisuke-san. You're my hero. You're my goal. I love All Might, but I think you might have topped him on my list of personal favorites. When they make merchandise for you, I'm going to get it first. Please sign it for me when I have it. I also forgot to tell you, but I'm going to work for Nizu-san in the summer. I'm hoping this will help me get a spot in UA, too. It's going to be great. I hope you're okay, Daisuke-san. I'll be looking forward to seeing you in person. Quirky. Daisuke shook. He'd been wrong. This was sure to make him cry even more. He inhaled deeply. The letter was so off and splattered and wrinkling that Daisuke just knew that the kid had been crying as he wrote it, blaming himself all the while, and he hadn't written it in well, crossed it out more like, but it was there in the undercurrent to everything he said. It wasn't his fault. It was all for one's. Daisuke's eyes flared. Oh, he realized. The clock on the wall ticked forward. He looked at the letter again, and this time, his eyes narrowed in on the one line he'd been told again and again by Ingenium and the police and his mom and, "You're my hero." He felt something small but sure begin to build, something stronger than the pain, happier than the hurt. It still wasn't big and maybe it never would be, but it was there, and that was more than Daisuke could have hoped to have. "You're my hero." He smiled. A hero, huh? Even if he didn't become one, couldn't become one, he was going to stand on his own 2 feet and know that he could be strong. That he had the potential for greatness. That he was a savior to someone he loved and adored. "You're my hero." He began to grin. Topping the list of Quirky's personal favorites, huh? That was flattery of the highest form, considering how much the kid had ranted about All Might and Ingenium. He was well aware Ingenium had been added to the top list only recently, but that recently had been the entire time Daisuke had known him, so that wasn't saying a lot. But All Might? He was the nation's favorite, not to mention the veritable treasure trove of All Might merchandise that Quirky had. He shook his head and laughed. High praise indeed. The door pushed open, and Mirio peeked inside, looking like a deer in the headlights at Daisuke's easy smile, and even that wasn't enough for him to lose the grin. In fact, it might have fueled it even more. "Hey," he said. Mirio entered, Nijire and Tamaki right next to him. "Hey, Dai," Tamaki said, sounding tired. "How's?" He trailed off and rubbed the back of his neck. Nijire pulled on a smile. "Having fun?" Mirio just swallowed. Daisuke inclined his head and waved the letter. "Quirky," he explained. "He said he liked me better than All Might." "Wow," Mirio said finally. "That's high praise." Daisuke nodded eagerly. "You've seen his room, then?" he asked. Mirio nodded. Overfilled with All Might merch, he continued, this time for the benefit of the other two in the room. "It's adorable." "Wow," Nijire said. "Guess I'm going to have to visit." Daisuke's levity lessened. Probably not yet," he admitted. "Ingenium says we have to stay officially out of touch until it's relatively safe again." She said awkwardly. "I'm sorry," Mirio said suddenly. Daisuke blinked. "Jared." "I'm sorry," Mirio continued. "I was callous." "Pretentious," Nijire added, but she didn't sound playful. "A terrible friend," Tamaki said, hands clenched. "We all were." Mirio nodded slowly. "Yeah," he agreed. "But especially me. I'm sorry, Dai, because you've gone through a terrible situation. You met a villain and his voice broke, quietening. He took away a part of your identity. I can't even imagine." He inhaled sharply, shuddering as the breath raked through him. "You can't," Daisuke agreed, but he didn't feel as mad as before, didn't feel the rage reek through him, the unfairness of it all gnawing away at his heels. "But I think I was a little unfair too." "Dai," Tamaki started. "I was," Daisuke said. "You can't imagine what it's like, none of you, so you don't know you couldn't know what I was feeling. More importantly, I'd probably have enacted even worse than you if it wasn't me at this side of the bed, you know? I know myself at least that much to be sure of that." He huffed. "I think we should just end this session by acknowledging we're both at fault." Mirio opened his mouth, then stopped, closing his eyes and hanging his head. "Thanks," he said. Daisuke smiled, and yeah, it was probably crooked, but it was a smile. Nijire and Tamaki echoed the sentiment. "What are you going to do then?" Mirio asked after a few seconds. "And I'm saying you have to be a hero." He added hurriedly, then deflated, rubbing the back of his head. "Look, Dai, what I'm trying to say is that you could be a hero if you wanted to, even without your quirk. You don't have to be, but you shouldn't think you can't at all." He inhaled deeply and turned, panicked, to Nijire. "I think I should probably take a break before I ruin this anymore," he told her. Nijire hummed, nodded, and looped an arm through his. "Let's go get a coffee," she said. "Want anything from the vending machine?" She directed the last part at Tamaki and Daisuke. They shook their heads, and then they were the only two left in the room. Tamaki sighed and sagged into the chair next to the bed. "I'm sorry," he said almost miserably. "What did I just say?" Daisuke asked rhetorically. Tamaki didn't reply and didn't meet his eyes. Daisuke sighed. "It hurt," he admitted. "When you didn't say anything. I was so angry after that. I didn't want to," he grimaced. "But I thought about it, and I realized that it was a bad situation overall. Our tempers were high, and I'd just gotten out of his hold, and he trailed off. I still have time. I'm not deciding just yet," he added. "I don't know what I'll do, but thanks for thinking I can still make it." "You can," Tamaki said, and though he still looked downcast, his eyes shone with confidence. "I believe in you." Daisuke chuckled. "You always have." Tamaki smiled. "What are best friends for?" Finding Takahashi Daisuke was a relief. Niza didn't often show it, but his students were far closer to his heart than anyone else, and though that wasn't saying a lot considering no one else was close to his heart, it still stood to mention that they were. They weren't inculcated into society yet, and most of them, at least, retained that basic innocence and naivete that was killed in almost every adult, and which, in turn, killed their chances of ever really being close enough to Nizu to receive the same level of worry that Takahashi Daisuke had been the recipient of these past few weeks. Nizu hummed and powered up his computer, methodically checking the logs and systematically shutting down the search protocols specifically focused on the boy while retaining the ones directed at the villains who had kidnapped him, considering they were still at large. More importantly, they were still at large after having hurt and humiliated his student, no matter that it was not related at all to UA, which meant he was most certainly not letting them go. They messed with him first, and this time he was going to punch right back, albeit in a way that wasn't the same physical violence they knew how to handle. Part of him wondered, though, whether their next attempt would be even more blatant, directed at UA instead of its student. That part of him wanted to see them try and then fail so desperately that they had to scratch the bottom of their barrels in an attempt to salvage something out of nothing because Nizu would not be leaving anything to chance anymore. He felt a small smile curve wickedly on his face and mourned the fact that none of his precious teaching staff were there because they had the loveliest reactions to this particular smile. Then the door pushed open, and some of the exact people he'd been thinking out looked in. Nizu gestured them forward. Kayama was first, with Yamada right behind her, Vlad after him, and Aizawa pulling up the rear, his eyes narrowed and contemplative. "We heard," he said by way of greeting, and that was why he kept him around, Nizu thought. Abrasive, strong truths. "Of course," he told them, then pointed to the small bowl of treats on his desk. "Candy." Every single one of them eyed it suspiciously, which was really quite mean if one really thought about it. Nizu, who had laced with a relaxing agent, a harmless one of course, because the humans forbade experimentation on the young. Not that it had saved them from doing it on Nizu, but the bunch was also highly hypocritical most of the time, didn't much mind. "Pity," he said instead and went. "Down to business. Takahashi Daisuke has been found. I'll brief all the teachers on the complete situation, but we do need to come up with a reaction before we hold the official meeting." Vlad crossed his arms. "In what way?" he asked, sounding tired but curious, lacking his usual energy. "If he's been found, because we can't let it happen again." Nizu cut him off. "It didn't happen on UA property," Aizawa said carefully, eyeing Nizu with a strangely heavy look. "Of course not," Nizu chirped with a sharp smile. "But it may have. And regardless of where it happened, Takahashi-kun was still our student, and he deserves peace of mind." "You're right," Yamada agreed, looking much more troubled than his coworkers, but then he always had been one of the teachers who connected with students the most. That was part of the reason Nizu kept him on the roster. "We need to make sure this doesn't happen again." Aizawa grunted. Kayama tilted her head. "The media isn't exactly pressuring us as much," she agreed. "But we need to be on top of that too. The PR team is handling it," Nizu said, waving a hand dismissively. "You can consult with them if you're worried." She nodded instantly. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. And what's the plan for countering these gaps? He asked, his voice tense. For one, Nizu said, I'm looking for a friendly teleportation or warping agent who may be willing to assist us in building a barrier against the warper who grabbed Takahashi-kun. Aizawa's eyes darkened. Might help bring back necessary heroes from other locations too, he grumbled, no doubt thinking about his own lack of presence in the city when the raid had gone down. Since it had been time-sensitive, or so Nizu was told, they hadn't had the time to wait for the Erasure hero to return. Well, that, and the fact that the detective hadn't exactly let the information flow freely. Which was fair considering it protected their plan from leaking, but Nizu couldn't help but twitch in annoyance, for he could have helped them strategize in a way that perhaps wouldn't have let a dangerous, possibly the most dangerous, villain escape. Still, he reminded himself that was the past. Nizu could move on to more important things now, especially since he'd already taken it out on the detective. Speaking of, we are also going to open up a channel of communication with the local police department. The police academy will be sending their own recruits to UA to learn the workings of the hero industry and vice versa. Aizawa raised his eyebrows. Vlad, though, actually snorted. The cops? He asked skeptically. Nizu narrowed his eyes. Vlad raised his hands in surrender immediately. They don't look at stuff the same way we do. Perhaps, Nizu said, though he really didn't care, considering they all really had quite similar flaws. Humans. But our communication is severely lacking, and in case my students are ever threatened again, I'd like to be on top of the situation rather than in the dark. I trust you have the same desires. Yamada nodded. We will, he said, and at least one of them had the decency to listen. Nizu relaxed. Perfect, he said cheerfully again. We can discuss other contingencies in our upcoming meeting. I look forward to your suggestions. Blinking rapidly at the sudden change in demeanor, the teachers trailed out without another word, both used to and not to Nizu's quirks, in the other meaning of the word. Nizu chuckled. Just the way he liked it. Once he was alone again, though, his mind drifted to the other child in question during this entire situation. Midoriya Izuku, who had surprised him in the best of ways, who had to have taken the kidnapping extremely badly because if Nizu had learned anything while commissioning the child for those analyses, partly in favor to the child, partly in favor to himself. After all, if he got even a fraction of what Mirio-kun had gotten from the boy, then it would be easier to improve the quality of heroes leaving UA, which, in turn, would make the hold of villains such as the wretched monster who'd kidnapped one of his students much, much weaker. It had been that Midoriya-kun was extremely sensitive and prone to self-blame. It did make sense, of course, considering his position on the lowest bricks of the human societal pyramid due to his unfortunate status of quirklessness, something Nizu did not get, of course, because not only was this pyramid of social standing utterly stupid in a society that proclaimed modernity and freedom, but it was also utterly inaccurate. Midoriya-kun was unquestionably much more useful than quite a number of humans Nizu had had the displeasure of meeting. In fact, if the child retained this skill and some level of his personality, he might even be an acceptable adult human. Nizu hummed. He knew he was already well on his way to being one, considering he had not even asked for an extension for the task Nizu assigned him. And the child did not seem like the kind of student who asked on the last day. Not that Nizu really was expecting the entire batch, but that the kid was trying was more than enough. Well, honestly, both sides held merit. 1, that he knew his limits, and 2, that he had gumption. But since he'd obviously not worked on anything like this before, had never even been afforded the chance before, to the loss of everyone who ever overlooked him, because Nizu finally had his hands on him, and he was not going to be letting go, the first argument was moot, and the second much more likely. He hummed again, opening an entirely new document on his computer. He would have to push for a change in the entrance exam again, though Midoriya-kun would be his personal student and, therefore, not liable to take and pass the exam. Still, this would give him a good starting point for all the other high-potential applicants who missed out because the UA Board of Governors were stupid, petty humans who couldn't see beyond their noses, let alone the big picture. He wondered if anyone would even notice if he tinkered with them. The humans specified experimentation with their young, not the adults who had already likely reached the ends of their life, or would, soon enough. Yes, that was a possible argument. He smiled a little too wide for it to feel natural, only sad that no one was there to appreciate his evil. Pity. It wasn't the first time Daisuke had seen these guys, but it was certainly the first time it was at a point where he wasn't out of his mind with relief or trembling uncontrollably in fear. The last time he'd seen Detective Tsukachi, he'd been feeling both the pain of the loss of his quirk and the terror that the monster who had kidnapped him was still out there. Now he'd, mostly, come to terms with both those concepts. He took a deep breath and straightened in his bed. It felt awkward being in a hospital room and facing an interview, but since he was still kinda supposed to be under watch in case that very previously mentioned monster thought to grab at him again, the police had insisted. Tensei, standing next to him, reached out to place a kind hand on his shoulder, and Daisuke felt himself relax the slightest bit. Having the older man here really did help, honestly. He hadn't known it would be when he asked, only hoping to push off the situation until he could find the mental strength to deal with it, but when this day had finally arrived, Tensei being there was a relief. Daisuke sent him a tremulous smile, then turned back to Detective Tsukachi and the tall, hunched man at his side, who'd introduced himself as Yagi Tashinori. He didn't look like a detective, but Daisuke didn't really know what detectives were supposed to look like beyond Tsukachi, so he decided to take it as it was. Besides, Tensei wouldn't let the man be here unless he knew who he was, and right now, Daisuke trusted Tensei's decisions. Hell, he was probably the only one he did trust in this room. Okay, he said out loud. I'm ready. Detective Tsukachi smiled kindly, holding up a recording device in full view. This is just a follow-up to get the full details of the situation, he said soothingly. I know it's been a strong time for you, Takahashi-kun, so please, take all the time you need. Daisuke gave a small nod and then said, "Hit, for the record." Yagi shifted in his place but didn't speak. Instead, Detective Tsukachi led most of the conversation that followed, which was mostly just another reiteration of what had happened to Daisuke. He got through most of it with sheer will and hours of practice mumbling the story to himself the day before, but when it came to the stark loss of the man taking away a part of his soul, Daisuke broke off. Tensei grabbed his hand and squeezed, saying something in a low, warm voice that Daisuke couldn't hear. But the hand? He held on to the hand and gasped, his lungs feeling like they were choking without air, the memory of that tearaway of his quirk, of getting it back only to lose it again and again and again and... He blinked as a hesitant hand rested atop his head. He blinked again, the world coming back into focus. Breathe, young Takahashi, Yagi said, his eyes glistening with an understanding that Daisuke had no idea how to deal with. Because, for once since this entire thing had happened, he had the startling feeling he wasn't alone. His friends, Tensei, even his mother, every single one of them had been there, trying. But none of them could have understood, none of them knew the horror that he felt every single time he thought of the monster. Every single time he remembered his quirk torn away and the villain's whispered promises and that horrible, horrible voice in the back of his head that told him to give up to this man for there was no other way, no other answer, no other future. But the look in Yagi Tashinori's eyes wasn't pitying or confused or even sympathetic. No, it was understanding. Understanding in a way which made Daisuke think that maybe, just maybe, he'd experienced something like Daisuke had. That he'd met this villain and lived to tell the tale but couldn't without hyperventilating, like Daisuke was doing. But could because he wasn't hyperventilating like Daisuke was doing. Could he? Someday. Daisuke exhaled in a large breath. Yagi stepped back. I think that should be enough, Tensei said with clipped tones. Detective Tsukachi inclined his head. It should, he agreed. We'll update the file and restart the search according to these parameters. Yagi grimaced. Nemesa, he said, almost under his breath, except he was in a nearly silent room, and it carried. Detective Tsukachi mimicked the expression. We can speak of that later, he said stiffly. Daisuke frowned but, despite his curiosity, didn't ask. The detective turned back to him, openly putting away the recorder. This is no longer on the record, he said. But we do have a few other aspects to discuss. Daisuke straightened. Like what? He asked, his heart speeding up in an instinctive flash of fear. Tensei noticed. I talked about this with you as well, remember? He said lightly, keeping his tone calm. The choice that the Hero Commission is offering you? Daisuke inhaled sharply. There's no hurry, Detective Tsukachi said easily. I am not asking you for a decision, so there is no need to decide on anything too quickly. There's time before you get discharged. Daisuke swallowed, but his hands relaxed, and he immediately let go of Tensei's hand, which he hadn't realized he was still holding. Tensei said nothing. It's to give you more information regarding your options, Tsukachi continued. This is a fairly sensitive situation, so the commission wants you to know all the applicable details. He pursed his lips as if he wasn't sure he wanted to dump this on Daisuke. Daisuke, who was already feeling overwhelmed, didn't blame him. The witness protection, he said quietly. Right? Tsukachi inclined his head. It's straightforward, he admitted. If you choose to accept this offer, you will be assigned a new identity for both you and your mother and be set up in an undisclosed location. You can start a new life, though, of course, you may have nothing to do with anyone or anything from this one. Daisuke swallowed. This option has the best chance of protection, Tsukachi continued. Because not even the commission or law enforcement will know who or where you are. Only the underground hero and the agent assigned to your case will know, and they'll be the ones keeping you out of the system. A government-assigned operative will wipe everything related to you from both government records and the web as well. Daisuke's throat went dry. It'll be like I never existed, he concluded. Tsukachi inclined his head. And the other option? Tensei asked for Daisuke's benefit because he had to know what it would be. Your other option is to remain in Mizudafu, the detective continued. We can assign a temporary protection detail until a reasonable amount of time or the threat passes, and you can do as you wish regarding your enrollment in UA. You won't lose everything you've built this way, but you do incur a higher chance of, he trailed off, his eyes landing on Daisuke's trembling fists. Daisuke immediately pushed them under the blanket and out of sight. Kid, Tensei murmured. Daisuke looked down. It had been days since his friends had asked. More than a week since Tensei had offered. So much more time since he'd gotten out. And still he felt like he was choking, still he didn't know how he was supposed to decide. He didn't want to face this villain, even as the other part of him, the one which had thrown him in this situation in the first place, which had zipped his lips shut even when the monster had offered an out at the expense of a single name, that part of him did want to face this villain, this monster, and clock him in the face as he took back his quirk. It was impossible. It was inevitable. I don't know, he whispered, still looking at his lap, the white of the starch hospital blanket glaring into his eyes. I don't, he swallowed. I want to be a hero, he said, and suddenly, it felt real. He did want to be a hero, he realized. He wanted to be a hero so that no one would have to face someone like this, something like this ever again. He wanted to be a hero so that he wouldn't have to go without seeing Quirky again. He wanted to be a hero so his friends wouldn't be disappointed in him, even though they'd talked it over and they weren't. He wanted to be a hero because that monster had stolen the thought of it away from him. Because he made him cower and tremble and dream of a time where he had a part of his soul and then wake up to a reality where it had been cruelly ripped away. And Daisuke shouldn't step back in the face of that horrible smile which almost tricked him into thinking that all he needed to do. He looked up to all three adults, looking at him with apprehensive expressions. I want to be a hero, he said again. This time, his voice was stable. But he took a deep breath. I don't know how. Tensei's expression shifted to a sympathy Daisuke didn't want to look at for now, no matter that this was exactly why he'd wanted the hero here in the first place, and instead he turned to Yagi, who wasn't. The man was, in fact, looking at him as if he'd had a revelation, his smile self-deprecating and distracted. There hasn't been a quirkless student at UA before, Daisuke continued, just to get the conversation going, drawing on the memories of the facts that Quirky had told him. I'm pretty sure there hasn't even been a hero in UA's heroic stream who's ever had a quirk not useful for heroics, whether it's combat, rescue, whatever. Tensei opened his mouth to say something, but Daisuke continued, wanting to complete his piece. I don't know if I want to be the first, he said, and agonizingly enough, he had to admit to himself that it wasn't for the selfless reason of wanting Quirky to have that honor. No, It was because he didn't want to face the people who knew him with one, who would always remember him that way, who would see him with a quirk and know he didn't have it anymore. Who would look at him and see him as less, as pitiable as loss. Who would look at him with that look in their eyes and he would remember, every single day, of the part of his soul that was gone. Not in UA. Tsukachi pursed his lips in thought and Tensei tilted his head. There are other hero schools, he pointed out, but his voice was trailing off, as if part of him knew that wasn't something Daisuke wanted. And then, I may have a solution, Yagi offered, his voice low. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow and they seemed to have a silent conversation, only for the detective to acquiesce to whatever they were discussing because Yagi opened his mouth again, addressing Daisuke. If you're amenable, the man said, I have a contact in America who may be willing to sponsor you in a hero school there. Daisuke blinked. I'm sorry? A small smile flickered across Yagi's lips. America may have its shortcomings, he said, but there is certainly a little bit more freedom there concerning the quirkless. In fact, I have heard of a few heroes who preside over the scene entirely with support gear and learnable defense techniques. Tsukachi grumbled something under his breath that started with iron dash, but Yagi was louder. I do not doubt David would be happy to help, and if you're... His eyes flickered to Tensei. Once you've taken the chance to see what there is to offer, built up experience and strength, you can come back. Like All Might, Daisuke said because he was the only one who came to mind. Weirdly enough, Yagi's ears turned red. Ahem, yes, like that. He coughed then, something racking and horrible, his hand rushing to cover his mouth, but even then, Daisuke caught the glistening of a red that didn't feel real but was far too much so, and his breath caught, the understanding of earlier feeling far more insidious because the monster had taken his quirk from him, and Kami knew what he did to others. If that was the consequence of Yagi's experience with him, then Daisuke? Maybe, Daisuke realized he'd gotten out of it fairly okay. Yagi waved away the concern of Tensei and Tsukachi, his eyes trained on Daisuke. Daisuke looked back, his mind whirling with possibilities and laden with limitations. Everything he chose would have a con, he knew. And nothing he could do would fix it. Not for a long, long while. He took a deep breath. If he wanted to do this, if he wanted to be able to move past everything that monster had inflicted, if he wanted to stop immediately depending on his quirk and then remember he didn't have it and face that instant breakdown that could one day be possibly catastrophic, if he wanted to be able to hold his head up high and return one day, proud of being himself and able to face Quirky without the guilt that the kid would undoubtedly notice and blame himself for, if he wanted to be a hero. Yes, Daisuke said. You're what? Mirio asked. His voice was low and confused, his eyes wide. Daisuke stifled an unexpected laugh. So sorry, he managed underneath a grin. His three friends looked like he was crazy. Daisuke sighed, his amusement fleeing. I'm leaving, he repeated. I'm going to be a student in America? He rubbed the back of his neck. I was offered this chance because America already has a few programs that accept quirkless people and wouldn't expel you. Mirio exclaimed. I know, Daisuke said. There was an uncomfortable silence. Look, he continued. It's still not, but it was. Yagi and Tensei and Tsukachi had said he ought just take the chance to think about everything. To relax, to be able to breathe again before he made a decision. But he could feel it in his bones that this was probably the only way forward for him. He still didn't know that he wanted to be a quirkless hero, true, but he did not want to be a hero at all. He wanted to try either way, and if this chance gave him a way to move onward, he was going to take it. It's still not set in stone, he said instead. But I think this is a good option. Nijire stared at him, biting her lips as her eyes glistened with tears yet again. She said nothing though, and somehow, even though Daisuke knew she'd hate it if it did, it made him feel worse. I want to be a hero, he said. And at least for now, I don't want to be pathetic. Tamaki's mouth fell open. You're not? I know, Daisuke cut him off. But not everyone's going to see it that way. He snorted. I'm not going to see it that way, he added, irony coloring his tone. Mirio seemed stricken, but instead of exploding or pleading or doing anything to stop Daisuke, like a small part of Daisuke maybe thought he might, like a small part of Daisuke maybe hoped he might, And wasn't that so utterly unfortunate and unneeded? He nodded a small, forlorn nod. But, he said. But, you can do what's best for you. He frowned. You have to do what's best for you. He glanced at Tamaki and Nijire. We'll hold the fort until you're back. Tamaki hunched in on himself. How long? He asked. Daisuke grimaced because he didn't have that answer. Nijire actually sniffed, then, a few tears slipping through her hold. I'll miss you, she said. You were actually cool to hang out with? Daisuke snorted. I was awesome to hang out with, Hato, he teased. Nijire huffed a wet laugh. And you better come back, Mirio said. When you're ready. He pursed his lips. I'm going to be stronger than you can imagine. Oh yeah? Daisuke asked, eyebrows raised. Didn't I mention? I'm going to be taught by All Might's friend. I'll be so OP you won't be able to touch me. Nijire whistled. Whoa, she said. Tamaki began to smile. You're on, he said simply, even as his eyes refused to meet Daisuke's. Daisuke just bit the inside of his cheek and hoped that, no matter how much time passed, one day, things would be fine again. I'm sorry, Tensei said, and he looked genuinely sad. You can't? Daisuke snorted. I know, he said. I kinda expected it. I mean, it's been the whole point of this thing, hasn't it? Tensei didn't look convinced, but Daisuke knew that probably had more to do with how Quirky would have reacted than how he was being. And since Tensei probably had to keep up a more hopeful visage so Quirky could be reassured, it was only to him the older hero could actually be apologetic. He really wanted to see you, he said instead. Daisuke's smile softened, his mind trying to bring up a memory of the kid, even faded and blurred as it was, now, so much time after he'd last seen him. I know, he admitted. The feeling's mutual. He rubbed the back of his neck. But I even wrote him a letter, if you? Tensei's returning smile was just as soft, just as sad. You'll be a great hero. You know that, right? Daisuke laughed awkwardly. I'm serious, Tensei said. Quirks don't make hero. And yet still, even though he'd gone over this a million times, discussed this, confirmed this, changed his mind on this, and chosen this, Daisuke wanted to ask, don't they? But he didn't. He wouldn't let himself. Izuku was scouted by Nizu, Tensei said, which Daisuke already knew. And Izuku's also going to get a recommendation for UA when he graduates middle school. Daisuke's eyes flared. Okay, that he hadn't known. He'd expected it, from Tensei, if no one else, but from Nizu? Oh, he said. The kid impressed him that much? Tensei looked just as proud. Apparently, he said. But he wanted me to tell you that by the time you come back, he's going to be a great hero too, and, he chuckled. And that you better come back with lots of ideas and new quirks for him to learn about. Teach him about American heroes, that is. Daisuke began to laugh. Only him, he said. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to start my own notebook. Tensei grinned. Should be easy to fill up, right? With everything I've learned, Daisuke shook his head and trailed off, looking down at his hands, then up, right into Tensei's eyes. Thank you, Ingenium, he said with the most sincerity he could muster. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I don't think I could have managed even half of this without your help. Without your support? He swallowed. I don't think I would have been able to keep my friends without you. Tensei's eyes were dark, but warm, and instead of glossing over the claim, like he'd done every other time Daisuke tried to thank him, he just reached out and ruffled Daisuke's hair. Thank you for letting me help, he said, and it was probably the best way he could have said that. Daisuke smiled. Dear Daisuke-san, Tensei-san told me you were going to America. I understand that you have to, but I'm glad you're still going to be a hero. I think you'll be an awesome hero. You're already a hero to me. My request still stands. I want to have your merch first. I'm really sorry that this all happened because of me. Tensei-san told me not to look into anything about this, that it might alert him, so I haven't, but I can't help but think that maybe. I haven't met Mirio-san for a while, either, because Tensei-san said we should be careful. But I can't help but miss you still. Will I ever see you again? Will you come back home? Will you ever come to see me again? I've started working on the quirks that Nizu-san gave me. They're a lot, so I don't know if I'll even complete them. Plus, with my finals around the corner, I don't even know if I'll be able to do anything. But I'm going to try. You're trying, aren't you? Daisuke got the first letter as he started settling in. His mother and he'd finally gotten everything working here in America, not just scraping by with broken English and tenuous relationships. But ever since David Shield had shown up and introduced Daisuke to his daughter, Melissa Shield, who was Daisuke's age, everything had actually gone much smoother. Daisuke could never replace his old friends back in Japan, but Melissa was incredibly helpful in helping him learn to speak English much more smoothly. She also introduced him and his mother to the local community and even promised to help Daisuke when school started, because she would be attending the same one, even if she was in the support section and not heroics. David Shield did the same, helping Daisuke settle in, and even allowing him to check out his laboratory. It was slow, but he gave Daisuke countless tips on how to be a hero with the support of items instead of inherent powers. Daisuke wondered, idly, whether he'd be good enough to do that. Whether the memory of his quirk wouldn't hold him back. Part of him thought it would. The rest of him tried to drown it out and threw himself into the life. Dear Daisuke-san, you've been gone for a whole month, and it's terrifying how fast it's gone by. I got okay marks in the exam. I didn't manage to ace them like you said I would. The analyses are going well, though I've only managed to do a few, so I'm behind. I'm thinking of reworking my process, and maybe doing some categorization before working on the rest. There are definitely some similar quirks in the pile, and some mutation quirks tend to have similarities that can be extrapolated onto each other. I'm rambling even in my letters. Mom told me I've started doing that more since you left. I guess I usually ended up talking to you about this stuff back when you were, so I had nothing left to mutter about by myself. Not that that's the only reason I miss you. Anyway, Nizu-san says I can do it however I wish. He'll only go over the work right at the end, at the deadline. I did come across one or two quirks that I just couldn't understand, so I've made that pile for later, and Nizu-san says he'll introduce me to the students so I can understand their quirks before I try my hand at analyzing them, so at least there's that. When are you? I wish you could write back, but Tensei-san told me about the problems. I know you probably won't even get these letters until much later, so there's probably no use even writing them, but I miss you, Daisuke-san. P.S. Did you hear? All Might took a leave of absence. The whole of Japan's in an uproar, but All Might left before it started in. Endeavor's been promoted to #1 hero by the Hero Commission in the meantime, but I could see him seethe in the interview broadcast. I wonder what happened? Daisuke did, in fact, know All Might took a leave of absence because All Might arrived in America before Izuku's letter did. It was actually a surprise, and he almost walked back out the front door when Melissa invited him in with the excuse that David had something to show him, but All Might spewing BLD and deflating into an entirely different person was kinda mysterious enough to get his attention. Of course, at first he was all sure that it wasn't actually All Might, but then he knew exactly what had happened to Daisuke, and David swore up and down his entire career, and well, it was odd, finding out one of the world's best-kept secrets and realizing exactly why the villain had captured him. Realizing exactly how close to the truth Izuku had hit. Because Daisuke had watched Izuku's analyses with a passion, especially since he'd ended up here and couldn't talk to the boy himself. A little bit of home, he told himself, and that little bit of home had included Wonder, who was, surprise surprise, and no, for once he was not being sarcastic, All Might's teacher. All Might's predecessor. All Might, Daisuke found, was locked in a decades-old war with the oldest supervillain on Earth. Daisuke was simultaneously awed and horrified. That night, and so many nights since, he dreamed, no, he nightmared, and the faceless glee of the devil who took his soul danced in front of him, refusing to let him run, move, leave, live. All Might asked, hesitantly, if he wanted his quirk. Dear Daisuke-san, guess what? My idea worked out. The categories are actually working super well, and I'm speeding through the work. I bracketed quirks that were similar and made several piles, then extracted the ones I couldn't analyze without either seeing them in action, conversing with the quirk holders, and put them aside for later. Once the categories were created, I was able to standardize applicabilities that could be translated from one to the other and didn't have to repeat countless of them while still ending up with similar results. Of course, the unique elements of each quirk have to be analyzed in exclusion, but since the overall skeleton is constructed, it isn't too difficult. I'm not able to go into as much detail as I have for others, but Nizu-san says I am doing fairly well with the limitations I have. Nijire-san gave me a talking to when she realized I pulled a few all-nighters to do this, though, and then she, Mom, and Mirio-san teamed up to get me to sleep on schedule from then on. I didn't mention, did I? Nijire-san and Mirio-san finally convinced Tensei-san that it had been long enough, and came to see me along with Tamaki-san. They're really cool, like always, and they were happy to let me bounce ideas off of them. It kinda reminded me of what we used to do for analysis in essence. Speaking of which, Kyo's still online and ready to bring it back. I was thinking about it too, and I really missed it, but, well, for now I'm just making basic scripts and storing them for when I do restart it, because I've decided that I will one day. And I've made a couple of videos too, though not too many, with everything that's going on. Kyo helped me with the soundtrack and audio, obviously. She said working with me was the most fun job she had, so she was happy enough to return to the job. Plus, she's also thinking of applying to UA, so even if I don't get in, I'll be able to meet her once she gets in since we'll both be in Mizudafu. I can't wait. Of course, I wouldn't have risked it, but Nizu-san assured me he's invested in my digital protection since he's assigned me sensitive analyses. Tensei-san agreed that my work was safe, so I think I've started to relax a little. I was a little worried, but the principal promised me he did it for other hero students, too. After what happened to you, he's lobbying for much greater security for the students, and the opinion is in his favor. The only place he's still being stonewalled is making the sports festival private, but since it's also economically benefiting UA, that's not happening anytime soon. There are other contingencies he's working on, but I guess he's still working on them because he hasn't said much. I heard him mutter something about the police, but he stopped after that, so I'm not really sure. I wonder what he wants to do with the police. Could Detective Tsukachi and Memra be involved? Anyway, for the digital thing, I might actually see if I can learn. I really liked learning graphic design from you, so maybe I'll like other computer-related work, too. Plus, it never hurts to understand more. Maybe I can learn to protect my own things and Nizu-san won't have to waste so much on me. But I also have to start thinking about the politics of heroics according to Nizu-san if I want to understand more about the impacts of All Might not being here. I might have to put the computer thing on a back burner. Oh, and school's starting again, so I have to worry about that too. I think it'll work out though. I finally know what to expect. And I'm almost done with the list. I can't believe I'm actually hitting the deadline. Daisuke almost didn't take the offer. He took a while to think it over, almost afraid to answer, and All Might didn't push. He was kind like that, and part of Daisuke was cognizant enough to realize that this was the All Might Izuku admired so much. The man who would only ever care for others. The man who wouldn't ever demand. The man who, at his core, was more if a hero than almost anyone Daisuke had ever met, though Izuku's self-sacrificial tendencies certainly came close and, more importantly, were explained because if there was one person who even in his non-presence had influenced Izuku, it was All Might. Then he heard All Might and David Shield talking in hushed tones about unrest in Japan, and he remembered Izuku's mention of politics of heroics, and he realized, quite suddenly, that he needed to give All Might an answer. Part of him, the only noble part he had left, wondered if he deserved it. This part demanded, in fact, that he give the option to Izuku instead, the quirkless boy who did deserve this. Who could be a hero with this? Who would take this chance and save so many people? And then Mirio's words slapped him across the face again, and he forced himself to think again. Izuku didn't need a quirk to be a hero, he reminded himself. Quirk or no quirk, Izuku was going to be a hero. And him, well, that was the question, wasn't it? But the truth was, he'd decided on it weeks and weeks and weeks ago, in that hospital room in front of that letter by Izuku, a letter he'd repeated, a letter that had started this deluge that brought nothing but smiles to his face even as they hinted at a sadness he could never fix, not anytime soon. "You're my hero," the younger boy had written. "You're my goal?" No, Daisuke told himself. He didn't need a quirk to be a hero. But he also told himself. He could be a better hero with a quirk. He knew his limitations. He knew his failures. And he knew more than anything else that he was forever going to remember his loss, and it would forever hold him back. And if that ever, Kami forbid, stop him from saving someone? He didn't think he could bear it. And maybe, just maybe, this way he could stop fearing the monster who took his quirk and become part of the legacy that was destined to stop him. Maybe, just maybe, this way he wouldn't have to be afraid. Okay, he told All Might. What do I have to do? Dear Daisuke-san, I finished the whole list of quirks to analyze, other than the discard pile, but Nizu-san promised me I can get started on that once the school year begins and the students return from the summer holidays. He says we're going to go to phase 2 soon, and I actually did start on it with Mirio-san when he had time. He's usually busy with his internship, but he comes whenever he has time. I'm getting to see how he's doing according to the profile I provided for him, even if, compared to the other UA students I've done, his was somewhat the most extensive. But I think Nizu-san managed to get his point across about the gap between theory and application. I'm trying to see how I could overcome that as I go along. I wonder if I'd known that. I'll see how it will apply to the other students when school starts, but for now, I'm trying to be a little more cognizant as I review some of the analyses I've already done. I have to start school soon though. I know it's my last year before high school, before UA hopefully, but I just can't muster up my enthusiasm. Were you ever tired of school? The summer ended with Daisuke on a completely new diet and training plan. All Might's well, Toshinori-san in his little Might form said he was well built already, but he wanted him to have a stronger base while he and David Shield fixed up Toshinori-san's teaching plans in secret. Well, they thought it was a secret. Melissa and Daisuke didn't. It really paid to have a genius friend, Daisuke mused, and if there was one label that could be applied to Melissa, it was genius. Still, Daisuke got one for all a couple of weeks before school started. At Melissa and David's recommendation, he tried using it like a machine, a little at first and then slowly cranking up the voltage. Well, they were using more complicated phrasing, but that's what Daisuke got out of it, and that's what worked for him, so that's what he would stick with. Toshinori-san beamed. Daisuke couldn't help the small grin in reply. Dear Daisuke-san, Nizu-sensei offered me a mentorship. Can you believe it? The principal of UA wants me to study under him. He says he's going to put in a special recommendation for me to get into UA for high school. Mom said I fainted. It was very embarrassing, so please don't tell anyone, but I can't wait to go there. After all, UA's the top hero school in the country. One of the top in the whole world. And more importantly, All Might went here. You went here. Nijire-san, Mirio-san, and Tamaki-san were super happy for me. They said you'd be really proud too, and I hope you are, Daisuke-san, because I really want to make you proud. You're my hero. You will always be my hero. I still don't know what you're doing out there, but I hope whatever kind of hero you become, you're happy with it. Because I'll always see you as one anyway. I can't wait. I still have half a year left until the entrance exam, but still. Oh, and Mirio-san finally told me more about where you went and I can't believe I'm the last to know. All Might actually offered you his help? That's so cool. Two of my favorite heroes. Oh, have you met David Shield yet? Is he really as cool as All Might mentioned in that interview a few years ago? Because he sounds really cool. Are you using his support equipment? Are you going to be a support-focused hero? That would be so cool. I'm so excited about everything. I might even get to go to school with Kyo. It's going to be so amazing. School actually ended up being fun. It was a little different from UA, and a lot different if one counted the people, but mostly, Daisuke managed to scrape by pretty well. Unlike UA, there were actually a ton of activities and heroics-related classes that didn't depend on quirks, something which Daisuke was definitely going to suggest to UA when he returned, but it didn't seem to have the same variety in teaching that he remembered UA having. He guessed it was a pros and cons thing. He got the letter from Izuku late one morning, late to school, and only managed to open it in lunch. And then he grinned, something that attracted Melissa, who wrung out a whole explanation. Well, she called it whole. He omitted most of the gory stuff from him. When she got to the part about her dad, she smiled brightly and asked if she'd ever get to meet this kid. Daisuke hoped she did. He had a feeling she'd like him. Are you? She asked as they walked back to class. Proud, always, Daisuke said, and he meant it. Dear Daisuke-san, I know it's been a while and school's almost over, but boy, do I have stuff to share. Nizu-sensei needs me to pass the UA entrance exam with top marks, so I have to be a little more focused on my studies. Guess your prediction really might end up coming true if not for the first set of exams. Basically, Nizu-sensei recommended me, but the board told him that it was impossible, especially after they found out I was quirkless. Nizu-sensei was furious, of course, and I think he maybe might have ended up dissecting them if he could have gotten away with it. I wouldn't blame him, of course, with what happened to him before Anyway, he managed to make them compromise. Now I just have to be in the top bracket of the theoretical exam, and though I'm exempt from the practical by virtue of the quirklessness and because of the special recommendation, I have to sit an analysis-specific viva with all the board members present, Nizu, and a quirk expert the board will bring in. Nizu-sensei says it's unfair, but he also doesn't seem worried. He said if I could complete all the analyses I did for him, I can pass this test with flying colors. I really hope he's right. Tensei-san, Mirio-san, Nijire-san, and Tamaki-san are really proud of me. And since I had already been exercising with them for the past year, Tensei-san suggested it, and Mirio-san was really excited about teaching me. Actually, Tamaki-san suggested I join them in the basic combat training, though I'm mostly watching right now and working on katas before I actually fight anyone, even quirkless, so I can start building my profile because even if I'm mostly an analyst if I'm going to be working with hero classes, I might want to know a little so I don't fall behind. Plus, I am going to be a full-fledged hero someday. Might as well start training now. They also told me about Eraserhead, who's supposed to be teaching one of the incoming hero classes, and I think I might even go ask him for help in learning how to fight without a quirk. Because that's basically what he does, you know? Sometimes, Daisuke wondered if this new system he joined wasn't better. He was pretty sure that hero schools here had preschools for elementary and secondary levels, training younger kids to prep them for hero schools and, if need be, universities. But, he admitted to himself later, it was also because of the population and, more importantly, this limited most hero school entries to those kids who were being elevated from related lower-level schools, whereas Japan at least opened up high school access to most people, even if there was much to be said about its quirkless policies. Still, the greater focus on pre-high school training was a good idea. If Amajiki hadn't suggested it to Izuku, he probably would have limited himself. And everyone knew it was harder to get into this kind of stuff the older you got. Harder to start, harder to maintain, harder to everything. And, in the case of the quirkless, harder to catch up. He sent a quick thanks to all his old friends for helping out Izuku and then smiled, wondering if Izuku would want to spar with him when he returned. He was getting better at controlling one for all, anyway. And if not a spar, Izuku would love to see it in action, of that Daisuke was sure. He wondered if the kid would guess Daisuke had it before he told him and then realized that yes, he would. Heck, he'd found out about Wonder, and he'd never even known the woman. It was a fool's bet. Made him smile. Daisuke went through the next few days with a lightness in his tread that even the coming exams couldn't ruin. Besides, it was going to be fun wiping the floor with some of his more arrogant classmates. Really, he certainly didn't remember his UA classmates being this annoying. Dear Daisuke-san, I got in. I actually got higher scores than Kaken. Can you believe it? Of course, Nizu-sensei told me that in confidence, so I can't really tell Kaken Katsuki. Sorry, I was so excited I forgot I stopped. Anyway, I also passed the analysis test. Nizu-sensei was smirking when he came out of his meeting with the board members, so I think it went better than anyone expected. I'm actually going to be attached to the first-year hero classes, 1A and 1B, since they happen to use their quirks more often than non-hero students. I'll be shadowing one class per semester, and I'm starting with 1A. I'm a little worried, though, especially since Katsuki is there. But Nizu-sensei introduced me to Aizawa-sensei, and he promised to keep an eye on Katsuki in case he tries something. I'm only going to be with the class for the private lessons. Nizu-sensei wants me to stay a secret weapon, so he said I probably shouldn't take part in the sports festival. Honestly, I kind of agree because, well, you know. Besides, I think I'll be able to help more people if no one knows me and targets me. And that's really the biggest reason I wanted to be a hero. I'm going to help people. And maybe, one day, when I'm strong enough, I can help you catch the villain who took away your quirk, Daisuke-san. Because he hurt you. And for that, he deserves to be caught. Daisuke celebrated with a small party, ignoring the very last part of Izuku's very auspicious letter, and everyone was happy to join in. Toshinori-san even asked curiously about this boy, realized they were talking about the person who all for one had been after, and then became very, very misty-eyed at the reminder that Izuku had done a piece on wonder. Daisuke got a day full of old stories and lovely memories, though he could see a hint of mischief shining through, and he just seriously wanted someone who could tell him some of the more fun stories. A little nudging revealed the name Gran Torino, who never left Japan, and he made a silent promise to visit this old mentor of his current mentor, even if he had given Toshinori-san a mildly hilarious form of PTSD, because Daisuke could still see the warm respect in Toshinori-san's eyes the moment he spoke of him. And then things went wrong as they always did, and, standing next to the wreckage of one of the cars out on the street, and ouch, he hoped the insurance covered it, though it probably did, villain damage and all, Daisuke gaped as he managed to predict the villain coming in his blind spot and punched him away. One for all had danger sense. Dear Daisuke-san, it's been so long, but the whole first month was incredible. I really like most of 1A. Katsuki is as abrasive as ever and he got really mad when he saw me, but Aizawa-sensei immediately stopped him from attacking me. He hasn't tried again, probably because Aizawa-sensei said he'd be suspended, especially since I'm not actually a hero student, okay? So maybe that bit hurt a little, but it was true. More importantly, Kyoka's in my class. Can you believe it? She's amazing. She recognized me instantly and introduced me to everyone she had befriended. She hangs out with Yayarozu-san, the class president who has a really amazing quirk. Honestly, it's probably the best quirk ever, though I really hope no one knows that I think that. I should probably not show quirk favoritism. Should I? Anyway, she also hangs out with a boy named Kaminari Denki, though I think that's mostly to make fun of him. He makes it so easy, according to Kyoka. I try to help him out when I feel bad for him, though. He's actually one of the students I am working with a lot. There are some aspects of his quirk we're experimenting to overcome. Anyway, the other group I made friends with includes the vice president, Tenya Ida. He's actually Tensei-san's little brother. It was so exciting meeting him, because apparently, Tensei-san told both of us a lot about the other. He approached me on the first day and he, Tsuyu-chan, and Uraraka-chan are actually my closest friends. I hope we get to stay friends when I have to move to Class 1B. Uraraka-chan actually has a really cool quirk, too. She calls it zero gravity, and it's amazing. Yayarozu-san's creation is incredibly wide-ranging, but zero gravity is incredibly versatile and has so many possibilities in its usage. Plus, Uraraka-chan is also amazing herself. She's really nice, and she started in on Katsuki when he tried to interrogate me without a teacher present. Tenya-san wasn't far behind, too. Anyway, there are a few others I'm not great with. There's this pervert, Minoru Mineta. Kyoka told me how he was peeping on the girls, too, and I can't even understand how someone like that will ever be a hero when he can't even respect others. I asked Nizu-sensei about it, and he got really quiet, then told Aizawa-sensei to keep an eye out for his actions. He's on probation for now, but, well, we'll see. And the other boy's called Minoma Nito. His quirk is actually really interesting and he's not bad, but, well, he's a little annoying, I guess. He has this massive superiority over the 1B kids, and I know they find him really annoying. Well, at least Kirishima-san and Yayarozu-san always try to mitigate the damage, and Kenda-san, she's the class president of 1B, does the same on her side. And then there's Todoroki-san. I don't hate him or even dislike him, but he's a little hostile, especially when I try to ask about his quirk. He never uses the fire side, and I'm really worried about him. I think I'll have to be careful about how I go about it. But I'm not going to give up. Anyway, I don't know all the students yet, but I'm working my way through the list. I hope everything goes as well as it has till now. For 4 days, Daisuke thought he was hallucinating. For days, he kept his delusions close to his heart aching with the thought of them being wrong, of him losing his quirk again and again and again. But it wasn't something he could keep quiet. It wasn't something he wanted to keep quiet, not if it ended up endangering someone else. Because if he really was hallucinating, then he needed help. He needed to return this quirk to someone who could use it better than a person who couldn't even see reality as it was supposed to be. Except, it actually worked. Danger Sense was working, and maybe it wasn't the same, and maybe it wasn't even Danger Sense. But it was like a hole in his heart had filled up, and for the first time since accepting the quirk, Daisuke began to laugh a laugh he hadn't allowed himself for months. Hadn't allowed himself ever since he'd lost the part of his soul that made him whole. He was whole again, and it wasn't the perfect puzzle piece, but it was one puzzle piece more than he'd had before, and it was glorious. Maybe, Melissa reasoned, the new quirk activated the quirk DNA and forced it to start working again after it was rendered inert by All for One's quirk. Daisuke didn't even bother to poke holes in her theories, he was that excited. But he was sure Izuku would have a lot to say about it once he found out. Well, if he had time with all those new friends of his. Not that Daisuke was protesting, Izuku deserved all of them and more. Though that Katsuki brat could certainly use a talking to. Dear Daisuke-san, the sports festival's coming up. I know I said I won't participate and I still won't, but I can't wait to see how my friends perform. I'm really excited, you know? Tensei-san's on duty, but he promised he'll watch the recordings, so Tenya-san's not too disappointed. Mirio-san, Tamaki-san, and Nijire-san are coming to watch 1A with me, though, since they already know the class and their activities aren't on that day. After that, Tenya-san, Ochako-chan, that's Uraraka-chan, she heard me calling Tsuyu-chan, Tenya-san, and Kyoko by their names and was really sad, and I couldn't let her be sad, and Tsuyu-chan are going to go with me to watch the third years. Mirio-san told me he's really excited to implement all the things we've discussed since I started improving my analyses with Niza-sensei, and I'm really excited to see him blow away the competition. He's going to be super strong when you come back. In fact, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be. I hope you've been training, Daisuke-san, because we're definitely going to give you a challenge. There's been a lot more unrest ever since All Might left, but I guess it finally got bad enough that the board actually listened. Only the students' parents, official heroes, and students are allowed in the sports festival this year. It's still being broadcast, but the audience is going to be pretty limited. There was a huge uproar, but it was bound to happen. It's been building in All Might's absence. I'm still sad he's not in Japan right now, but the statistics and politics of heroic studies I've done over the past few months made me realize that our society is pretty reliant on him. I love All Might, but as Tensei-san said, we're not always going to have him. And more importantly, I wish All Might didn't have to be burdened like he has been for a long time. I wonder if the new generation of heroes will be able to take the burden from him? I hope so. If not, I think I'll do it. Even if I'm quirkless, I'm not going to rest until I help All Might because he deserves it. Besides, Aizawa-sensei says I'm getting pretty good at hand-to-hand. I wish you were here. We could spar to see how good I've actually gotten. It's been a while. I've really missed you, Daisuke-san. When are you coming back? Are you quirky? Daisuke stared at the wrinkled pages, the smear of pen on paper, the hasty handwriting in some places, the hesitant slide of the pen in others, and smiled. It was odd, he thought, that the letter, ending almost bittersweetly, made him smile, but it did. It had ever since he'd first read it, and there was only one reason for that. Taking a deep breath, Daisuke rolled the trolley out of the building, grinning. Welcome home, his country said. I'm back. The part of Daisuke that always loved making mischief, the part that had been numbed down by the incident 1.5 years ago, or something like that, the part that had perked up and started feeling at home again the second he'd stepped out of the plane, wanted him to grin, march into UA, and sit down next to Mirio and Tamaki and pretend he'd always been there. What are you talking about? Unfortunately, Melissa had been too much of a good influence, or at least a reasonable influence, and that was probably going to take more time, effort, and meddling teachers, though he had high hopes for the principal, at least from Izuku's letters, to set up than just the basic surprise. So he had to console himself with exactly that. He took a deep breath, brought up his fist, and rapped on the front door to the apartment where Tamaki lived. He'd considered going to Mirio or Nijire first, of course, but Mirio and Nijire, last he'd heard, still lived with their parents by virtue of being in the same city. Tamaki came from another place, just as he had, and while his mom had gotten the chance to move to Mizudafu, Tamaki's parents hadn't, and he'd gotten an apartment instead. His mom had offered to let him stay with him, but Tamaki had opted for a separate place, no matter how close by. And, Daisuke admitted to himself, it probably also had to do with the fact that he missed Tamaki a lot. Mirio and Nijire were great, but Tamaki was his oldest friend, and he'd always have a place in his heart. He cleared his throat and waited for the idiot to answer his door, only belatedly wondering whether he was the idiot if Tamaki was actually out. He hadn't, after all, actually bothered to check whether the guy was home. Obviously, messaging him, "Lo, Amajiki, you home?" would ruin the surprise, but at least he wouldn't be awkwardly standing in front of. Never mind. There was the sound of footsteps coming closer, only heard by him after months and months of supertraining his new quirk, and Tamaki headed to the door. Daisuke inhaled sharply. The door pulled open. Tamaki looked out, scowling, his eyes squinting and his lips turned down. He wasn't expecting anyone, that much was clear, and he automatically opened his mouth to say something. And then he actually saw Daisuke and he stilled, his mouth still open, his eyes now opened wider than Daisuke had ever seen them, and his entire self still in a way that Daisuke had never seen him. What the hell? Considering this was one of the first times Daisuke had ever heard his straight-laced friend swear, he felt it was deserved that he burst out laughing. It took a moment for him to calm down. "Well, that's one reaction," he said, then grinned widely. "Hey, Amajiki. How've you been?" Tamaki kept staring. Daisuke raised an eyebrow. "Not going to invite me in?" he asked teasingly, shifting on his feet. Tamaki snapped out of it, his shoulders tensing. "You're back," he said. "From America?" "I'm back," Daisuke agreed. Tamaki leaped forward and pulled him into an embrace. As Daisuke's arms automatically curled around him, he had to admit that his friend had gotten fast. He wondered, excitement building, exactly how strong he had gotten. How strong all of them had gotten. And then Tamaki pushed back and narrowed his eyes. "Idiot," he said. "You didn't tell anyone, did you?" Daisuke snorted. "Nice to see you too," he said and took that friendly invitation to walk into the apartment. "And I did, in fact, tell someone. Melissa knows, David knows. I guess Toshi, All Might knows too." "I meant here," Tamaki said, closing the door and walking after him, watching him flop down on the couch he'd always lounged on all that time ago. "Idiot," he repeated. Daisuke smiled innocently. Tamaki broke out into a grin, and it looked kind of odd, like he was out of practice, and Daisuke had to hide a wince at how that bit of realization hurt him. "I'll text Mirio and Nijire," he said simply. "Want to surprise them?" "Is that even a question?" Daisuke asked immediately. Tamaki rolled his eyes, shot off a message, and then hovered next to the sofa until Daisuke stared at him strong enough that he did sit down. "Wow," he said simply quietly. "You've changed." "I grew taller," Daisuke admitted. "But so did you." Tamaki looked down self-consciously, then flushed. I meant overall," he said. "Idiot." Daisuke began to laugh. "I think you lost your dictionary while I was gone." "Yeah," Tamaki said. "You took it with you?" He quirked his lips and it was a wry smile this time, not exactly laughing, but not strong-lined either. "It's been so long," he murmured, and Daisuke barely even heard him. Things have changed." Daisuke frowned. "What do you mean? Is everything okay?" His breath hitched unintentionally. "Was it that?" "No," Tamaki said instantly. "Sorry, no. It's not that." He sighed. "Just life, you know? Even school." A smile found its way to his face. "Quirky made it to you?" Daisuke grinned back. "I heard," he said. "He's been sending me letters." Tamaki raised his eyebrows. "I thought he wasn't supposed to contact you?" "He wasn't. He sent them through Tensei." "Ah," Tamaki said. How has your new school been?" Daisuke shrugged. "It's no UA," he pointed out. Tamaki rolled his eyes. "Idiot. Want a dictionary?" They started to laugh. I'm interning with Fat Gum, Tamaki said after a while. It's been pretty fun. That's incredible, Daisuke said because Fat Gum really was amazing. How'd you score that? What, you don't think I'm good enough? Tamaki asked, and for some reason, looked surprised at himself. Daisuke nudged him playfully. Yeah, I know you could get one with All Might. Tamaki seemed to relax a little. You did. Daisuke inclined his head. More an accidental acquirement, but true, he agreed. Who knew, right? He shook his head. What about Hato and Togata? Tamaki hummed. Mirio's working with Sir Night Eye and Nijire's with Ryukyu, so they're doing pretty well too. Mirio actually got offers from a couple of the top 10, but he decided on Night Eye in the end. And Nijire was the one who actually approached Ryukyu first. Daisuke whistled. Wow. And the sports festival? Togata didn't lose his breathes this time, did he? He teased. Tamaki's expression darkened. Well, Nijire won actually, but he spared a look for Daisuke head tilted. It's been a while since we bothered to think about it with Tensei-san and all. Daisuke stilled. What do you mean? Tamaki flinched. You don't know. Daisuke opened his mouth, closed it, and simply stared. Tamaki bit the inside of his cheek. He closed his eyes. Ingenium wasn't at the sports festival. I know, Daisuke said. Quirky's last letter said so. Yeah, well, he rubbed the back of his head. He was on duty, actually, and got targeted by the hero killer. The guy put him in the hospital. Daisuke's breath caught. Stain's in custody now, Tamaki continued. Ingenium managed to apprehend him even with all his injuries, but, he sighed. He's going to need a few months to be street-ready again, according to the doctors. He hesitated. They said it could have been worse. What? Daisuke asked, his voice breaking. How much worse? Does it matter? Tamaki asked back. Daisuke closed his eyes. No, he said. I guess not. He raked a hand across his face. God. Tamaki reached out to squeeze his shoulder. I'm sorry you had to hear it like that. He huffed. How else would I even have heard it? Tamaki shrugged uncomfortably. There was a moment of awkward silence, and then, as if catching on, the bell rang. Daisuke spared a glance in that direction. That was quick. Tamaki didn't seem to think it was strange, though. Must have been in the area, he said, quickly getting up. Daisuke straightened but didn't move behind him, waiting with bated breath as he heard the familiar voices of his other two best friends. Familiar voices that sparked with nostalgia, that made him remember. Daisuke? Mirio's incredulous voice popped up, and Daisuke's eyes fluttered open to see him and Nijire standing in the doorway, looking baffled to all hell, shoulders tense and expression slack. Daisuke grinned. Yo, he said, waving his hand. It's been a while. Mirio opened his mouth, closed it, and then practically flew forward to grab Daisuke into a massive bear hug. And boy, had he grown up that his bear hug really did seem like a bear hug. Not that Daisuke hadn't grown up either, but that wasn't the point. Squealing like she hadn't seen him in years, which was, okay, quite fair, Nijire jumped forward and did the same, laughing as Daisuke staggered. Daisuke, Mirio repeated, this time with a wide, genuine smile on his face. Wow. Did everyone lose their dictionary without me around? Daisuke teased. Probably. Nijire said flippantly. How have you been? It's been so long. Daisuke huffed, sitting back down. Good, yeah, he admitted. Finally got strong enough for David and Melissa to give me the go-ahead, he joked. David and Melissa shield, right? Mirio confirmed. Wow, Izuku would be so jealous. Daisuke perked up. Yeah, I've got some letters from him. He agreed, then his smile slipped. I got them through Tensei-san, he continued. And with what Amajiki told me, it makes sense why I didn't get any after the sports festival. Mirio flinched. Yeah, he muttered. Stain was... He trailed off. The only reason Izuku didn't run off after the DMN criminal to try and take him down with Tenya, that's Tensei-san's little brother, was because Tensei-san had already apprehended him and he was being prepped for his sentencing and transport to Tartarus. Oh, and Tensei told Izuku he'd be in worse shape if not for his help. Daisuke's brow furrowed a little before he remembered what had started the whole thing. The Quirk analysis? He asked. Yeah, Nijire said. And since Ingenium was his first customer, Quirky keeps updating and rebuilding his profile on him, which means Tensei-san kept improving. She smirked. He was in the top 20s recently because of that. Whoa, Daisuke said. That's incredible. He was rank 56 last I heard. Yeah, before Quirky got a hold of him. Tamaki agreed. Mirio chuckled. Well, that and more, but that's not the point. He turned a little more serious. You just landed? Yeah, he said. I was just thinking I'd visit Tensei-san after this. And then maybe, he hesitated. Yeah, you should confirm with him, Mirio said, but there was a smile on his lips. But I think it should be all right. Especially if you run into him while he's visiting Tensei-san. He grinned. He befriended his little brother. Did you know? Daisuke grinned back. Oh yeah, the kid mentioned it in a couple of his letters. Honestly, all of his letters sound so over the top. I'm a little afraid of how his generation's doing. Nijire snorted. Come on. You're the one who lost his quirk, got a mentoring offer from All Might himself, and headed to America. How would anyone ever top that? If anyone can, it's Quirky, Daisuke said drily. Touché, Mirio agreed. But seriously, you can catch up with Quirky yourself, especially since Tensei-san's going to want to gush about him himself. Besides, we probably can't do him justice. Quirky's really much more unbelievable than you might remember. I'm actually more interested in your stories. Agreed, Tamaki said. I told you who we're interning with, but what are your plans? Daisuke looked at them with a crooked grin and started to speak.